Just have to add the thumbnail back and maybe the description, and we should be okay. Yeah, we should be back. We should be back. I'm just gonna add the thumbnail. I am so sorry, chat. I'm kind of out of it, but I definitely didn't mean to cut it off there. Come on, thumbnail. Come on, thumbnail. I thought Ethan got you. Yeah. I mean, it could, like it would be a smart thing for him to register this clip with the Library of Congress, right? Would be a very smart move. I shouldn't be giving him I should not be giving him advice, but there it is. Anyway, no, we're back. I just like the butterfly. I was gonna try to give you another chance to hit the butterfly goal, right? I was gonna try to. The button for start a new goal is right next to the button for God damn it, and the poll isn't even there. Back in a big way. Yeah, we're gonna keep on going. Tell everybody in the other chat. Here we go. Has somebody linked them? Nobody has linked them. Maybe it might be too late. Because I know the YouTube stream only lasts for so long. But there it is. Let's try I'm just gonna update people in Weasel Cord. And then in NCC Discord. You got the notification, that's good. Anyway, apologies, chat. That's like self-harm. I'm kind of stressed and here, I'll just put this in new YouTube stream link for anybody who switched over to Twitch. All right, so chat seems to be back. You seem to be back. I'm still here. Let's finish watching the Ethan thing. I am so sorry. I fucked the whole stream up, chat. If we don't hit the bonus goal, that's probably on me tonight. Anyway, that's depressing. I was trying to make a new butterfly goal, right? I was like, okay, well, since we got 5, I could just put up, like, you know, I could extend the goal a little bit, but yeah, it ended up, I always think about, like, hey, what if I hit the wrong button? And then I always think, no, I'm not gonna hit the wrong button. I know the, like, but I did. I literally hit the wrong button this time.
Viscous mean not flowing or flowing? Or non-viscous?
Well, I think you have to phrase it like it either is highly viscous or it has low viscosity.
Which one is very flowy?
Flowy is low viscosity.
Yeah. So very, very low.
If somebody wants to put the link to this stream on the in the comments for the old stream, that might help too, because there's always a bunch of people that literally, like, if the stream ever crashes, like, I get people in the comments and they're like, "Oh, I was enjoying the stream. Where did you go?" Hila's response to this and Denim's sound clip origin. Snark called Child Protective Services on us.
Low viscosity.
Hold on.
I think you're. Yeah.
Is that right?
Did you comment in the comments, right? Because I put it in the chat, but it might be helpful to put it in the comments as well, right? The chat's gonna disappear after a while.
I always get those backwards, so I'm
Viscous
doubting
is
myself.
having a thick, sticky consistency
Right, so
between solid and liquid.
The more viscous it is, the thicker it is.
Okay, so he had a very low viscosity
Yeah.
diarrhea, and he was thrashing all around. So you can imagine it was not an easy task cleaning that up, and in the dark too, mind you.
Right.
And then it's like, okay, I get him changed, I put the diaper on, I put him back in his sleeping sack, and I want to put him on the ground because I didn't want him to, suffer. So I carry him into the bathroom to wash my hands. And, I try to do a one-handed wash, which isn't good enough. So I'm holding him in this hand. I'm trying to do two hands. Point is, I washed my hands as best as I could.
Oh, my God.
And obviously, after I put him down, I washed him again. Ela, on the other hand, she started having, and I don't want to out her, but very foul-smelling diarrhea.
So
Now, this morning I had a diarrhea.
No.
And I'll say that it wasn't foul-smelling.
Shouts out, Ela. We love you.
We love you, Ela.
And the thing is, they all smell the same. There's this similar foulness that it smells like. And now our other dog started farting, and it smells like this foul-smelling Giardia shit.
Brother, you need to be in a bubble right now.
do.
Why are you?
Yeah,
Why are you here?
It's not really contagious unless
Oh,
you're...
really?
It's not contagious.
It's not contagious. I just infected my whole family.
Like it definitely
Unless you're
is.
changing my fucking diaper,
Sometimes it feels that way.
you're not going to
Yo!
catch it. You are
You
not
better
going
be
to catch it.
cleaning your hands really well.
I mean, Ethan,
Bro.
to defend Ethan,
So-
he's
You're not
a very thorough hand washer. He
If any of you catch
frequently.
Giardia,
No.
okay, I will give
do
you
know.
$10,000.
And they did. Spoiler, they caught Giardia and they hired her for the show. And now she does all the Hassan research along with Dan Saltman.
Hey,
And
now I'm gonna try to.
Now
get it,
y'all are
bro.
gonna be licking the toilet seat.
Yeah, hell yeah, brother.
No, you guys will not be getting Giardia. It's
Okay.
not like that.
Okay,
Yay.
well,
Yeah.
well, good. Also,
But anyway, it's also not that serious. It's just diarrhea.
right.
It's
I'm
not
not
like
too
a
worried.
serious.
And the thing is, like, you seemingly just perpetually have diarrhea.
That's the thing. I don't know if I have it. I'm pretty sure based on the smell alone, Ela's infected.
also, you're taking all these antibiotics. Don't antibiotics usually give you the runs a little bit?
I don't know.
Side effects of it?
I think I've heard that too.
Yeah.
Antibiotics just kind of mess everything up.
Well,
a
and I'm
little
on like so many different antibiotics. That should just nip it in the butt, to use a pun.
bit. Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel
I
like that.
Yeah, it could cause diarrhea.
So I don't know I don't think I have it, but I think, like I said, Ela's horrific smelling diarrhea that she did several times throughout the night. That's what marriage is,
It is
Yeah, I
what
mean,
it is.
between the two of you,
And us.
we're not married to her.
Yes,
My
you are.
wife
Where this
left
is this
a
is
whopper
all.
poo on my bed.
So
I'm
true.
open about everything I
How
do.
did you have that?
She left a well stinky grumper.
My wife left a whopper poo on my bed.
she left a grumpy right there in the middle of the night.
grumpy.
Grumpy.
Wow. Okay.
Good
Well,
times.
a lot
So
of
that's
going on in the Klein
what's
household.
cooking over there.
This weekend,
Chat, do you smell what the Ethan is cooking?
Shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting Giardia.
Yeah, I never said the dog shit. in my
Timestamp
house.
2205. Okay.
I never said the kids are eating shit. I said in the clip, which I can show you guys, but I said Sonny crawls around. He's an infant. He puts everything in his mouth. That's literally what all infants do. He would show that he would go.
Like people like Anissa are the perfect example because she's friends with these people. She's friends with Denims. Denims is streaming this story about our
I'll
kid
show that, yeah.
getting Giardia from the dog, whatever. By the way, that's not what it was in the end. Ethan was just sharing his thoughts, what we were thinking, we were speculating, like, humans.
Well, I'm very open about everything as part of...
Oh my god. So they're humans. But nobody else is. Nobody that watches this and takes Ethan fucking seriously, takes him at face value for what he said, including the method of transmission. There's all the fucking grace in the world for the H3, although they presented a situation that sounded like children in a dangerous situation. No grace extended towards the audience, right? No grace extended towards people who hear that shit and take it seriously and think that shit is for real. Like, these are bad people. I mean, this is classic rich person shit, right? Rules for thee, not for me. Like, they're allowed to share their thoughts and be wrong about it, and that's okay. But if anybody fucking takes them seriously and is like, well, if that's real, then those kids are in danger, then oh my God, they're like the worst people ever.
It's part of what I decided a long time ago was an aspect of the show of how I wanted to conduct myself and how I wanted to relate to the audience is to be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life. Mm-hmm. I bring it all to the table, right? That's just like how I decided to conduct this show, how I think it's interesting and how I can relate to real people, Yeah. And that's part of what I do here every day. And that's part of what that story was when I was talking about how, although it's very obvious if you listen to me talking about it.
Well, to circle back to what I was saying, Anissa is a perfect example. She could tell those people, hey, you know what? That's too far. You should not say that. That's not okay. I've been to their house. Their house is clean. They treat their kids nice. I've seen them with their kids. She could say so much. And it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's crazy.
That sounds good. And I'm not anti-crepe.
I prefer the basic.
I just find whatever. You can imagine what she'll say.
Piker.
Also, he literally makes fun of Mike from PA about weight all the time. That's not relevant to his arguments either. Yeah, I mean, I don't even make fun of people's weight. I've never made fun of people's weight.
Not all the time, twice. But he is a disgusting mess.
Anyway, where were we? We were in the midst.
I don't know why.
Oh my God. Somewhere here? There it is.
Turn around and you do the same thing. Mm-hmm. He's been doing that. He did that to us when he said, oh no, you guys are exactly those people. Then after that, turns around and claims that he never watched a video of us.
Abba and Preach, these guys are idiots. Now, did anyone actually watch this Abba and Preach shit? They made a video defending fucking Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, they have a lot of bad takes.
Thing about Abba and Preach that they don't know about me. I'm fucking insane. The first time they talked about me was defending Fresh and Fit. Okay, I didn't watch it. I watched some of it, but it was upsetting, so I didn't watch it.
Oh, even your team. Nobody in your team called you out of that for that. So the guys that are supposed to do the research don't do the research, or if they do the research, even worse, they don't say anything. They run with the narrative, and it's fine, and that's okay. And then we don't care.
Why? Because they hate the person.
Views, and we hate the person, and I think we're doing God's work. The same way that you thought you were doing God's work when you doxed that person. That was finally not that person.
God, I hope that man's life is ruined for this. I want this guy's life ruined. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Oh, is this him?
Yeah, I would just be cautious.
That's not him.
If we're not 100% sure that this is the right person.
I heard he's an Asian bodybuilder.
He definitely does music.
That account tweets love to know that guy's real identity. Well, we know his name is. We just don't know.
His name is. But again, that's like
it may not be the body.
One of the most common names you could.
If we find out that this guy is, can we ship him shit?
So what do you think, chat? Are Abba and Preach sweeping for their friend Destiny? Or is this an example of them, like, Ethan has let the beef die, but they haven't? They've still got feelings? What do you think? Do you think this is about their feelings towards Ethan, or do you think this is them being protective towards Destiny?
I'm asking.
You do that. Dox people. You did this whole thing. Doxing people, right? No repercussion. No, not even a sorry about that. Because you were right. You were doing God's work. You were doing the thing. You were right. You asked me the question sometime. At some point, you said, would you be able to? And I said, no. I'm not talking to this person. Because that person is disingenuous. But when it happens to you, you're like, oh my God. It happened to me. Of course, you just asked me.
No, you killed it. You killed it.
What is going on with their fucking editing? Oh my God. Is this some kind of AI bug that are they having AI edit them now? And it's fucking, do you see what I'm saying, chat? There's like weird digital errors, right? It's either coming from like a transition that they tried to throw on, like, so when you cut a video, right? Like, let's say that I don't know, I just like had a brain fart, right? Like I'm talking, I'm making sense, it's coherent, and then all of a sudden I'm like just like for like 2 minutes. I might cut that 2 minutes of out, and so then the 2 minutes of is gone, and now we've got the before the and we've got after the well, that doesn't line up, right? Before the I'm over here, after the I'm like over here, right? So that doesn't look good if I have a clip that just like, you know, if you're watching me and all of a sudden I jump from this side of the screen to that side of the screen, that looks kind of weird. Some people will try to do a transition, you like fade to black, or you can slowly almost like a crossfader. You can fade it, fade one out as you fade one in. Like you can do a lot of different things. But you don't, whatever the fuck that was, that's not good. That's not how you want to edit, right? That's a huge editing fuck up.
It's okay. You preached. Thank you for your sermon. I'm done. I'll say this. I think when it comes to anything related to child-related stuff, you guys should be really careful before you get online. Like, these are very serious claims, and you guys are just like shooting off the hip. Oh, this guy needles kids. This guy's like you can say Destiny's irresponsible. You can say a lot of things, but first off, the person's age.
Ethan did not say that. Sorry, just to correct this, Ethan never said that Destiny diddles kids. Did he? Am I wrong? Did he ever say anything that implies that Destiny actually physically is doing anything? I don't think that was the accusation. I think the accusation was sharing NSF with a minor, right? That's the accusation. Did Ethan say anything more than that?
Which hasn't been confirmed. Secondly, you guys are all admitting that Destiny didn't know the person's age at the time until years later, and that's only the alleged age. What are we talking about? There's an ongoing legal matter. He submitted this evidence to authorities, and now you guys are trying to make it sound like, oh, this guy's like, let's say I concede to you that this is an illegal thing that he's doing. Pretending that's the same thing as a predator is fucking stupid. This man was dating a 19-year-old. It's legal. You might find it creepy. You might find it bad. I think like I've noticed there's like a grade.
Chat, who's the 19-year-old? Who are they talking? Anybody know? Who the fuck is Abba talking about? Who's the 19-year-old? I know about a 17-year-old that he was sharing an NSFW with, right? And there's a very strong evidence that this person was not 18. Yeah, who is Destiny 80? Pixie, right? Was Pixie 19? Is that who they're talking about? Do they think that that this is about Pixie somehow? Yeah, this is kind of gross. I mean, it must be Pixie. That's the only person I can think of that was around 19.
When it comes to hating somebody online, yeah, and there's a
like, did they watch the Willie Mack thing? Did they know about Rose? Like, I'm just not sure they're there. He met Melina at 19. I don't think that's who they're talking about. Yeah, probably not. I think they're confused. That's me giving them the benefit of the doubt. They're either confused or they are straight up lying for the dude. And I don't, I mean, I know that they have, they're friendly with, each other, right? You've always been on the same side. And I think Destiny has defended them at times. But Jesus Christ, I hope they're not like just straight up lying for him. Yeah, they're at the best case scenario, they're confused.
A bunch of things and allegations are going to be thrown your way for the most minute stupid shit. 100%. It'll start off at like you mistreat women, then you rape them, and then you diddle kids. And like everybody goes through this process. And half the time when you look into the allegations, they're not even true.
Do you hear what you're saying? Like, I mean, I get what you're saying, that there's a lot of like unfounded accusations thrown around on the internet, including ones regarding kids. Hey, including accusations at whole groups of people, right? Slander against whole groups of people, that their existence is somehow corrupting the children. And these two are fucking transphobes, so I can say that.
It's just people online are extra dramatic. Mm-hmm. You can make a lot of things about Destiny and critique.
But when you start saying, well, listen, on the internet, you're getting called a PDF all the time. It's super common. It's super common. Don't listen to that. If somebody's got PDF accusations against them, just assume that they are totally clean and it's like drama. No, there are, there's a whole shitload of fucking Minecraft streamers that have been inappropriate with kids, and there's like a whole, I mean, like, no, this is not like an unheard of thing. Somebody's actually transgressing on children, that is a content creator, right? And when you say shit like that, it makes it sound like you got something in your closet, right? That's that you're just waiting for the day till your victims come out or something and say shit so that you could be like, yeah, see, I told you. Yeah, it's all a bunch of internet whatever. It's all a bunch of unfounded hype, right? It's all a bunch of people just get ahead of themselves on the facts, and everybody's got pedo allegations against them. No, they fucking don't. All right. No, they fucking don't.
Tim, this is one of the dumbest ones. Recently, I saw somebody try to critique Hassan, for example, for sharing nudes of women.
What does that mean? What actually happened?
Right, because they're trying to say he's just like they're trying to say he's just like Destiny.
Exactly.
Because he shared or whatever, right?
But what actually happened?
So I look into it.
Because it means nothing.
Right, and people just sharing it. They're like, oh, he's a piece of shit. So there's a news with Cosmopolitan where someone's interviewing Hassan. He's basically going through things that fans send him on Snapchat unsolicited. He says, I don't know if any of these are nudes, so don't judge me. The first one is a nude. He reads the message attached aloud. I'm sure you have hot girls throwing themselves at you all the time, but I'm a huge fan of TYT and love your work. As promised, there are photos in his inbox of fans wearing the shirt, but it's about 70% nudes. Whoa, this is crazy, he says. Methodically open each message. That was like actually her blowing someone. I don't ever talk to any of these people. So what he's talking about is the experience of being somebody who's known and having people unsolicited sending you their nudes. And he's showing that to the reporter. And people are talking like this guy's doing revenge porn. And I'm confused because I'm like, we would never say a woman is doing revenge related stuff because
does anybody know, did they come down on the side of Destiny is doing not revenge porn, but Destiny is sharing not just nudes, but videos and images and recordings of sex with his orbiters, and then shared them to a third party. They fixed the creaky floor at some point. I've got one board in my apartment that is kind of, I didn't see it when I leased the place, but it's like underneath it was underneath like a welcome mat, and there's like this one board. It doesn't really creak anyway, chat. The creaky board was almost like a character.
Because she tells one of her friends that some guy sent her an unsolicited dick pic. You thought that was revenge porn? You're a retard.
100%.
You're actually retarded. It's super bad faith, but people don't care.
Okay, well, I mean, look, credit where credit is due. They're not interpreting the Hassan thing as anything, but they are kind of using it as so Hassan did not do revenge porn, and Destiny did not send inappropriate text to a 17-year-old? No, I mean, that's not. It very much looks like he did. It very much looks like he did.
If they hate you, it's fuel. We had the same issue with Fresh and Fit. I remember Ethan got mad at us because he's like, why would you guys defend them if you're not just like them? It's like, well, I don't think it's a good idea to call someone a rapist on a completely made up bogus allegation, which you did. And then you can't turn around and complain about snark and...
Wait, Ethan called Fresh and Fit rapists?
When you are fine with endorsing these things, when it's...
I'm sorry, this video is not long enough. I mean, I'm kind of glad it's not long enough. I don't love watching Abba and Preach, but they need to explain and kind of they need to unpack some of the stuff that they're just touching on here, right? Because half of the shit, I don't even know what they're talking about. Food shops and Abba and Preach, those are the only people defending Destiny. I thought Connor was. QQ, is Connor not defending Destiny? Destiny and food shops in DMs daily now. I will not draw any conclusions. I will not draw any conclusions from that, all right?
Convenient for you. It just doesn't...
I'll try not to. I'll hold myself back.
No. Report it to the police.
This is terrible. What's wrong with your editing?
Let them do their investigation and then talk about it publicly.
I hope you're not paying a fucking editor for this shit, because...
But it sounds like you don't even know whether or not this shit is illegal.
Maybe YouTube did them dirty. I don't know.
You aren't even certain that this person is underage, but you're calling this dude a child diddler. That's like, you guys are not mentally well online.
That's crazy.
You tell this story to half the people in the real world, they're gonna be like, you guys are fucking retards. And I realize a lot of people who cover this news online, they dramatize everything. The vast majority of people who do this kind of social commentary will talk about these issues, but charges are never laid. Wanna know why? because most of the stuff is just sensational drama bullshit in the backdrop.
I mean, look, it's not untrue that a lot of people go, full cocked on like half cocked allegations, right? But it's also not true that you should assume most, allegations about somebody, having a content creator having an inappropriate relationship with a minor are false. That is really fucking dangerous. You guys are really playing with fire. You're saying that your natural fucking response to that, your reflexive response should be to not believe it, right? I don't know about that. She didn't mention Connor. Yeah, she's pushed Connor out of the Connor, you're no longer you lost your orbiter spot to food shop. Sorry, Connor.
All of this drama bullshit happening is an actual political crisis, and this is what's happening in the forefront. I realize when people send me this story, it's not because they care about the truth. It's not because they care about the facts. They hate somebody, and they want me to share that emotion with them. Doesn't matter how true it is, but I told you guys, I'll defend Fresh and Fit, I'll defend Destiny, I'll defend Hassan, I'll defend Ethan Klein when he gets CPS called on him. I don't care, but nobody wants to
listen. Is it true that you need to really analyze, charges before you accuse somebody of something? Yeah, and do a lot of internet content creators not do that? Do a lot of them farm? Do a lot of them over dramatize stuff? Do a lot of people sell stuff as something bigger than it is? Absolutely. But as much as you should do research for a charge that you're going to make or a charge that you're going to transmit, secondhand from somebody else, right? You should also, even more so, you should make sure you should do some research on the people that you're defending. I don't think Ava and Preach have done their due diligence here.
Because it's better to amplify the emotions that your audience already feels about someone. Just say you root for your team. That's okay. That's why I like sports. You're delusional about your team. You know they fucking suck, but you're saying every year you're gonna win the chip. I respect that. It's sports. But don't do it about child. Don't talk about.
You're doing it. You're team cucked. You're sides cucked here. You are doing that. You are a fan of the Destiny team, and so you are treating him with way too much fucking charitability, and you're not looking at what. I don't think they didn't. I don't chat. Am I right? I don't think they even watched the Willie Mack thing.
It is, but you don't fact check anything. You don't give a shit.
This is embarrassing. These guys are huge content creators. They've been at this for a long ass time. This is embarrassing. This kind of just blatant, brazen, balls out hypocrisy, chat. This is balls out hypocrisy. These two took their balls out. They put them on the table saying, if I am lying, may God strike these balls with lightning. And Zeus is up there with a thunderbolt right now, getting it sharpened up, getting it ready to go, right? They don't realize they got the fucking hammer coming down. They got the Thor hammer coming down on those balls, right? These guys just put their nuts on a table and they're about to find out how real this shit with Destiny actually is. Holy shit. Holy shit. If they're not getting blowback from this, there's something wrong with their community, all right? This is wild.
About the people involved. You just want to shit on somebody.
A victim is only a victim when I like them. When I hate them, it's just people.
Look, I mean, sometimes you just want to shit on somebody. Sometimes somebody just comes right under the shit and gets it on themselves. I mean, this is a cell phone here.
Absolutely. But anyways, listen, I just want to cover this topic because so many of you fucking potatoes were me. Oh my God, guys, fact check things. If someone tells you someone's a pedo, you should 100% look at it with a grain of salt. I don't believe men. I don't believe women. I don't believe anybody. All I believe are facts and evidence. And if you read the story and you still think it's CP and how he's some kind of CP owner who loves it, you're a fucking idiot. You can say he's irresponsible.
Yeah, he wasn't CP. He shouldn't have. He shouldn't have said what he said to Willie Mack, right? What he just described was yeah, I got images of the person we now think is 17 on my computer. I'm keeping them there in case I have to use them.
Responsible. You can say that's stupid. You can say maybe you should turn it in, but to make that video and make it seem like it's something it's not, that's why nobody takes you.
I'm sorry, wait, are they mad at Willie Mack? Did they even watch them? I'm so confused here.
When they allege crime, because of shit like this. You guys are no different than the pedo hunters who run out there.
They are emotional, and being emotional about this shit is really, it's a red flag, is what that is. All right. You be putting up the clip of EDP one day, and the next day you are EDP, or you're sweeping for ED Pestany. I don't know. I can't make that work.
And be like, oh, look at this. Half of those people never get arrested. Why? Because these investigations are shoddy. There's a world where this could be illegal. And maybe he's going to get in trouble. But that's still not the same thing as having the intention of owning some child-related material and trying to like beat off to it. Like, you guys know that's different, right?
No, they don't.
And if you don't see that, if you don't see why him having a court case,
I'm sorry.
With this relevant,
it's a glitch in the matrix, chat.
His lawyer tells him not to delete it. Doesn't matter. Like, I don't know. I think you guys are a bit lost. Anything else?
No.
So there you go. That's the video.
All right. Thanks. Nice try. I mean, hey, at least you tried, right? I got a birthday cake for you saying at least you tried. Wow. All right, so I think now is the time for us to get to the video. And look, chat, this is I gotta be real. This is make it or break it time right now. All right, I am getting to the last few videos that I'm gonna show you on the free half. There will be no fun half if we don't get to 100. We're at 62 right now. Is that right? 62. So we're 38 away from me covering at least one of these topics. I didn't put the poll back up. We got 109 votes. Destiny Doxing in first place. Bad Empanada, Sloptube in second place. Asmongold shrinks after a Twitch bot purge in third place, and Professor Dave in fourth place. Right. But yeah, if anybody is interested in bonus content, you know, gonna have to speak soon, or you will forever hold your peace. Let's watch the Ethan Klein videos, and then we'll see. I may have fucked this up, chat, by accidentally turning off the stream. All right, so this is the first video.
Welcome, guys. Today I bring you a breaking story that was brought to us from friend of the show, Willie Mack. He broke a story here. He was talking to Destiny, who's being alleged of sexting with a 17-year-old, including receiving nude videos of her. Uh-oh.
And also, if we watched this before, please let me know. I think we probably watched Destiny react to this. I don't know if I watched it. The reason that I want to watch it through with you, chat, is that I mean, this is a bad quality video that Ethan's putting out. Yeah, Abbott and Preach, you know, amongst their many fails, did correctly point out the things that Ethan got wrong, right? So, or some of the things that Ethan got wrong, you know, he made some just sloppy mistakes. That's true. But the overall point of Destiny having, you know, Willie Mack having shown, you know, Destiny as admitting to having CSAM on his computer, and him having, you know, DM'd NSFW with somebody who, from all accounts, seems to be underage, right? That shit is real. That shit is not debunked, right? So the, you know, while there might have been some, basically Ethan pulled in screenshots that weren't pertinent to what we were talking about and assumed that they were, right? It was just like sloppy research from what I can tell. But it doesn't change the facts of the matter, and the facts of the matter do not look good for Destiny. I think, you know, Legal Mindset has been over this. Legal Mindset, you know, says Destiny is fucked. It really, like, even legally, right? You know, like, it is true that half of the time with these accusations, nothing happens on the legal front. This may be different, especially considering that there's already been legal actions around the overall sharing of NSFW against the consent of different parties. There's an ongoing lawsuit with Pixie. I don't know what happened to the, there was a criminal filing, I think, from Cherry. So, you know, I mean, this may be the, you know, this may be the one time where there actually is a wolf,
is right. That's what they call dicey, or what Jared Fogle calls nice.
What about Legal Eagle? This is a little too small bore for Legal Eagle, but nice thought. I hate that shirt. What does it say, Teddy?
Anyway, Willie's video is really short. It's 4 minutes long. I'm going to watch it. But I encourage you all to go show Willie some support because pretty incredible stuff he's doing here. He reported him to the police. And based on what I've seen, I would not be surprised if the police have questions for him. Let's take a watch.
I reported Destiny to the police. This is not clickbait and entirely has to do with the DMs he sent me. A few days ago, a Reddit post showed that the girl Destiny shared Pixie's nudes with was seemingly confirmed to be 17 years old due to her getting doxxed. There is almost a 0% chance that she was not 17 during that time. So
what happened was, Destiny was involved in a leak he's now being sued for. Someone he was talking with, which is the 17-year-old, but we didn't know she was 17. So all of her message got hacked and leaked. And then in those messages, people revealed that he was sending his sexual videos with other people to her without their consent. And so
Oh wait, chat, I've also got looks like I've also got a Destiny response, right? From let's see, when was this? I think this was yesterday. 6 hours ago. Yeah, 6 hours ago. So I might even be able to show you a Destiny response. That being said, the stream will end after we watch this, the next H3 video, and the Destiny response. So yeah, if we're gonna have bonus content, we gotta hit that 100 in, I don't know, the next hour or so, probably. It's hard to estimate how long I take. I always take more time getting through something than I think. Let's hurry this up so that I think we've already viewed a lot of this video through other people. Again, a lot of this is a rehash of Willie Mack, so it's not super new. It's not super interesting. That'll all come in the next Ethan video that I show you, the video that came out today. That is Ethan responding to what we just saw from Destiny.
one of those girls is now suing Destiny, right?
Oh, and to Abba and Preach.
Farms somehow, like, I don't know, some of them work at the NSA or NASA or something. They got a picture of this girl. They triangulated it through like 20 face recognition ID and somehow matched up all their moles and was like, this is the person. It's nuts, okay? You can't hide anything from them. All you have to do is not sext with minors, right? Or do anything sexual with minors, and then you don't have to worry that much about Kiwi Farms, right? But anyway, go ahead, Willie.
Wait, I didn't even hear him. Did he bring up Jared Fogle, the Subway guy?
What I usually do, and reached out to get a comment. He said the girl, Rose, told him she was 19 and in college at the time, and that the leaker Solo, who is her ex-boyfriend, confirmed that she lied about her age to him. This is true. In similar scandals, this is where people usually argue, is he lying? Did he actually know the age? Is it his fault if he was catfish?
He's forgetting somebody, of course, Sin Jared. My favorite, the original, who continues to skate by, totally unscathed. Go ahead, Jared. Tell us this. Tell us.
What this all came down to was people saying that I was exchanging nudes with fans on Snapchat and Tumblr. And a lot of people want to know if I did any of that.
Well, he didn't, obviously, right? So good.
Yeah, I did.
Wait, what?
I mean, does it work for his audience? Is his audience, living in the 90s still?
Wait, what?
Yeah,
that's a direct excerpt from his video. But that's for Jared. Go ahead, Willie.
All the details to come out before I comment. This is not why I went to the police. It's because he continued to write. I didn't know this until way later, but the video she recorded with other guys, the file names are like screen recording, blah, blah, blah. And then he shows me a screenshot of the top of a video clip and says, her boyfriend was recording these on Skype calls. That's absolutely insane to think about him doing all of this if she was 17.
The irony of that is absolutely unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, bro, it's on your computer. Well, you think that's crazy? Yeah, it is. It's on your computer.
I don't think the big bombshell here is the fact that it's called screen recording.
No.
I think it's everything else.
Why would he say this? But it gets crazier.
On Skype calls. That's absolutely insane to think about him doing all of this if she was 17. Well, this is insane to me because he's saying Rose's boyfriend recorded CP while sending me a screenshot of the alleged CP. So I asked to confirm if he just did that. If you were sending me this, I'm guessing you still have that video. Destiny replies, depends on why you're asking. But yes.
Does it?
Now, the depends on why you're asking is interesting because it implies that under the right conditions, he would send this to him.
Also, like the cheeky emoji, like depends why you're asking. Do you want to see? Like
that's kind of what's like, it depends. Do you want to beat off to this?
Yeah, it's like,
or,
it's really
or are you trying to get me busted?
Right.
If you're trying to beat off, then we're dogs. Let's go. Anyway, then he continues to say, yes, I have it.
I created copies of all of our messages and everything when that court case started. Just to be clear, he's admitting to having alleged CP downloaded on his computer. He literally has the video open as I'm talking to him.
Chat, are you sure I haven't watched this with you before?
Go, bro, there's been allegations at least since my last video that she was underage, and you still have potential CP of her? He replies, I have an obligation to preserve relevant evidence, etc. So I created backups of all the important / relevant conversations.
So this is not true. You do not have any obligation to save child porn. Under no condition, legal or civil, are you under any obligation to save child pornography on your hard drive?
To help defend yourself in court.
Sir, I would like the evidence to speak for itself. Yeah. I'm accused of having child pornography. The evidence? The child pornography. As you can see, you are right, sir. This is how child porn works. If you have it, you're guilty. If you have it, that's a crime. The only people that can legally have child pornography, anyone under 18, is an investigator, an official, a police person who's in the service of investigating or working on some kind of crime.
So in other words, chat, Trump's FBI Do you feel comfortable with the kind of people that Trump hires? Being able to legally have that shit? You think not? Like, oh my god, oh my god. You know that this is gonna. Oh my god. This is gonna have bad cons. Like he's got. So it's like, you know, like the whole thing. He's replacing actual people that are competent and you know how to do the job with people that are just loyal to him, right? And all of these Trump people, all these Trump loyalists, they're loyal because a lot of times because they have a scandal in their own closet, right? Jesus Christ, this is going to be bad. I mean, who's it going to be, Chad? Is it going to be Kash Patel? Is it going to be Dan Bongino? Is it going to be Pam Bondi herself? Maybe, I don't know, Chad. I don't know, but I predict some Trump official is going to misuse their new privileges, being some of the few people in the country that are allowed to possess this type of material. Yeah, we have the Epstein files. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm worried about though, is that some of this stuff gets out through the fact that I don't know. I feel like if somebody told me a Trump appointee was a PDF, I wouldn't be surprised at all. That's like the most normal thing in the world. Yeah, Shoki, thank you for resubscribing. That is 2 months for you. Heck yeah, indeed. And that brings us up to 68. Look at that. All right, like I said, we got this. We're going to watch through this. We're going to watch through the second Ethan video. I am so sorry, chat, for fucking up the stream. I'm especially sorry for any of you that are watching this after the fact. You saw my stream disappear on YouTube and you thought that it was over, only to see this pop up in your recommended. This is indeed the second half of the stream that was, cut in half by my pressing the wrong button. Literally just pressed the wrong button. But we're gonna finish this up. We're gonna see if we can get some bonus content. We're at 68 out of 100, 32 points away from bonus content at the moment.
Crime, right? That excludes Destiny, of course. Now, I don't think he's that dumb. So what my theory is, and again, this is all conjecture, and it doesn't really matter, honestly, but I think he kept it in the spank bank. I think he just kept it because he likes it.
It's just so stupid to keep it.
Like, there's got to be a piece of your brain, and I know Destiny is a very sharp guy. I've seen his debates, seen his videos. There's got to be a piece of your brain who's like, well, okay, so allegedly, hold on, let me get this straight. He's just...
You were just watching the VOD? Oh, great, now the VOD's competing with me. The VOD's competing with my live stream, chat.
Learned recently.
That's why I need to not fuck up like this again. It's totally my fault if we don't hit the bonus content tonight, but I don't know. We're only 32 away from there. Let's give it a spin. Let's see what happens. Maybe we can get a win out of this night after all. Yeah, the whole reason that I hit the button, that I hit the end stream button, I was trying to end the butterfly goal. We didn't get the butterfly goal, but we had like 5. So I was like, let me give it another hour. Let me put up like a goal for 5 super chats in the next hour, and I'll put a butterfly in. And just see what happens. And instead of hitting the reset the goal button, I hit the end the stream button. So again, I completely had to get my fix of tea. I need to finish my tea. Oh, I still have some left. Good. This is really strong stuff too, chat. This is the Chatramu, which is like almost the national brand. It's just like, kind of very common Thai brand of tea. But I got the green tea instead of the black tea, which is mostly what they sell. So, like if you've ever had, Thai iced tea, like the way to make that is like Chatramu black tea, which I think is an Assam tea. You make it really strong. You put 1.5, 2 tablespoons of tea per cup like this. And then make it in a tea sock, so you squeeze it out, and it's got the vanilla flavor, which gives it that distinctive taste. And then you just combine it with 1/2 sweetened milk and 1/2 condensed milk or something. I know Destiny is smart because he hates Hassan. Yeah, there we go.
After this kiwi farm thing happened a couple days ago, that she's 17.
According to Willie Mack, it was already a potential though before that.
So I guess
before he found out for sure.
So a few days ago is when the story broke, and so according to his account, he just found out. Which I have some interesting info on that, but let's continue.
I don't think I'm allowed to delete it, LOL. I don't know if it counts as hiding / destroying evidence.
That's easy to find out.
It's child porn.
It's easy to find out. You ask your lawyer.
It's actually child porn. I don't know if I should erase this child porn. That's a question he asked himself. Do I need to save this child porn for evidence? No, you don't. Pretty clear.
I really wish you wouldn't keep saying that word again. There's a reason we call it CSAM. Like, right, porn is a filmed act between consenting adults. If it is not, then it is not. Like, that's something else, right? If somebody's like not consenting in it, it's not. And definitely anything engaged with a child who cannot consent is, it's abuse material, right? Which is why people call it CSAM. Now, does Girly Pop Nation know or care about kiwi farms? They're definitely aware. It's definitely come up. I mean, look, if you're talking about Ethan's like community, I mean, up until recently, up until at least this like spat with Destiny, it's been like half Destiny fans that are in there, right? A lot of Girly Pop Nation got the fuck out after leftovers or during the crash outs, and they've been kind of replaced by DGGers. Those DGGers absolutely know about kiwi farms. Hell, I would, a large percentage of them probably have accounts on the farms. I hate to be the woke guy, but yeah, CP is a bad term. Yeah, there's a reason. There's a reason. Like, but it's like the classic, like, chat. So the first iteration of like, I don't know, anti-woke shit was anti-PC, right? If you like, PC was a term that somehow got thrown around in like the 90s, I think, maybe even later, right? There's a movie called PCU, like Politically Correct University. But the PC stuff, if you ever see it, like the first time, like it'll be like the idea of PC is you got to change names of things. Like there's an offensive name, like and then they want to. Who is Girly Pop Nation? I keep hearing that term over and over again. It is a reference to the H3 community at a time when they probably had like a larger percentage of women in their audience than most YouTube content creators. Definitely most, streamers, right? I don't know if maybe there's like an original Girly Pop Nation collective consciousness of the girlies on the internet, and a series of the For Dummies style books called Politically Incorrect. But anyway, the general like anti-PC thing was like, oh, I guess we have to call this, like, I guess it's not okay. We can't call somebody, handicapped. We have to call them differently abled, right? Or something like that. They would get really upset about that. Like, right? It's kind of where Anna's birthing person thing comes from. She thinks that when she sees birthing person, she thinks that we're no longer saying woman because trans people would be offended. I'm sorry, and I think a lot of trans women are offended by the fact that you obviously do not consider trans women to be women. But yeah, like the idea that like we're getting rid of terms somehow, like I don't know, like rebranding things in order to disguise what they really are or something, I guess is the idea. And so like when people get mad about like oh, we're gonna be the woke of the week here, I can't call it CP anymore. Like, yeah, it's different than if you've got porn, right? Please understand that's fundamentally different than an image taken of a child. Like, that I hope you recognize that.
reply, talk to a lawyer, that seems crazy to me. Who keeps this sort of stuff on their computer without 100% knowing if they're supposed to or not? Isn't that something you want to confirm? I continued, you just let me know you have CP videos saved to your computer. You knew it was alleged that she was underage. You still have them. Do you see how this is? So now I've confirmed that this guy has child porn on his computer. In my 8 years of reaching out to people over allegations, I've never had anyone admit that to me. The last message he sent me was, 1, I don't even know 100% of her age was legitimately less than 18 when these were taken. So basically, he's not 100% sure if he has child porn.
That's exactly where my problem begins. If you don't know for sure, you should never engage. Like, you need to be more responsible than that.
Yeah, and that's the pro Jared thing. It's like pro Jared, he was getting nudes from his fans, and he goes, "You got to be 18 to send them," and they're like, "Yeah, of course." And then he just collects everybody's nudes.
So again, chat, just to remind you, this is not an actual. This looks like an H3 stream segment. It's not. It's something he recorded, before or after the stream, and that they've edited to make sure that there's no coughing and that Ethan doesn't say anything that's going to get him in trouble.
It's like, that's why you don't get fucking nudes from random people online, especially if you're a fucking influencer, right? And you know she's hella young, which, again, I have proof of that, which you guys, I have something to show you guys at the end that made Dan almost keel over. It's that insanely cringe. You guys are gonna fucking die. So stay tuned to the end. It's gross.
100% of her age was legitimately less than 18 when these were taken. So basically, he's not 100% sure if he has child porn on his computer.
So it seems like he kind of was like, I don't know if she was a minor or not, but now it seems like they know she was a minor, and he continues. So it's like he was already fucked up keeping it, but he had some plausible deniability. But now it seems like they know she's underage, and now he still has it for evidence. Judge, I would like to plead my defense here. I kept the child pornography on my hard drive because I thought the police might need it.
For you, Judge. I kept it for you.
Would you like to see it, Judge? Why don't you post it on Twitter, Destiny? That way everyone has the... Well, don't do that, by the way. I'm just saying. Joke.
He's just 99% sure. Got it. 2, I'm pretty sure I have an obligation to preserve stuff related to my court case. I talked about it with my lawyer already, specifically with regards to the Rose stuff. So
yes, you have an obligation to save stuff. There's you don't want to be spoilating evidence. That does not include child porn. That's like emails, text, data, conversation. Not child pornography, man. Not nude images and videos of children. That is not part of the legal... that is not part of our legal system. The fuck? That's just mind-numbingly dumb.
He's just 99% sure. Got it. 2, I'm pretty sure I have an obligation to preserve stuff related to my court case. I've talked about it with my lawyer already, specifically with regards to the Rose stuff.
Did you tell your lawyer you have child porn? Did you tell your lawyer? Okay. Some small asterisks. Yes, I'm supposed to save all my communications with her. Small asterisks. She might be a minor, and I might have videos of her naked. Is that going to be a problem? Do you think he said that to his lawyer?
I don't, because...
No shot!
In
His
the
lawyer would have been
before,
like... I don't know. What is a lawyer has... I don't know what's the lawyer... I didn't even know what you do at that point as a lawyer.
You just be like, I can't represent you.
In the message before to Willie, he sounded like, I'm not sure if I should be saving it. There was hesitation in the way he described it.
Saved it for a while.
It does not sound to me like that was an order from your lawyer.
No, of course not. No lawyer would tell you that. You know why? Because it's illegal to have child porn, right?
So we went from, I don't know if I could delete this, to my lawyer says it's totally fine to keep. I don't know the law, but the idea that his lawyer would tell him to hold on to CP for a civil case...
His lawyer, by the way, is not going to like that.
No.
You're telling people I told you to do what? I don't think the bar looks kindly on stuff like that.
Doesn't seem likely to me. I don't know. LawTube can figure that out. 3, if something were to come out of this, I don't know if I'd want to wipe everything and not have something to turn over to the authorities. If
not child porn, right? Like, it's just simple. Like, I just go back to this thing here. It's really simple. You just say, well, not child porn. If you have nudes, pictures, or videos of children, then not that. Everything but that. Right.
To wipe everything and not have something to turn over to the authorities. If hypothetically, whenever a political creator is about to give a hypothetical, you know you're about to hear some weird shit. If hypothetically her boyfriend or whatever was actually trafficking her or getting her to fuck other dudes on video for him, and if there was ever some kind of investigation into that, am I hurting the chance of looking into him by deleting all of this stuff?
You are insanely stupid.
Oh, how noble of you.
This is just investigator destiny. He likes to do that in his private time. He likes to help investigators.
It's so important that I hold on to this child pornography for the chance that one day I'm given the noble opportunity to help find the real perpetrator, right? That's my passion. I want to stop you have to keep the child pornography to stop the child pornography. What don't you understand?
He's saving space in his heart.
He's holding space in his heart.
I got no space in my heart for child porn. None. It's empty. Total void there. This message is so crazy. If hypothetically her boyfriend or whatever was actually trafficking her and getting other dudes to fuck her on video, is that the video he has? He's making it seem like the video has of her having sex with somebody, which is even, I don't know if it's worse because it's all child porn, but that's really graphic. Yeah, and if there was ever some kind of investigation, am I hurting any chance of looking into it? Bro, you're participating in it. If people are looking into this and trying to bust people with child porn, you would be the defendant.
He thinks he's the Dexter Morgan of child porn.
Right. He
surprise, motherfucker.
Yeah, he's a white hat PDF like Trump.
He views the child porn so he knows that it exists.
Right. He's curing his urges.
This is great. He goes, I surf the web all day looking for child pornography. As soon as I find it, I save it onto my hard drive. So that one glorious day, when the police come looking for me, I'll be able to hand them this drove of child pornography to help them catch all these criminals. Awesome. Wow.
Oh, so now the reason he's keeping the CP is because of a hypothetical criminal case that he is not pursuing at all. Okay, maybe these reasons are legally sound.
If you cared about doing that, you would just turn it over. If you're like, there's a crime happened here against this girl, you would send that over to the FBI or something. You wouldn't like keep it. I would like to know how many times he's opened that. Bro, you know, what's the chances that that dude hasn't continued to beat off to that video?
The other thing that Abba and Preach didn't respond to was the screenshots showing that Destiny was not super, like, he asks for her ID, and then he says it's okay if you just give me a picture of yourself with with today's date on it or something. Something to let him know that she's not catfishing. She's not using somebody else's pictures, right? He after saying, like, I don't know if you're 18, and there's good reason for that, right? Remember, Destiny ran into this person not on some site that would have age verified, but on Twitter, and in a hashtag that Destiny has set himself, he knows is, gonna have some amount of minors selling NSFW as well, right? He brings it up. Hey, I need to know, you're really hot, but like, are you even 18? Like, he strongly suspects she's not. He proposes her sending him ID, but then relents and says, just send me a picture of yourself with something written, on a piece of paper, so that I know that it's you and not, you're not just uploading. All he was really what he was really concerned in at the end was making sure that the person he's talking to is the person that he sees in the pictures that he's attracted to, right? That's the disturbing thing. Not that the person is 18 years old, which, it's really obvious that he knows there's a good chance of her not being 18. I mean, this is like the Chud Logic thing, but actually kind of a little bit worse, right? Chud Logic got off by just playing dumb and, taking the person's word for it, even after they failed to respond to him immediately, right? I've always said this, chat, if you ask me, am I over 18? I just say yes. Very simply, very quickly. I am not going to deflect. I'm not going to change the subject. I'm not going to try to wiggle out of that question. I'm not gonna, say anything else. Like, I'm going to immediately answer that question with yes. Yes, I am 18, right? Anybody who doesn't give that answer, anybody who you ask, you are of age, aren't you? And says, actually, and even if they eventually get to, yes, I am 18, right? You got to know that could be a child. You got to know that, that is absolutely the kind of behavior, right? A minor would exhibit. That is a huge red flag. And, you should probably not be talking to that person in any sort of explicit way. Ethan thinks he's going to take Destiny's audience. Yeah, their views prove otherwise. This is what I was saying earlier. Is like the audience of Destiny. Destiny called Ethan the Arsler earlier, and this is what I've been saying. This is what I've been saying about the DGG in general. They think of Ethan as, yes, the Arsler. They think of Ethan as a huge fucking cringe lord. Now, was he a useful cringe lord? Was he a vessel for Destiny and Dan to continue their attack on Hassan by slipping him the information that they would use to character assassinate him? Does he kind of launder the the attack by not being associated? Like people kind of know that Destiny and Dan are bad dudes. They've got it in for Hassan. They're not trusted, right? But Ethan, they can kind of slip it to Ethan, and Ethan can put it out, and maybe it still has some negative effect on Hassan. But that was all. They were just into him for what they could use him for, really.
Again, I don't know for sure. That's my opinion.
He was just making sure the fire wasn't corrupted,
But this is the logic I use when I talk about Michael Jackson. We know the kid slept in his bed. Lots of them.
We watched this, chat. We watched this. Fuck me. Okay, well. And the reason, oh my God. Do you remember, chat? Next he says something about Michael Jackson flicking a child's Do you remember now? I mean, unless we just watched it through Destiny, I kind of like don't want to. Oh, I don't want to see that again. I don't want to hear that again. I'm pretty sure we watched this before. It would have been a real fuck up by me not to. But yeah, that's the point that he's making, is that, like, I mean, he gets really disgusting here. I'm going to skip over it, right? Because he's talking about Michael Jackson doing something to a little kid's junk. I don't want to hear him say that shit again.
Your little feet.
Okay, so this is the part where that Fresh and Fit caught Ethan on. This indeed was apparently a 26-year-old. This is not. This is an Instagram message, I think. He's picking a winner right there. Wait, did we watch this before? Did we see the dog jump up in his lap? Yeah, the 17-year-old's telling him about getting her braces off. There's that quote again. Okay, anyway, let's just go to this.
Welcome back, guys, to another video VOD on demand. Today I'm going to be addressing.
Right, so here's the deal. I fucked up the stream. I probably bumped off like half of our viewers because I ended the stream. I hit the wrong button. I hit the end stream button instead of the end goal button, which I was trying to hit. We're gonna watch this video. It's like 35 minutes long. This is Ethan's. This just came out today. It's Ethan responding to Destiny, what we saw from Destiny, what we saw from Fresh and Fit. After that, I'm going to watch a little bit of Destiny's live stream to see, apparently Destiny, I think, responded to this. The live stream was from 6 hours ago. This is from 8 hours ago. So I think that that is going to be, going to include a response to this. And then if we are not at 100 on the bonus goal, we'll call it a night. I want to point out that we are only 32 points away from hitting that bonus goal. So, it's still very possible. We still have some time for that. But yeah, I may have fucked things up irrevocably at this point. So, if so, if you don't get to see bonus content because of me hitting the wrong button, I am sorry.
Addressing once again the allegations leveled against Destiny. Since we put out our last video, there's been a lot of chatter about things that we may have got wrong. So I'd like to clarify what I got wrong and also to clarify what I got right. So I do want to start though by setting the expectations and just kind of giving some context to who this guy Destiny is. I think a lot of people haven't seen this. And I feel this context is important when understanding this story. So if you'll indulge me here, I'm going to pull up some clips from this Ryan Beard video on him that was recently made. And I think these clips are more relevant.
Not recently at all. This was made this came out right before the content nuke, chat. When was the content nuke? Anybody want to remind me when the content nuke was? Wasn't it the death threat video that we didn't watch? Wait, what? I don't even get it. D looks like a wet rag. Oh yeah, D looks like quite musty. He looks like a cum sock is what he looks like.
Now than ever before. So let's take a look at them. Section here of harming women. I'm going to show you guys a few.
Around the end of 2011, Destiny sexually assaulted a woman on his live stream. I'm not using
January. Yeah. So Ethan, yeah, this was 8 months ago, Ethan. 8 months ago.
The word allegedly here because we have video of him doing it, and he has openly admitted that it was sexual assault.
I would say that in my streaming career in the past, like totally publicly, like I completely and totally like assaulted a girl on stream before for like fucking 5 minutes or whatever. I got super fucking drunk and was like grabbing her fucking breast the entire time.
Later, Destiny has attempted to downplay his actions here by tweeting, "I was drunk off my ass literally for the first time in my life." And he said that at the time he didn't understand.
I also want to point out that after taking such a strong stand on people, playing his content while smoking weed, whilst eating, whilst going to the bathroom, and then coming back to react to it, right? While being so precious about his own content, Ethan is going to cannibalize a good portion of Ryan Beard's video. He is literally going to just let the shit rip. I don't anticipate Ryan is going to... In fact, I think Ryan's like friendly with Ethan, right? Am I right about that? Is this guy Ryan Beard? He's kind of... He's just like a classic fence rider, right? But in this one, I think he kind of sides with Ethan here. I think he really got sucked into all the stuff about, oh my gosh, they called CPS, and then they sent me skulls. Oh my gosh. Ryan is a Zionist piece of shit. Wow. I did not according to a chatter. Oh, PSA. I'm sorry. The chatter did not say piece of shit. The chatter said that's a public service announcement.
Understand how bad it was, but now looking back years later, he understands that it was reprehensible behavior.
It's like that one guy Mango who got like totally canceled for did, but way worse. Mango wasn't actually a
There's a guy on Kaisa's stream trying to defend Destiny. I had to stop watching. So far we've seen what Abba and Preach, according to Food Shops, it's only Abba and Preach and her defending Destiny. I suspect that Connor Points is as well. I suspect that there's a few other people probably still defending Destiny. We'll have to look. I'll try to give you like a state of play. I need a state of play video. Yeah. Actually, we haven't done one of these. Right? Do you remember President Sunday's state of play, where he like tried to consign me from hell or to hell? Right, chat. My numbers at that time were like, I don't know, like maybe a fifth, maybe a sixth of what they are right now. President Sunday, I've got to say, President Sunday sending me to hell was really good for my career. Thank you, Sunday. Thank you, Sunday. And I do hope that YouTube makes the right choice and takes that demonetization off. Because from what I can see, Sunday may deserve a lot of things, but I don't think he did anything to be demonetized. That's bullshit. But anyway, Sunday, thank you for the shout out of that you gave me. Apparently it was really helpful. But yeah, I want to do a state of play kind of similar to what Sunday did. Sunday is a perverted doxer. Wait, he doxes people? Wait, somebody did an anti-Brooks video? Is this about the philosophy tube thing? I don't know who Punished Felix is. All I know about Brooks is he's come out pretty hard against Philosophy Tube with his channel, which may be bigger than Sunday's now. I don't know. But yeah, Brooks does like philosophy stuff mostly. But yeah, if you remember the state of play thing, it's just like he makes like a mind map of like different streamers and how they're linked together. Things have changed massively since then, since Sunday, and I've never done one of these, and I probably should. To just like show like my own like career trajectory, where I think different people are kind of on the map, and yeah, especially to zero in on like who stands on what side when it comes to Hassan, Ethan, and when it comes to Destiny, right? Because I think that's he did the awful. Oh, you're right. Yeah, the awful Pixie outing. Wait, what did he do with the Pixie? Oh yeah, because Pixie wasn't ready to come forward yet. That's right. I forgot. Sunday called Erudites University. Oh, I see. Yeah, drama in the Deleuze Guattari Osphere. That's right. In the what would you call it? The oh my God, what's their whole thing? You don't want to be neurotic. You want to be not psychotic, but like no, it's not Sophie. What is the whole thing that with Deleuze and Guattari? They like reclaim a psychological pathology word. And I'm trying to remember which one it is. Schizo, yeah. In the I think you'd call it the Deleuze Guattari sphere the schizosphere, right? I think you could aptly call it that, but schizo in a good way, right? Remember when we're talking about Deleuze and Guattari, schizo is a good thing. Schizo posting is accepted there. So Sunday also accused Pixie of extortion. Oh yeah. Then Destiny used the narrative for PR.
Groping people. And also I like this there's this pretense that like as long as you're radically honest about what you did, it's okay. It's like
it's called based.
Did you just say you were groping a woman on stream for 5 minutes? But anyway, that's far from the worst thing I'm about to show you. Here's the next one where he admits to sharing photos of a 15-year-old who sent him bikini shots with his homies and how he couldn't barely resist the urge of
In
wanting to have
2012,
sex
when
with her.
Destiny was 23, he shared in a group chat with a couple of his friends the messages, "You want to see the sickest shit in the world? So many fangirls. I had one that was 15. She wanted to meet and hook up. Dude, she's 15. What the fuck? But she sent me pictures that made it so hard to say no." Then Destiny linked a picture of this girl in a bikini in the chat and said, "Girl on the left, so hard to say no. Gonna get arrested one of these MLGs, man." So in these logs, when Destiny was 23, he said that it was really hard to turn down hooking up with this 15-year-old because she looked so good in this picture of her in a bikini. He then shared this lewd image of a child with his friends and said that he's gonna get arrested someday.
Imagine receiving a bikini pic from a 15-year-old in your DMs, a fan of yours, and being like, she's so fucking hot, I need to share this with the boys.
Chat, like, I was talking with a bunch of other esports guys, and we were basically talking about how crazy the fucking jailbait is in the gaming communities. It's ridiculous. I think I said something along the lines of like, there are 15-year-old chicks that are like hot as fuck that will like try to send you pictures to like fuck you at events and shit, and it's like, you have to be really careful when you navigate that.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds then? What is that in relation
I never
to?
admitted to jerking off. I think I just said like this.
Oh wait, Infallible Files got a Connor update for me. Connor was on a Prime panel, did not defend Destiny. He said he'd work with Hitler to stop Stalin, meaning that like, yeah, he could. So it's a weird, like, critical support, MLG, Major League Gaming. Is that what it actually stands for? I remember that term from like 2014 or something. Like when you in Minecraft, if you jump off of a like if you jump and then you spit, if you do a 360 jump and then you shoot a creeper, that's like an MLG pro move.
I think the law
360 no scope. Oh, I guess that would be like a 180 no scope. But wait, no, it is 360. You turn all the way around. Yeah, 360 no scope.
Okay, something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me pictures of herself, and she was hot as fuck. It's like really hard to like turn down something. I think
Wait, how old was she?
She said she was 15.
So you did get pictures from a 15-year-old?
Not nudes though. Sorry, I should specify. I think a couple pics of her like at the beach or some shit. But
in swimwear?
Yeah.
So you're getting swimwear pics from 15-year-olds?
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. This shit is fucking crazy. This shit is fuck.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm sorry, guys. Anyone who's defending this man needs to know that, okay? But again, that's not it. That's not all, folks. Here's another one. When he was 26.
A couple years later in 2015, when Destiny was 26, he shared in his chat, "I would fuck the shit out of that 15-year-old. What the fuck? There's no way that chick is 15. So now we've seen two separate occasions.
Guys, this is not normal. You just don't type that kind of stuff. Unless you're like Jared Fogle in a chat with his homies, you know? Like he's speaking openly with the dog.
We're really back to Jared Fogle again. Yeah, he's all with the old-timey references, isn't he? You remember the guy from Smucker's Strawberry Jam?
Dogs who are like, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. You would never say, this is not normal. And like he keeps getting older and older, but the girls stay the same age. But again, that's not all, folks.
But the colloquial definition of pedophile is someone who is attracted to children, and Destiny...
Yeah, he said, I'm going to get arrested at one of these MLGs. He's basically saying that, yeah, he's not going to be able to resist the come-ons from underage fans. That's the joke that he's making. Old school esports shit. Destiny been around for a while, but is there MLG for StarCraft? I thought MLG was like Call of Duty or something.
Is at least somewhat attracted to children.
There are some 15, 16-year-old chicks that like look pretty fucking hot. Like I can't help that. Like some people mature fucking older.
Destiny defended another streamer who got exposed for having sex with a 14-year-old by saying, even if he did bang a 14-year-old, no, that's not what pedophile means. Go look it up. Seriously, if you don't understand the difference between being attracted to someone that happens to be young and being attracted to someone because they are young, you have absolutely no business whatsoever commenting on the issue, period. It makes you look uneducated.
He's like, it is so outrageous, sir, that you would call someone sleeping with a 14-year-old pedophile.
Jesus Christ, what is up with Ethan's volume here? Oh my God, they really need to fix their either they got a problem with their wait, that's my fault maybe. I had a little extra gain on there. Let's see if it's better like this.
How dare you, sir?
Oh yeah.
Even if you want to play this game where it's like, actually, I want to fuck 16 and 17-year-olds. There's 14 is pushing it.
I still feel like I don't know. I think what it is his volume is actually optimized in this recorded video, but it normally isn't. Like we've just been watching a lot of Ethan clips from the stream. His volume's way lower.
14. What are we talking about? This man was like, yeah, you can fuck a 14-year-old. That's not the same thing. Guys, are we all hearing the same thing? It's 14. This dude has made it like his personal crusade to normalize fucking children. Like how many times are you going to go on the record protecting it? He goes, 17 is cool. 15.
I'm surprised that this video didn't get fucking like restricted, right? Given like God, like the last one he couldn't stop saying child corn, and then this one, yeah, keeps on saying. Anyway, I'm not gonna say it. That's gonna make me get demonetized if I do.
15 is cool. 14 is not pedophilia, guys. Is 13 pedophilia? Is 12? Where does it stop? I'd like to know his opinion on that. You know, it's a lot of people, kids start hitting puberty at 12. Some girls start hitting puberty earlier than that. Is 10? Some girls hit puberty by 10. Is that not pedophilia? Stephen Bennell II. By the way, the second is just junior. Okay, you don't get to play the royal.
Listen, I've definitely said this before about Destiny. All right. Probably even, possibly even in a video about Ethan. Is there a chance, given how much this guy name searched, that he has watched an NCC stream? I guess it's possible. I do think, though, that that joke, you know, like, you're going to call yourself second? It's not second, it's just junior. I do think that's something that somebody else could come up with, right? So, yeah, I don't think we can draw any conclusions. There is the possibility, though, that he got that from me. I don't know. Probably not, though. Probably not.
Guard game with just being the second. In fact, that's just...
He is a fan. Yeah, there we go.
Junior, which ironically...
That's why he didn't sue me. He actually likes my streams. He's like, no, it was good content.
Is what you call all the girls you date. Come on over here, Junior. Come sit in Daddy's
That's not funny. Look, if the grosser you're gonna be, all right, the grosser you're gonna be, the funnier the joke needs to be to justify it. That's how this shit works. Like, all right, the more yikes the joke, the more edgy the joke is, the funnier it needs to be to justify it. And that shit, not funny enough to justify the common citizen. Yeah.
Yeah, but guess what, guys? There's more.
Incident is when him and his friends, the Bro Squad, watched an 8-year-old boy shake his penis for them on a live stream.
I shouldn't tell this because I'm gonna get fucking arrested. For
By
child
the way,
protective services.
by the way, how many times has he said that? Once is enough. Has he said this like 3 times? He's like, I shouldn't tell you guys this because I'm gonna get arrested for child porn. 3? How many times are we gonna tell that joke?
I used to be part of this horrible thing called the Bro Squad. Okay. Fucking me, if you remember that fucking cheeks bitch.
Technically, it's only, yeah. Somebody was explaining this. Yeah, if you're named after your grandfather, you could be the second. If you're named after your father, they're probably gonna for guys, they're probably gonna call you Junior, right? But it is kind of weird. In this day and age, right? And like, I don't know, like the thing is, it's associated with monarchy. And like rich people, right? Like Thurston Howell III, I think, was the rich guy from Gilligan's Island, right? That third was like a signifier that, you know, in case you didn't get from his mannerisms and his way of dressing and everything else on the show, and in case you didn't get that he's just super rich guy, he's like, you know, Thurston Howell III. But yeah, it's kind of old school too. It's I don't know how many people there are like naming their kids like the third.
And fucking a couple other people that have never been on my stream before. We're part of the Bro Squad, and what we would do is we would go around Justin TV streams, trolling the shit out of these people. And we went around from fucking channel to channel, like fucking around. Like, it was this horrible shit. We went to this channel with this fucking, like, this kid was like 8 years old, and he was fucking broing out with everybody in this chat. For whatever fucking reason, this kid decides to fucking take his pants off and fucking wiggle his.
You know what he did? He wiggled his, yeah.
Had to do like a double take because we didn't even fucking know like what the fuck was on. Like we were looking at like an 8-year-old dick like on the fucking screen. His fucking brother and his brother would like come in the room, and this guy was like fucking 14 years old. He has his shirt off. And he was like this, like watching the stream the entire time and shit. Oh my god.
What's interesting is he makes it seem like this kid just happened to take his dick out, but they clearly spent a lot of time there because they like had a nickname for the brother who was there watching the whole time. Like this was an intimate setting in which there was a lot of time spent. Here's another one, guys, in case you haven't seen enough. This one comes to you courtesy of the Pope, Nicholas Giardia. Or whatever it is they do.
God bless.
God bless. Nicholas bless.
Years old. That's an adult. That's an adult dog. No. No. You. Okay. I'm 29. A 19-year-old might as well be a 15-year-old to me. It's
okay. That's the worst. Yeah, that's the worst clip. That's the worst clip.
Okay. I'm 29. A 19-year-old might as well be a 15-year-old to me. It's all.
I don't think his family was rich. What, Destiny's? there's something about the mom, like there's a clip of Destiny talking to his mom, who's a strong MAGA supporter, and I don't know if she is a Cuban. I don't know if she immigrated from Cuba or if it was her parents that immigrated from Cuba, but his mom mentions the family plantation, right? And yeah, a lot of the immigrants from Cuba were people that like lost their, wealthy people that lost their property in the revolution against Batista, right? So I mean, there's a chance that he came from money, at least on his mom's side. I don't know, or maybe that money got nationalized by Castro. I don't know. Oh, who are you talking about then? Oh, your violin teacher. I see. Yeah.
All the fucking same, dude. Don't give me this fucking...
That's such an interesting
This is exactly what we're saying.
Because it's all the same, bro. 15, 13, 14, 15. It's all the same.
I mean, yeah, Shoki, you're close. That means bat poop, but...
Same, bro. I'm 29.
That's close to the word.
Huh? But also, on the other hand, it also is a self-report because it suggests he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah. Because of some legal age of consent, whatever bullshit.
Just because of some legal age of consent bullshit? Huh? That's the age of consent. I think we all agree that's a good thing. Everyone but Destiny thinks that's good. We should have a minimum age so that adults can't have sex with children. That is bullshit. That is just an imagined line in the sand that I will not conform to. Okay? He's constantly blurring the line and trying to normalize the act of adults sleeping with minors, right? Continually. This is the theme that we keep seeing. It's like,
I mean, it was close enough. I knew what you meant.
This is okay. This isn't that bad. This 15-year-old's hot. I want to fuck this 15-year-old, but I won't, et cetera, et cetera. This is a pattern. Long pattern.
I have about as much in common with like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old fucking freshman in school as I would a fucking sophomore in high school. Any type of inclination towards...
He's like freshman in college, sophomore in high school. It's all good, baby. Send me those bikini pics in the DMs.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, I love how these clips are years old and they were both glazing. Yeah. It's just the classic, streamer thing, right? That they're sitting on a nuke of the other, content creator, and while they're cool with them, while they're friends, while they're both saying good things about them, they don't say shit about all this bad shit they know about the other person. But the second that there's drama, the second that person turns against them, they're like, oh, did you know that this guy did XYZ? Did you know his mom was 16 and his dad was 21 when they met? Like, just like all this shit comes out. All this shit that, like, they're now like, yeah, you should not fuck with this guy. It's like, why were you fucking with this guy if you knew all this stuff? What made him turn against Destiny? I guess the revelation. So for any of you just joining us who haven't been watching the past few streams, Destiny was... I'm trying to remember where the actual revelation came from. The person that he shared NSFW of himself having sex with some of his orbiters with turns out to be 17. And there's evidence that he strongly suspected she was underage before they got involved, proposed her sending him proof that she was of age, but then like let it go. And he met her on a site that he's said before that he suspects minors are posting minors are posting their NSFW, minors are selling their NSFW stuff, because if they were not a minor, they could be selling that stuff on other sites, including a very famous one that starts with only, right? This is just more evidence has come up to show that Destiny was sharing this NSFW stuff and sexting with a 17-year-old that he strongly suspected was a minor.
Really fucking weird, okay? Now, I know if you're 20 years old, it might bother you to hear that. Like, no, I'm 19. I'm a real adult, okay?
And then there's one more clip I want to show you guys of when we were talking about Vosh and the lolly horse controversy. He accidentally opened a folder and he had lolly and horse porn on his computer, and everybody was clowning on him, except one person. There was one person that came to his defense. Who was it? Destiny. Whoa. Why? Well, this take was
actually,
so
I'm sorry, this is wrong. Ethan, it was Lonerbox. It was Lonerbox. Ethan's wrong about this. Destiny did not actually defend Vosh. Destiny said that he would have defended Vosh had Vosh not burned him, right? Ethan or Destiny taunted Vosh with the fact that he's got all the arguments to defend somebody, you know, for who enjoys watching lolly, right? That's a big part of the old school Destiny community. That's a big part of the kind of thing that they would talk about. And that, you know, he just basically was like, well, I would defend you, but you already burned the bridge. So it wasn't Destiny who actually defended him. It was Lonerbox. It was your fucking friend, Ethan.
I remember at the time being absolutely struck by it, and I pulled this straight from my memory because it was just so shocking to me. But here's his take on lolicon, which is the pornographic hentai drawings involving children.
Did you see the lolly discussion on Reddit? You know, if Vosh was a better person and not such a piece of shit, I'd be in the trenches. Because you know what? Who the fuck cares about lolly? Who cares about drawn? Imagine your life is so boring that you give a fuck about animated cartoon girls.
Imagine your life so boring that you care about sexualizing children. Imagine being so bored in your life that you actually care if grown-ups want to fuck minors. Bro, what? I don't know. I don't know if it's that minor of a detail.
Like, how old is the girl? I don't know. How old is the fucking drawing? It's a goddamn picture. Who the fuck cares? Grow the fuck up, okay? People in Ethan's subreddit are like calling the FBI on fucking Vouch. He's looking at cartoons that I don't like. I think that, like, bro.
That's not the criticism. It's not that they don't like it. It might have a fine plot. The plot might be a banger. I don't know. The problem, of course, is that it's depicting children being fucked by adults. That's just, you know, that's a detail.
The one thing that Ethan has proven that he's actually good at is exposing like online creeps, right? With the Vosh thing, you know, Keffels and Tipster came in to try to defend Vosh. He also, you know, especially Tipster exposed him as well, right? The one place where he really shines, the one place where he feels like he's like, you know, in his moment is when he's taking down adults that creep on minors on the internet. Like, he should have been Chris Hansen.
It's important to emphasize.
Can you imagine like a Chris Hansen show, but it's like with goofs and gaffs? I don't know. It's probably inappropriate.
Okay, call me when this guy's fucked his way through some fucking preschoolers, okay? Until then, get out of here. Who cares?
And then he sets this bar. He goes, I only care until you're fucking preschoolers, which is 3-year-olds, bro. 3-year-olds. Kindergarten, good to go, baby. First, second, third, fifth grade, basically an adult. And honestly, this is just a few of many, many, many clips of him sexualizing children and just being a total deviant, right? So with that important backstory, now let's go to the parts that I got wrong, that I'm going to issue a heartfelt apology for. And this goes out, a sincere apology to Destiny for absolutely getting this wrong. Now, here's what happened. This conversation here where he says,
Yo, Shoki, thank you for the gifted sub to Polly has his cracker. Polly has his cracker. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Look at that. YouTube's it was getting close, chat. It was like, look at that. There's 25. YouTube has 25 more members than YouTube has subscribers, but there we go. Or it was 26, I guess, but yeah, it's...
He sent me the feet pics. This is from a different girl. It's from Instagram. He never spoke to Rose on Instagram, which he points out correctly, as far as we know. So this was with another girl he claims was 26. Okay, fine. I'll take your word for it. And then this one also, he claims was with the same girl. And this is the one that says, she said, my parents are like super, super strict. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't go there. Don't talk to him. And he said, well, fuck. It would be so hot to drive you home from a date and make you suck me off in the car.
Anyway, wait, what? Is he admitting that he got this part wrong? I thought he admitted, yeah, so this person, this is an Instagram screenshot. It's not about Rose, and it's not from, he's not talking to Rose there. He's talking to a 26-year-old, right? So as weird and awkward and cringy as Destiny might be, it's not, Ethan himself is such a creep. I fucking hate how he uses explicit language concerning children. Yeah, it is very insensitive. Another wait, is that that's a Nirvana inspired name? I get most Nirvana references, right? Even if they're from like Bleach or Incesticide, I usually get them, but damn.
Then you inside your parents after making you swallow a full load from me. So apologies, you know, that was not to Rose. This was to some other lucky lady. But this one, however, is from Rose, and it is pretty fucking weird. This is from 22. She says, I'm probably getting...
Okay, so he is correcting the record there.
...off in a couple weeks. What image does that conjure in your mind? right? And he says, "Aw, exciting! Are you looking forward to it?" He's talking to her like she's a child. But okay, there's nothing sexually explicit here, right?
So yeah, like I said, I added back another super chat goal. We can still get the butterfly tonight. We get 5 teal super chats. Those are 100 Thai baht or more, around $3 and some change, I think. We'll get you a teal super chat. If we can get 5 more of those tonight, I will put the butterfly on. Also, we're pretty close to the bonus goal. You got 29 points off of getting bonus content tonight. And again, chat, massive apologies for hitting the stop streaming button earlier tonight.
So, fair enough. So I am making a sincere apology for getting...
Ooh, in DG chat, Destiny said he spent 5 hours. So this is not on screen, right, QQ? Destiny spent 5 hours preparing to go nuclear on Ethan tomorrow. Okay, so he's good. He hasn't reacted to this vid yet. Yeah, I saw him mention Ethan in the video from the stream from 6 hours ago.
Getting this wrong. Now, while 2 of the screenshots were not attributed to Rose, my mistake, I still don't know why. And I feel like Destiny and his friends like Abba, who are making videos defending him, are avoiding this fact that he told Willie Mack 3 times that he had child pornography on his...
Yeah, he's probably scheduled to play Minecraft with Nathan in those 5 hours, but he had to cancel again. Like, sorry, Nathan, someone is wrong on the internet.
Let me refresh your memory.
While sending me a screenshot of the alleged CP. So I asked to confirm if he just did that. If you were sending me this, I'm guessing you still have that video. Destiny replies, depends on why you're asking. But yes, I created copies of all.
So here right above, he's acknowledging, he says, yeah, that's absolutely insane to think about him doing all this if she was 17. He thinks it's funny. So he knows she's might have been 17. He's saying it right here. And then Willie Mack, being extra careful to make sure that he's not misquoting Destiny, says, just to confirm, you're saying you still have this video of a 17-year-old engaged in sexual activity on your hard drive. And he says, and I will tell you directly, yes! He says, Y-E-S. When somebody asks you, do you have child pornography on your computer? You always say no. That's a hard and fast rule. And hopefully it's true, right?
Does Thailand use the Indian counting system? I mean, it's Nung Song Sam Si. Oh my God, I should know more of the numbers. I had up to 10. There was a little while where I was like, I had the numbers, but I don't think it's There's definitely a lot of Indian influence on Thailand. A lot of influence from Burma, from Khmer, from India, from China here.
And again, equally creepy. He says, so you have that video? And Destiny responds, depends on why you're asking. Because once again, he's implying that under the right circumstance, he would send this video to Willie Mack. That's what that means. I don't
Is he making a play for Destiny's audience? Seems kind of fake to me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is this just... Like, I mean, Destiny said stuff like, hey, listen, if you need to disavow me, to take the heat off of you, I totally understand. I think he said that... Did he say that about Willie Mack at first? This does seem to be like a lot of exposition about, Destiny's lore. It seems like it really could, and given that there's the common audience, it really could do some damage. So I don't know, it could be, are you calling it Chimera because you think no, I'm talking about the Old Kingdom. Yeah, the historical influence of the old Khmer kingdom, not to smear the current state of Cambodia with the deeds of the Khmer Rouge.
see any other way to see that. What does that mean? Depends on why you're asking. Are you trying to tell the police? Or are you trying to get off? If you're trying to get off, I'll send it to you. If you're talking about reporting me to the police, then I'm not going to send it to you. But actually, I will anyway, because I'm apparently the dumbest person alive. So Destiny and Abba and all these people defending him are avoiding this critical moment in which, when pressed 3 different times, he has confirmed, yes, I have child pornography on my computer. But to continue on.
Our messages and everything when that court case started. Just to be clear, he's admitting to having alleged CP downloaded on his computer. He literally has the video open as I'm talking to him. I go, bruh, there's been allegations at least since my last video that she was underage, and you still have potential CP of her?
So, and again, that's an important detail Willie's saying, is that people knew that there was a chance, we all done known that she might have been underage this whole time, and you still kept it?
I have an obligation to preserve relevant evidence, etc. So I created backups of all of the important / relevant conversations. He continues.
So this is another one of his big defense points that I want people to.
Yeah. Isn't it weird that both the U.S. and China allied with Cambodia under the Khmer Rouge to go after Vietnam? Right? That's like.
Pay attention to. He's saying, my lawyer told me to keep this potential child pornography for evidence, which is completely not true. And by the way, why wouldn't he lie about it? He's being confronted for having child pornography. At this point, why wouldn't he lie? The fact that people are actually believing him on that is totally insane. The lawyer will not tell you to keep potential child pornography on your hard drive, period. Having it is the crime. There is no situation where a private citizen can have videos of minors in sexual positions on legally. There's no such thing as holding it for evidence. And by the way, if you were so concerned about her safety, you should have reported it to the police 6 months ago when her boyfriend told you about it. Right? Continuing on.
I don't think I'm allowed to delete it, LOL. I don't know if it counts as hiding / destroying.
What's funny about that? I don't know if it counts as hiding, destroying evidence. Well, why don't you ask your lawyer, who he's apparently talked to? So he says, I've talked to my lawyer. They told me to keep potential child pornography. But at the same time, I don't know if it counts as hiding or destroying evidence. You didn't discuss that with your lawyer. Because if you did, that would be the heart of the conversation you would be having. So it sounds to me that you didn't talk to your lawyer, which is obvious to anyone with a brain, because the lawyer would have said, we need to send this to the judge. We need to send this to the police. We need to get this off your hard drive. We need to notify everybody because you are doing a crime right now, sir. And by the way, I'm sure your lawyer really appreciates you saying that they told you to keep potential child porn. I think that that's awesome, and they're going to totally love being implicated in this crime.
I need to learn the curries, Rave. I definitely like eating them. I found myself eating a lot of like green curry lately. Like I really, I didn't used to like green curry, but I kind of dig the eggplant now. And then cow soy, I guess is a northern curry.
And by the way,
like a Lana take on curry.
Of all of the tiny, minute things that you can break client confidentiality with as an attorney, child pornography, having it, is one of them. Now, when Destiny says his lawyer told him to keep all the evidence relating to the case, the lawyer absolutely and obviously told him that. That's spoliation. That's standard stuff. But what I doubt, I would put money on, that he never told his lawyer that in that body of evidence was potentially a child having sex or doing sexual acts. It was apparently her having sex with men. But child pornography, right? Potentially. There's no lawyer in the fucking country, and I've worked with a lot of them, that would risk their freedom, their reputation, their license by not fucking handling that correctly.
I'm allowed to delete it, LOL. I don't know if it counts as hiding / destroying evidence. And I reply, talk to a lawyer. That seems crazy to me. Who keeps this sort of stuff on their computer without 100% knowing if they're supposed to or not? Isn't that something you want to confirm? I continued, you just let me know you have CP videos saved to your computer. You knew it was alleged that she was underage. You still have them. Do you still
Now, Willie, being extraordinarily fair, once again clarifies for the third time, and he says it explicitly, just to confirm, you told me you have child pornography, CP, saved on your computer. You knew it was alleged she was underage, and you still have them. Don't you see how this is fucked up? You cannot be more clear in the accusation. Now, if you didn't do any of this, what would your response be to this? It's like, bro, what the fuck? I don't have child porn. What are you talking about? That's insane.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about bird's eye chilies. They're tiny. They're really small little chilies. They look like they would not. They're just not big. You would think they're just not big enough to like impart the kind of spice that they actually do. They're some of the hottest stuff. My dad is almost like a masochist for hot food. Like, he's a big barbecue eater, and like he's a big, like, I don't know, he like prides himself on eating spicy food. He's one of those guys, right? When he tried Thai for the first time, he's used to like asking them, all right, what is your spiciest like rating? Like what? And they'll be like, oh, usually that's 4 stars or 5 stars or whatever like that. And he'll be like, can you make one at 6 stars? He'll try to ask them what their spiciest is and be like, can you go one better? Right. And he's usually okay with that.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
But when he tried Thai food, he did the same thing. He was like, all right, you know, they were like, yeah, five peppers is our spiciest. And he's like, can you make me one that's like 6 peppers? And he got annihilated. The Thai restaurant actually shut him up for once because he talks a lot of shit about eating spicy food. And this was one time that, and he started telling me that they got this secret technique where they put multiple types of peppers. And it's like, not really. That's not really. I mean, look, is there sometimes like some like peppercorn in there that like augments the spice? Sure. Some galangal, could that augment the spice? Sure. Like I'm trying to think of what else would make it spicier, right? Yeah, I mean, there can be a lot to a curry, right? But it's not like they're, you know, bringing in like a ghost chili and a, you know what I mean? It's nothing super. It's usually just achieved with putting a lot of bird's eye chili in the food, and yeah, that was it's too much for him.
Right? What? That's crazy. Let's see what he says.
The last message he sent me was, one, I don't even know 100% of her age was legitimately less than 8.
Oh yeah. So they started editing out his copy, a spicy boy, and for you and anybody else who needs to know. All right. So what this is it looks like an Ethan Klein stream. It looks like an H3 stream. You've even got the crew chiming in from time to time. It's not. This is a video that they recorded either before or after the live show, and then edited, right, to mainly take out the coughs and everything. Basically, Ethan's been embarrassing himself when he responds to people. He doesn't want to do that anymore, so he's decided that I guess most of the stuff that they do to go after people. Now, this isn't like all true, right? I think he said some shit about Hassan today that was on the live stream, but right, they're basically trying to make it so that he doesn't self-own as much.
That doesn't matter. The fact that you're not 100% sure is the problem. And you have it guys, he's got it. We know he's got it. He said he's got it.
Take it. So basically, he's not 100% sure if he has child porn on his computer. He's just 99% sure. Got it. 2, I'm pretty sure I have an obligation to preserve stuff related to my court case. I've talked about it with
that part's true, generally speaking.
With my lawyer already, specifically with regards to the Rose stuff.
That's a lie, in my humble, godlike opinion. No, it has to be. Or sue me. God, sue me for defamation. He's lying. He never fucking told his attorney he might have child porn on his hard drive. That never happened. And if I'm wrong, God, strike me down with lightning bolts and make Destiny sue me and take me for all I'm worth. This man never told.
I mean, if only. I don't know, though. I wouldn't want Destiny to have all that money.
Told his attorney that.
So we went from, I don't know if I could delete this, to my lawyer says it's totally fine to keep. I don't know the law, but the idea that his lawyer would tell him to hold on to CP for a civil case just doesn't seem likely to me. LawTube can figure that out. 3, if someone were to come up...
He says LawTube can figure that out, and funnily enough, Legal Mindset did put out a video on it that I watched, and his conclusion was Destiny is fucked. Basically, if he says if this girl was a minor, which pretty much is confirmed by now, according to Willie Mack, he's fucked.
Something to turn over to the authorities. If hypothetically, whenever a political creator is about to give a hypothetical, you know you're about to hear some weird shit. If hypothetically her boyfriend or whatever was actually trafficking her or getting...
There's a poll on DGG that asks if they'd be okay with Destiny being with a 14-year-old, and only 29 said no.
Or to fuck other dudes.
Only 29%.
Video for him. And if there was ever some kind of investigation...
Would you have sex with a child if it would stop a nuclear bomb from exploding in New York? Would you? Would you, Dan?
I mean, I guess they didn't get all the coughs.
Exactly. The clock is ticking.
Also, what's up with the gnome hat? I've never seen him wear that before. Is that a Teddy Fresh?
Fuck this kid or the whole city blows up? Come on. Oh, so you let everyone die. I see. You'd rather murder millions of people than fuck a child. Destiny's like, I would do the right thing and fuck the shit out of that child to save New York City. That's the craziest version of 24 ever. I also want to clarify that the crew is catching a lot of shit for apparently brainwashing me, manipulating me to talk about this. And this, I just want to clarify, is my passion project. This I brought to them after I saw the Willie Mack video. And I've always been passionate throughout my whole career about these influencers who are taking advantage of their fans.
Did Destiny imply that?
For sexual gratification specifically. It keeps happening. It's this insane pattern. It disgusts me. And I would be a total hypocrite to see this and not call it out. Now, here's what happened. Because I got the screenshots wrong, and admittedly, that was my mistake. They've hyper-focused in on being like, dude, those screenshots weren't even with Rose. This whole thing is a farce. No. I will tell
They
you.
used to go hard on the gnome look. I thought Destiny was the gnome because people used to gnome. You know that old there was like a video that was like, I'm not a goblin, I'm not an elf, I'm a gnome, and you've been gnomed. You just got gnomed, and that's a good thing.
Exactly what happened. Okay. So this girl, Rose, she was selling nudes on Twitter when Steven approached her. At the time, he did not know she was 17. That is correct. He thought she told him that she was 19 at the time, and that's what he thought. Has anyone asked Destiny why Rose was selling nudes on Twitter? Right? I've never even heard of that.
Teddy Fresh made toques. Is that how it's pronounced? Toques? Like that for a long time with the wide ribbing? Is that the weasel and jellyfish origin story? I don't think so.
Why wouldn't she?
I think that gnome thing is like it's like an early YouTube meme, isn't it? It looks very old. It's like bad CGI of a gnome.
She'd be selling nudes on OnlyFans.
We call it a toque. Is that how you pronounce it though? I just don't know how to say it.
Is it because OnlyFans makes you verify that you're at least 18 to sign up, and Twitter
Wait, who has preyed on H3 fans? Is the answer Jimmy Lee?
doesn't? Right? Selling nudes on Twitter is already a red flag. It's extremely weird. Why aren't you doing it on OnlyFans? The marketplace for this, where everybody is.
You're not going to hear me say this very often, but Ethan is right here. Ethan is correct, right? This is part of what makes denying that Rose was underage even more ridiculous. You got it. It's alternatively spelled talk and pronounced took. Oh, so it could be like a toke or a took. Lonerbox also preyed on H3. Oh, was that an H3 fan? JD Pondon? I always thought it was one of his own fans. The one that he was like, I'd do that. I guess it's less cringy if it was, but it's somebody he met in the H3 community. Seriously? I always thought that it was somebody from his Discord. Like, chat, he's got, Lonerbox has a very strange Discord community, I must say, right? There's a lot of weird little inside jokes that you don't know. Like, is this a joke? Like they joke around about Sabra and Shatilla and Phalanges, like just there's all kinds of stuff in there. That was an H3 fan. They made a post on Reddit and they made a post on the H3 Reddit and got banned for it. That's kind of sad.
Is when these
they were like a true loyal non-fallen H3 fan, and they got took out because they came forward with their relationship with Lonerbox.
influence.
They were really sweeping that hard for Lonerbox that they just banned this person. Teddy Fresh made an Abu Ghraib line. And Abu Ghraib line, the Abu Ghraib, the infamous prison in Iraq that the U.S. administered. Howie Mandel wore it in public. Yo, wait, like a T-shirt based on the Abu Ghraib pictures.
Influencers are chatting up their young fans. There's it's almost a certainty that people are going to lie.
The way I said it the first time, that's the correct way.
To you about their age.
Yeah.
And like, if you actually want to engage with them in this extremely risky borderline activity, you need to make goddamn sure they're of age. And honestly, over the internet, I don't even know if that's possible, which is why you just shouldn't do it. Right? Like, you can look at someone and be like, that person's very young, like maybe 22 at oldest, and you say, you know what?
Oh God, chat, I forgot to tell you to re-like the stream. I totally didn't say that. I should have said that in the beginning, right when I started the new stream. I should have been like, make sure to re-like the stream. It's really, really important. It's really important, right? Because this one's going to be harder to view anyway. So instead of having like a one stream that has like all the views, we're going to have one stream that has like most of the views and one stream that has like less of the views. And for anybody to even see, to get like that served to them as a you know, like by YouTube, like, right, we're really gonna need to max out the likes if we can. I think it was subconscious. It was like a black pitched hood / cape sort of thing.
I'm not going to fucking engage with this because I'm 33 years old and I don't want to receive nudes from minors. But anyway, so far, not to muddy the waters, he hasn't done anything wrong, right? Okay.
Okay, Took. It's just Took, like Juke, like Luke, or like Nuke.
And this is when the mistakes begin. In November of 2024, her boyfriend reaches out to Steven. And we have the DM because her boyfriend posted it. So here's her boyfriend sending him a message. It says, anyway, she was underage while sending you the vast majority of that stuff. And from what I've heard from her, you are pretty negligent about confirming her age. Even asking for ID at one point on Twitter and then saying it was okay, just a joke.
Chat, where did Ethan get this? Does anybody know? Is this from Nicholas Diorio?
He responded by saying, that's pretty weird, considering that she told me she was of age and was selling not safe for work material to people, but okay. So what we have here is a confirmation from Steven in November of last year that there was at least a possibility that this girl was a minor, that he has images of a minor. What happened around...
I mean, it could have been more focused, but yeah, Ethan did show that. I mean, like, look, given what we've seen, it is hard to imagine a scenario where Rose is not a minor. KF has it. That's from KF. I mean, that's what Destiny accused Ethan of doing. But anyway, he's being kind of a hypocrite by being precious about people looking at stuff about him on KF after all of the defense that he ran for KF in the Keffels affair. I don't know. I guess people don't remember it because it was a long time ago, but it's pretty fucking hypocritical. I think that Ethan has put together, like, all things considered, there is a good case in Ethan's video for the ironcladness with which, you know, the of proof that that this Rose person was underage. If it was me or if I was advising him, I would have said to make it a little bit more. He needed to edit more, right? Because it's kind of like there's a straight up line of logic of, like, point 1, point 2, point 3, right? It should have been a shorter video and it should have been a lot more direct and just towards proving, like, start off by saying, I got some criticism from Abba and Preach, that some of these images that I showed and attributed to the 17-year-old actually came from people who were of age. I'm going to acknowledge that and I'm going to apologize with that. However, Fresh and Fit, you said that you should do your research about this. You should do your research because here's all the reasons that we know that this Rose person was very likely underage, and Destiny knew it too. Destiny, or at least he should have known it, right? He could have made this really tight. He could have made this really punchy, and he could have made a video that probably would have gotten watched more. Yeah, I mean, he's Ethan Klein. What do you expect? This is about the best you can hope from Ethan. Like I said, he's better about, like when he does a video, like going after an actual, like somebody like Vosh or Destiny, he seems to be better at it than going after Hassan. It might also be because there's more truth to the allegations against Destiny and Vosh than there are to the allegations against Hassan. But yeah, it's still got that Ethan, shittiness on it. I want to believe that they're going to destroy each other. I guess we'll see. I mean, he's definitely doing some damage here. Anyway, let's check the butterfly goal. I put another butterfly goal up because, I wanted to have at least one win tonight. This might be just another lose, but we have 16 minutes left. If you want to see a butterfly in my hair, time is running out on the stream as well. We've got a little bit more of this to watch. I'm going to finish out this video. I'm going to show you a little bit of Destiny's live stream from 6 hours ago, or it's probably like 7 or 8 hours ago now. and just see what else is on Destiny's VODs, and then the stream will end if we don't hit 100. We're at 71 there, so we're not that far off actually from bonus content. And if we do bonus content, I will definitely be needing to eat something. So any of you who like mukbangs, that would be the form that it would take. Choose the form of your destroyer. I choose mukbang.
Around this time was that, including her messages with Destiny.
Wait, I feel gross. I don't want to think about Hassan. Wait, Hassan like what?
Now, people theorized at the time that she might be a minor, but they didn't know for sure, which is why these, psychos online hyper-focused in on this, because they're like, I think these are a minor, and I want to try to prove it so we can nail Destiny. So it wasn't even like the boyfriend told him. There was already this idea that she might have been a minor, which was the whole reason for this hubbub. So he knew.
Ethan is better at this when he doesn't care, when he has less personal investment in it.
She was maybe a minor, and he kept the footage. So from this moment, at the end of last year, he's potentially mishandling child pornography. He at no point turned it into the police, right? He kept it in his spank bank, right? And by the way,
the same thing that I called Vosh's folder. Did I get that from Ethan, or did Ethan get that from? I don't know, chat. What do you think about the theory that Ethan Klein watches the stream sometimes on an alt account? What do you think about that? Probably not. But he does keep on using he does keep on using my terms. I mean, it's not like I invented the term anyway. I don't have a copyright on Spank Bank, chat. But if I did, I'd make a hell of a lot of money. Anytime somebody wanted to use a Spank I miss the cough, says Rave. Yeah, such a gross way of calling it that.
His constant defense.
Yeah.
Is you guys are using this revenge porn of me, and that's so disgusting, and how dare you? You know what's funny about that is the whole reason these guys on Kiwi Farms were able to identify her is because Steven gave them the information. He's the one that caused this whole thing. He said she went to blank college. Okay. And
yeah, with Destiny, well, we're talking about, a 17-year-old with Destiny, right? With Vosh, we were talking about drawings of underage people, right?
And then he shows a picture. If they want more to go on, it's funny because they think I'm hiding stuff about Rose.
I mean, they're both scumbags, but I guess that makes Destiny slightly scummier.
She's underage. So he already says that these Kiwi Farm guys suspect.
Oh no, they do not love. Well, I don't know. Yeah, Shoki, like, they at one point they went after Destiny, right? And which makes sense because my understanding is that maybe very early on, when Kiwi Farms was just a site for documenting the behaviors of one Christina Chan, right? Back in the day, it was mixed politically. It was politically neutral. It wasn't about politics. It was about sharing Sonichu comics or whatever, right? But still like harassing in real life. Although I think they did make some rules against that. And then at some point, like the far right, unbelievably far right, took over. And anybody that was still on that site from the old days got doxxed, got chased off of the internet, right? And it got replaced by just straight up Nazis. And that's my understanding of the, yeah, and look, chat, you will find, like, random trans people, gay people, people of different marginalized status. You will find people like that on Kiwi Farms as well, but they're going to be the pick-me's of whatever that community, right? They're going to be the trans people that call other trans people AGPs. They're going to be like the black people that are okay with, like, anti-black racism, or et cetera, right? That's the vibe of that place. So it kind of makes sense, given that they're so far right, why even Destiny would be considered a SJW soy cuck to them. But yeah, I think that like it depends, right? Like when they're going after Keffels, they were probably fairly positively disposed towards Destiny, because Destiny is Destiny's going after Keffels too. So it's probably like ebbed and flowed. Part of KF aren't political still. And then my understanding of the farms is fairly hit or miss, right? It's come up a few times, like with Keffels. I think there was a lot of, obviously, she kind of went to war with the farms. And then at one point there were people that would, the other things I've seen, and I feel like, hopefully, knock on wood, it's been long enough since this happened that I can talk about it. In general, I don't talk about the farms, especially, stuff relating to, myself or people that I know. But yeah, there was a couple of accounts talking shit about me at one point. So I guess what I'm saying is like I don't have a comprehensive understanding of the farms and how it works. I've just heard some lore about it, and obviously been sent screenshots when it involved me.
She's underage. So this is already something people are thinking about. The only reason I haven't actually mentioned much about her is because I know it makes those R words dig harder. He continues. Also, one more pick. I'm not in either one, if you can tell. Okay, good luck. Good luck, guys. So he sent them 2 pictures to go off of. Also, I never said that pic posted was of me. It was a pic they sent me from their school. Supposedly, they were working on an associate's in neurology. Kiwi Farm's ability to investigate anything is super pathetic. I thought it was some crazy investigator shit, but now I realize it was just no life obsessively stalking all my social media that allowed someone to do it. As I understand it, this was the missing piece of the puzzle they needed. And from seeing these photos he's shared with them. And
he thought D was going to go down after the Nick throat goat situation. Okay, so for the record, chat, it wasn't proved that Destiny went down on Nick. All right. There are screenshots that sound like maybe Destiny had some sort of relationship with Nick. He's talking about getting with a guy for the first time, right around the time that he's doing content with Nick. So people think that maybe the guy was Nick Fuentes, given the lore about Fuentes. I guess it could make sense. And then, it's confirmed that he had sex with Lauren Southern. It's not confirmed that he had sex with Nick Fuentes. There are some. He definitely was. He had a relationship with his first experience with a guy around the time he was talking to Fuentes, but we don't know that the image in question, of Destiny going down on a guy, we don't know for sure that was Fuentes, right?
From learning the college she went.
I mean, he definitely, his sexual preference is for Nazis, definitely. Like he's, Lauren Southern, like, hello.
That's how they identified her. Now, after speaking with Willie Mack, he's told me that this is her, right?
Oh, when will H3 drop the Dan Saltman sponsorship? So Dan Saltman has performatively dropped Destiny, all right? They were on they did a podcast together. Dan has said that he's putting that podcast on hiatus until further notice. Indefinite hiatus, I think, were the exact words that he used. So that's him trying to shield Ethan, right? And kind of pretend like, in the breakup, like he's going with Ethan. But obviously, he's close personal friends with Destiny. He has been friends with Destiny. He's been integral. He was friends with Destiny, I think, back when, like like back when Hassan was friendly with Destiny, right? At least that long, if not like way longer. And I mean, given Dan's age, you know, like people don't usually come to DGG in their middle age, right? There's a very good chance that Dan is like an old school DGGer. You kind of ship it, enemies to lovers. Oh my god. Wait, when were Nick and I don't think they were ever. Well, I mean, I guess no, it would be like lovers to enemies, if anything, right? Enemies to lovers, yeah. Or yeah, it's like I think it's lovers to enemies, if anything, right? Like Destiny dug Fuentes out of the trash heap just to let you know how down bad Nick Fuentes was, right? At the time, his previous appearance on Twitch would have been like with Stardust. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how down bad Nick Fuentes. That's how dead his fucking career was, right? This guy was answering calls from Stardust, okay? And then he got the call from Destiny. And Destiny brags about having resurrected his career. When people would ask him about Nick Fuentes and his far-right beliefs, he'd be like, I don't know if he's a Nazi. I mean, I haven't seen any evidence. I mean, I'll ask him if he's a Nazi. You know, obviously, I don't agree with that. But yeah, he was like weirdly like cagey about shit that he should know. A guy as terminally online as Destiny knows what, you know, what Nick Fuentes's like politics are, right? But he played dumb about it. And he was like, yeah, well, we're gonna have him over and have chicken and waffles. Like, I'll have my wife cook us chicken and waffles. He was just like cozy, no pun intended, with the owner of Cozy streaming Nazi streaming service or whatever. We have Destiny to thank for recreating Nick. Remember, Nick popped off in the 2010s. His career went way fucking downhill. I can't remember. He got like shut out of a lot of the right. There were right wingers that just did not like Nick Fuentes, and so he went way downhill to the point where he tried to start his own. Yeah, and he got banned everywhere too. So he starts his own streaming service. And then, you know, Stardust at the time was like on a tour of talking to Nazis, right? She talked to Richard Spencer. She talked to Nick Fuentes. She had a bunch of groypers in her community back in the day, still kind of pretending to be. So you know, if you ever hear Stardust described as a liberal or anything like that, it is doubtful. It is very doubtful that's the truth. But yeah, she's, you know,
they found her, they matched up like moles on her body, they matched up the look of her, the face. She disappeared for a couple of years. They have old videos of her, but they've pretty much confirmed this is her, and through that they've identified her birthday. And if this,
wait, they didn't ask for chicken and waffles, Melina just brought them.
This is her, which is like 99% it is, then she was 17 at the time. No question, right? So this whole idea of is she's a minor has pretty much already...
Oh no, he was extremely young when he started. I mean, not as young as like Soph or like Tay or anything, but yeah, Nick was very young when he popped off for the first time.
Been put to rest. According to Willie Mack. So while it's true that when he received these nudes,
what you were saying was copy pasta?
Thought she was 19. What is not true is that he didn't know the whole time, potentially, because the boyfriend at the end of last year told him she's a minor. So he knew there was potentially a chance that he had child pornography. And up until now, when people found out she actually is a minor, he never reported it to the police. Any responsible adult, upon learning that even if there's a possibility that you have child porn, you would send that to the police, right? To hold and frankly to cover your own ass legally. You don't want to be stuck with child porn on your hard drive, like the second you find out, you send that shit to the authorities. Because guess what? You're committing a crime. But that all becomes moot anyway because they've allegedly found out that Rose was a minor at the time, and he did hold child pornography for 6 months, allegedly. And that's why he should have turned it in to the authorities then. So if you want to defend Destiny, do that. But know that this guy knew there was a chance that he had child pornography on his hard drive for all this time. He kept it, knowing that, and did nothing with it. Now, if you think that
somehow, how are his prepared videos, how are his edited videos more boring than his live stream? I don't understand. I'm trying to focus in, chat. I'm trying to focus in. I feel like I'm losing the chat too.
It's cool. And in the context of everything else, of him continually sexualizing and trying to normalize sexual activity with minors, he's been doing this over the span of his entire career. If you think that is fine.
16 seconds left on that butterfly goal. Looks like that one's going to fly away too. We have very short amount of time to try to get bonus content. We are only 29 points away from it, but I don't know.
And holding
this feels pretty sleepy out there tonight.
Onto potential child pornography is fine. Then go ahead and defend Destiny. But just know that is what you're defending. Those are the facts, Jack.
I reported this to the police and recorded my interactions and calls with the detective.
Now, a lot of people, I say, have been unfairly critical of Willie Mack for reporting this to the police and immediately making a video on it. But I have to say, this guy did the absolute right thing. Somebody told you they got child porn on their computer. This is what Destiny should have done 6 months ago. I think the reason is because he was fucked from the beginning. You know, I think if investigators look into this and get the DMs and the history of all this stuff, we'll find out there's a reason he didn't go directly to the police.
What a good guy. Destiny is a great guy.
That's crazy. At least he's not trying to get him laid, because this guy does. That would be insane. This guy is a deviant, and this guy should just abstain from sex for the rest of his life.
If Destiny was my roommate, I'd get him laid all the time.
Wait, what is this? Oh my gosh, like, look, he's always got to try to get Hassan. We always got to try to get the Roadrunner. Did anyone watch his Insta Live? Apparently, in the midst of showing the layout of his home and his expensive washes, he showed one of his kids in their underwear. Gross. I'm glad I didn't watch that.
Come on, bro. What?
Mm-hmm.
You said that?
Mm-hmm.
That was you?
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. That's stunning. So anyway, that's my take on it. So just to do a recap. Yes, 2 of the screenshots I shared were not with Rose. 2 of the 3. However, don't let people...
2 out of 3 ain't bad. There we go. Meatloaf defense. I'll take it. I'll accept it, chat. I'm sick. I'm sorry. I'm just bored with Ethan. Let's watch this little bit of Destiny here. See what he mentions Ethan a few times.
My God. All right. Well, maybe we'll load up the Ethan videos for tomorrow then. If we're gonna run down the pedophile games, Ethan might be the one guy on the internet that I think I can win against, just based on all the crazy shit that he.
Ooh, we're getting a little sneak preview for tomorrow, chat.
He said online. Jesus.
That's always rad. You can see the boost.
Wait, what is he watching via Reuters?
Itself in the background as it was coming in.
Booster landing on water today, not doing the chopstick landing.
Right, about 20 seconds to landing burn.
Is this SpaceX?
Did you see the Utah map news? Nope.
Nominal.
Unironically, you should sue Ethan Klein. He just lost a few streams. He's made so many insanely defamatory statements that, unlike with others, it would be easy to prove damages. It's never easy to prove damages. Although with him, I wouldn't actually have to. It'd be
12 of those 13.
Because it would technically be defamation per se.
Including one of the middle ring.
Oh my God.
That is the booster.
Klappa.
Down to 2. Nice little hover.
There you go.
And landing burn shut down.
Really? Oh my God.
I don't know what's going on. Is Destiny a Elon Dick Rider now? Is that what this is?
All right, well, maybe we'll load up the Ethan videos for tomorrow then. If we're gonna run down the pedophile games, Ethan might be the one guy on the internet that I think I can win against. Just based. Unironically, you should sue Ethan Klein. He just lost a few streams. He's made so many insanely defamatory. These fucking Ethan clips, okay? He might actually mog the fuck out of me when it comes to making like pedophilia content. So I don't want to be like a fucking poser, okay? You know what I mean? I don't want to be a fucking poser.
Became
I might have to step it up. I'm just kidding.
basically load we've ever carried. But it's the
So you can see the TLDR is that Destiny's going to go after Ethan tomorrow, and try to. I'm sure he's going to bring up the clip where he's looking at the 17-year-old Boston bombing victim. This is all just like random. Yeah, is he watching Space? Still can't tell, but he keeps on bringing up Ethan.
Fucking Ethan. Like I said a bunch of unhinged shit online before. It's generally these people have to do like the clip battles for a reason.
Right.
But I'll go clip battle with fucking Ethan. Like I said a bunch of unhinged shit online before. Ethan challenged you to watch the video he made on stream. Are you going to? Are you moving on? No, I'm doing it off stream. Why the fuck would I watch something he made off stream with preparation? Why would I watch that on stream and then sit here and have to dig through all the whatever videos and clips or whatever the fuck he is talking about in the background? It's fucking retarded.
Wait, what's he saying? Are you gonna move? Ethan challenged you to watch the videos he made on stream. Are you gonna move on? No. Okay, so he's saying he's gonna watch Ethan's video. But yeah, again, this is the second time we've seen Destiny, who would normally just like, somebody sends it, like the Willie Mack thing was the first time, right? Somebody mentions the Willie Mack thing, he would normally pull it up. Let's see what Willie had to say about me, right? This time he was a lot more reticent. I think he did eventually watch the Willie Mack thing, but it took a lot of pushing and prodding from the audience. They're asking about the Ethan video and saying that Ethan challenged him to watch it, and it sounds like why the F would I watch something he made on or he made off stream with preparation? Why would I watch that on stream and then sit here and have to dig through all whatever video? Okay, so he's gonna prepare, right? He's not willing to just go into it. He does seem to be scared. He's scared of Ethan Klein. That's amazing.
Hard as possible, right? Like that. I think that's where some frustration.
Yeah, no,
comes
I
from me,
agree.
like,
That's part of the.
Okay.
It played into Ethan and Mai's thing on Hassan. It plays into the Trump Gavin Newsom thing that people are going to have to figure out eventually. But what happens with these people is, if you accuse them of anything, they go yeah, and then they just move on to the next thing, and then they attack. And at some point, you're mind fucked because you're like, okay, well, fuck. I think do we have to respond to something? And then what happens is because of that system over and over again, Democrats are on defense constantly. But Gavin Newsom is the first person who's finally changed this up into just kind of like being unhinged and like always attack. And now you're starting to see Republicans crying like, oh, well, this account is not professional and I can't believe he's doing all this stuff. Now that we're finally setting the media narrative, the media agenda for the other side to discuss.
So a big fan of Gavin Newsom. No surprise there.
Yesterday. Jesus. Ethan desperately tries to get his crew to engage. Oh, because it's about Hassan.
Right? It's under.
Jesus. Oh, I played 5 Brian Tyler Cohen videos earlier today, guys.
MS-13. That's a good meme. All right.
Okay, tomorrow I'll be earlier, guys, I promise. Oh, we'll do the Ethan. I'll look up all that shit tonight. Toad, ride, tattoo, bar, mole, foot, heel, badger.
God, his streams are so weird. What even is this, chat? What even is this Wordle? I don't even know what Wordle is. I'm just imagining this is what Wordle would look like. I've never played Wordle. Okay, that's it. That's it from this stream. All right. Oh wait, yeah, it's here. The stream from yesterday. Wait, 6 hours ago? Wait, 1 day ago. Okay. All right, so we are going to do the same thing with this one.
He is all of a sudden Ethan decided like, I hate Hassan. He is responsible for everything that's ever happened. If you're pro-Palestine and you're a female,
The fuck is this? Hassan has got your back, dog.
he is all of a sudden Ethan decided like, I hate Hassan. He is responsible for everything that's ever happened. If you're pro-Palestine and you're a female content creator, he will call you every name under the sun. Okay? If you're pro-Palestine and you know, a visible content creator that's like actively being attacked by the Trump administration, stalwart ally of the Palestinians slash major liberal Ethan Klein will literally demand that the administration take action against you. Okay? He will.
It's called connections. You group words together.
To you. He will take action against you. He will call you a terrorist over and over again. He will try to get attention from advocacy groups to try to get you deplatformed. Okay?
Yeah, I should probably check in with some of the Newsom stuff at some point. I obviously am not a fan of gruesome Gavin Newsom, but you know, like some of his, you know, strategy is probably better than what most Democrats are using. Like, I mean, there should be, you know, less like, you know, trepidation about going after Trump than there is.
You spend months trying to fucking humiliate these people. Now you got a guy who's actually fucking, you know, not holding back. You got a guy who's actually not holding back, and this is what you have to say? Like the way he has talked about Denims, the way he's talked about Frogan, the way he's talked about me, the way he's talked about Ian, iDubbbz, Anissa, versus the way he's talking about Destiny, who is super pro-Israel, and by Ethan's own admission, is a person who wants to fuck 15-year-olds, and he's like, I love you. You're the
I like how it gets younger every time they mention it. We're gonna be fucking fetuses by the time Ethan's done with this video today. Jesus.
Go. You're a huge inspiration.
Jesus.
That it was adding congressional map. Florida has been growing. It's been growing a lot since I've been governor, but even before that, it was adding population, not at the same rate.
Hassan has? Yes, I agree with every single thing he says negatively about Ethan Klein. That's what I agree with.
That it's not acceptable if a potential adversary has control at chokehold.
Agree with every negative thing he says about Ethan Klein. That's what I agree with.
Should run themselves, but a country like the UK, a deep ally of the US, who's already done the trade deal in.
The guys in the cuck chairs finally have somebody that they can laugh with Ethan about again because they've been too much of a fucking spineless fucking coward to say anything.
Oh yeah, this is where I think this is where he goes after the crew. We might have seen this. Have we seen this?
About their actual cum source Hassan for the past year while Ethan's been going with it on stream. Oh, how cute. I'm so happy that they all of a sudden have a bond over now. I will be your shared enemy that you hate. That's fine. I hope that rabid DGGers don't hack their accounts again like what was it? That Star Killer, the AB guy, when he was caught posting in a snark in the snark subreddit. And then he was like, I think it wasn't actually me. It was a DGGer hacked my account. What the fuck? None of us even knew who the fuck this guy was. What? I still don't even know half the crew on this show. I only know this guy's Dan because I have a Dan and they're both called Dan.
Like arguing the semantics of like, actually, it's called a hebephile. It means I just want to fuck teenagers, not children.
Who's even arguing any of this? You called me a pedophile. And now you're saying that if you fuck a 19-year-old, it's the same thing. There's a difference between a pedophile who fucks kids, okay? Something that your country, Israel, is.
Okay, someone said, Ethan, you shouldn't exaggerate the Destiny claims. Okay.
Well, yeah, of course. But that's because you support 9-year-olds getting fucked, right? Isn't he Muslim or whatever? So you're video, or if Abba just hates Ethan a ton, so he's just like aggressive with Ethan. Like, I feel like everybody that makes videos and talks about any subject matter in this entire community of online people, it's really just a matter of like how much do they hate the people that they're talking about, and then everything else becomes like secondary to that.
All right, that is it, chat. That is it for Destiny, and it looks like that's going to be it for me. If you meant to swoop in and save the stream at the last moment, it looks like that is maybe not. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen. You've got very limited time at this point. Yeah, I'm gonna, I guess, cover the Destiny stuff tomorrow. The clapback from Destiny, and then we'll try to move on from that. Hopefully, it's not. You know, it's not going to take us that much time. We can cover another topic in the free half, and you know, maybe make, you know, maybe hopefully, you know, Whisper of a Dream actually get some bonus content tomorrow. Does not seem to have worked out for us tonight, though, unfortunately. Oh my god, the fuck is that? No way. Joel with the 5 gift subs. V from TO, you just got jellyfish. I'm gonna have to order some food here, chat. I'm gonna have to order some food. I almost rated. Again, apologies for the stream. You know, me turning off the YouTube stream in the middle of what was a pretty good stream was, you know, a very bad self-inflicted wound. I really stepped on the rake today. You just got back in time, yeah. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Joel. V from the TO, you just got jellyfished. Amanda, you just got jellyfish. Clam Jammer, yeah, I like to clam jams. Never mind, enough said. I don't know what you Clam Jammer could mean something completely different to you than it does to me. But that sounds like a good wholesome activity. You just got jellyfished. Doman 5844, you just got jellyfished. And Cool Flow 123, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. Wait, is it not counting your... I don't know if it takes a minute to update or what, but yeah, it looks like Twitch just got 5 new jellyfish. All right, so it was great seeing you. Well, we're sticking on. It looks like we are going to do some bonus content. So the one thing that's got a little bit of momentum behind it, a little bit of juice behind it, is Professor Dave Debunk, smartest man alive. However, and I'm having to go to the you know, the poll from the stream that I accidentally shut off in order to do this. But yeah, Destiny doxing ring, it looks like that's what's winning right now. Remember, if you've donated, make sure to let me know if you want to which of these topics tickles your funny bone, and I will put your money where your mouth is and add your donation to the topic of your choice. So if there's anybody else that wants to go on record, 99 wrong. Wait, okay, look. Okay, wait. Do I have to, let me make this really clear. Did I just chase away like the YouTube audience? It's actually 101. All right. When that bubble sound happens, that means that the put 6 on each option, including Vox Populi. You are a chaos agent. You are a veritable chaos agent. All right, let's see what that does. All right, we got six on each topic, including video game. Wait, how many topics did we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you know, you mean the up to Vox Populi. Okay, 6, 6, 6, and then 16. I mean, I guess that kind of leaves it where it was, right? You know, not video game. Yeah, you wouldn't have a. It would go down to 5 if we added it to video game. Seems like the easiest percentage updates. Yeah, because you know what this does. The Vox Populi takes 6 away from everything. So everything that just got 6 like loses 6. But yeah, we're gonna do the let's check out the doxing ring thing. I will maybe order up some food. I think I need food to go on. I think. But yeah, it kind of leaves us where we started. So there we go. We are going to. Oh yeah, it reminds me, chat. I do need to play. I need to do a video game stream sometime soon. What I need to do. Here's my idea. All right. Season 2 of Fallout is coming up. I am so excited about this one because this is in New Vegas, right? And I've been looking at all the Easter eggs, all the little things that are hinted at in the new season. I'm really excited for that. So what I thought I'd do, right, my first playthrough that I didn't finish of New Vegas was a very cautious playthrough, and as such, I didn't use any chems at all. No chems, right? Other than, wait, what are the ones that, like the one that increases your intelligence? I think I used that to get a few, like things, and then I can't remember. There was like one, but basically I didn't use MedX is a chem, I guess. Still not watched Fallout. Is it good? Yeah. The show is really good. Mentats, yeah, I used Mentats for sure. The Fresh Maker. But yeah, but this time I was thinking the theme might be fear and loathing in New Vegas. Has anybody ever done this before? So if you've ever watched Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, they were on a lot of chems. Hunter S. Thompson, Raoul Duke, and his lawyer, Dr. Gonzo, they were on quite a few chems. So I thought I would try just every chem that I can get my hands on. Right? And you got to help me. If I do this, you got to help me because I know that there's like a whole thing where you get like addicted or something. Never played any Fallout game, but I love the TV show. Yeah, so the second season of the TV show is set in the world of New Vegas. I think it's supposed to be a few years after the events of New Vegas. I don't know if they will run into. That would be so cool if they ran into the courier somehow. That would be so cool, but I don't know if that'll happen. I'm guessing the couriers like moved on or died or whatever. But Nick Cage won an Oscar based on that show. Wait, what? That sounds like a meme. Is that a meme? Oh, based on Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? What? Now I'm even more confused. But yeah, wait, Nicolas Cage was in Fear and Loathing? Or wait, is this Nick Cage the musician? Wait, do you mean Nicolas Cage? Nicolas Cage? Am I just like, wait, I didn't know that first of all, I didn't know that Fear and Loathing won an Oscar. Second of all, wait, what? Nicolas Cage wait, fuck me. Who's the musician? Nick something in the Bad Seeds. And Bad Seeds. Cave. Oh my god. I can't believe I got Nick Cave mixed up with Nicolas Cage. That's hilarious, though. That's funny. All right, we got to do some J-Stalk. Are you ready for this? We're sticking around, chat, because the sub goal did get hit. And so did the view count. Wow, to be one of those viewers that thought the stream was just about to end, only to find out that, leaving too soon. Like, I feel, you know what this is, chat? This is like one of those movies that has like a extra, like, Easter egg. Like if you watch through the, credits, right? You'll see that there's like something happens, right? Like that's cool at the end of the credits. That's what this is like. And all those people, they saw the credits, they got up, they said, I even saw them in chat, like as I'm being like, oh shit, it looks like we're not going anywhere. They're like, all right, bye, I guess the stream's over. I don't know. Sometimes there's a little bit of a, Nick Cage was in Leaving Las Vegas. Damn, that makes sense now. I mean, it's a similar name. It's easy to mix those up. But you got me there. I was like, you know what I was thinking? I was thinking of a random character standing in one of the casinos, like that kind of looks like Nick Cage. I was you got me to like edit my memory of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas to where it had Nick Cage in it. Because there is one guy, I think there's one guy that kind of like sort of almost looks like him. Oh my god. Okay, so let's do the J-Stalk thing. Doing the J-Stalk thing. I'm gonna order some food. You might need some food as well, some water, some meds. This has been a long stream, so make sure to take care of those fronts. Don't forget that stuff. That's really important. Because with no parasocial whatsoever, chat, I care about you. So do take care of yourself. Which is usually what I say at the end of the stream. But now it's not the end of the stream. What am I looking for? I'm looking for my playlist, which is somewhere. Stream VODs, that's not it. Snark. Somewhere there's a play. We're just gonna have to find it. Click here and click there, and
So we start with the latest Israeli
G-Stalk. Where's somewhere? Professor Dave, nope. That didn't win. It was J-Stalk. Did I not put this on there? We'll have to go here.
That's right. It then says,
and then there.
Oh, the header's like the wrong way around on this. Like it says it's Destiny on the header, but I don't know why that is. I think it might be because Twitter DMs just.
I thought I added this to the playlist.
You're saying that in the DGG doc server, they went after Pisco?
They doxed Pisco, yeah. And the guy who
did that come from DGG?
Yo! Why did nobody told me about this? Oh my god, chat. Oh no. Oh no. God damn, are we doing a classic NCC stream? Chat, are we doing debate analysis? Are we maybe J-Stalk will analyze the debate for us. Maybe I don't have to do the debate analysis tonight. I can just sit back and eat noodles or something. Should I get noodles? What should I get? What this is a Prime Kai 217. I can't tell what that date is. So this is what? Wow, this is fairly old. I can't tell what year this is from. What does it say? 48 watching. Wait, Prime streams on YouTube now? Is that a thing? Anyway, chat, I recognize some of these faces. I have talked to you about some of these faces, right? Prime Kai is one of them. Counterpoints, we've even watched that Cringelord a little bit. And yeah, Fabian Liberty is some kind of a Nazi of some variety. I don't know. Is he an ANCAP Nazi? Some kind of Nazi. But Lactoid, I think I might have debated that dude at one point. I think I've been on with him. Don't know Sociologic. Don't know Lawson. Don't know Campbell. I wish I could say I don't know Doobie. Right? But when I said, when I talked to you about Stardust, right? And her connection to the far right, that is the first time I was ever aware of Stardust was because she was trying to farm the drama along with Doobie. I think Doobie had, yeah, it was about the whole Dylan thing was going on. Doobie finds my Twitter, sends his Discord full of Nazis over to yell at me. I argued with him a little bit in the comments, but then I just like blocked them all. At the time, Doobie didn't have that many followers on YouTube, so I just blocked him and all of his followers. But that caused him to go on Stardust stream. That gave Stardust like her first, I don't know, the first time that she was relevant to anything, maybe. That Doobie wanted to go on and complain about. She banned me. I might even have the clips. I'll see if I can pull them up. There might be one really, there might be one clip still from this experience, but there he is, the far right fascist frog in all of his glory. Now, just understand, when you see this guy in different debates, he might be arguing very different points of view, right? As far away, like you might catch him on a night where he is pretending to be a Marxist-Leninist, right? And this is what he does. This is what he does in his Nazi Discord, is he like tries on different hats as different ideologies, and like because he's a debate pervert, right? So he will challenge himself to argue different ideologies. So don't let that confuse you, all right? He is a far-right frog with a far-right Discord, and definitely no friend of ours. But there he is in all of his glory. Wow, that's kind of amazing. All right, chat, are you ready to lock in? Are you ready to buckle in? This is gonna get crazy potentially, right? Yeah, this is a classic Prime Kai panel. Prime Kai, the leftist that just is completely nose blind to fascism and has fascists on his. Honestly, like mostly fascists. It feels like that's who appears on a Prime Kai panel. So yeah, strange dude. Used to be a friend of mine. He, hit on one of his employees at some time. It caused a big scandal. It's a mess, chat. It's a fucking mess. Why is it always people I have history with? God damn it. All right, let's just put it on.
Yes, my understanding. We shouldn't think that he actually had this on his computer. He hasn't been charged with anything that we're aware of.
Doobie now claims that it was all a LARP and he wasn't right wing. I heard his Discord got clapped. That's too bad, because he had really. So anybody that doesn't know, the other notable thing about Doobie is that he amassed, I believe, QQ, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was the largest Discord, the largest political Discord in all of Discords. It was called simply the politics server, because it was the biggest thing out there. Now, how did he get the biggest Discord out there? Funny story. He took over someone else's Discord, right? There was some Discord admin that people really didn't like, and he did like a Discord coup, right? He couped this dude's Discord and took it as his own. I don't know exactly how that worked. I'm guessing he basically was like, hey, you all hate this guy, right? And they were like, yeah, we hate this guy. Well, why don't you all leave this Discord and join my Discord? So that's how he got his first one, right? And then he went about shaking down other Discord servers, right? He's on a podcast talking about this somewhere. I think it's called the Genghis Khan of Discord or something like that, but just bragging about having blackmailed people to either give him admin in their Discord or to shut down their Discord. And how did he do that? How do you force somebody to shut down their Discord? Well, if you have the biggest Discord in politics and you go into other political Discords, you have the ability to threaten them with banning them from your Discord if they don't comply. So that's what he would do. You would go into Discords, be like, hey, this is a nice Discord that you got here. All right, you got two options. You could, one, hand me admin, shut it down, and then you could be a mod in my Discord. So you'd still be somebody important. You wouldn't own the Discord. You wouldn't run the Discord anymore. But you'd be a mod. You'd be part of my crew, right? Hanging out with the Nazis over there. Or the other option is we could just ban you and all of your friends from my Discord, and you will be shut out of the hub of Discord political activity, which I think is basically a death sentence for, it would kill your Discord either way. So he made them an offer. They could not refuse. And he just he's the blob. This guy is the motherfucking blob. He absorbs other Discords, or he at least absorbed other Discords. Now, somebody in chat is telling me that his Discord server got clapped. I can't speak to that. I would guess he's going to start another one if that's true, right? I have seen him in Pisco's Pisco's Discord. I've seen him most recently in Pisco's stream. He's been super chatting Pisco. I thought about, warning Pisco, but I just haven't talked to Pisco in forever, so it wouldn't really it wouldn't really do any good. I guess Pisco's got to learn his own lessons. But yeah, when this dude showed up in my chat, it was not a good thing. He super chatted me as well, and this is what he'll try to do is kind of ingratiate himself to certain content creators, and then freeze other content creators out. So yeah, part of the original Twitch poll gang, right, along with Apartheid Anime Girl and all the rest, right? Stardust was probably kind of in that crew as well. Anyway, chat, we got some shit right here, don't we? Damn, Joel, you came in just the right time. We might not have watched this content otherwise. Wow. Anyway, enough of me selling the con. I'm just saying this is maybe going to be really good. And from what we're seeing, like there's going to be some major revelations here too. All right, let's take a look. Let's see what God just did to us.
You're saying that in the
quote Fear and Loathing
DGG doc server, they went after Pisco?
They doxed Pisco, yeah. And the guy who
did that come?
Dubious giving us this lore? Dubious the source? I don't know whether to believe this or not, chat. I don't exactly trust this guy. I mean, it doesn't, he could be telling the truth. He could be telling the truth, but
come from DGG?
Yes. My understanding. We shouldn't think that he actually had this on his computer to
oh my god, we got to see this. Destiny is accused of having C to the P. I gotta see. Wow, there's a few different streams here. Wow, what the fuck? Accused of having.
You're saying that in the DGG doc server, they went after Pisco?
They doxed Pisco, yeah.
All right, we gotta see what the fuck this is. There it is. 1 day ago. Okay, so this stream happened 1 day ago. Prime does not seem to have. He seems to be about a little bit less than half my size on YouTube. I'm sure his Twitch channel is much bigger. I don't know how many views he gets on Twitch these days. I would suspect it's a lot less than before the scandal, but I haven't really checked in. Again, this guy used to be good friends with this guy. He seemed really nice. He seemed really wholesome. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe not the best employer to work for. Let's just put it that way. Anyway.
And the guy who
did that come from DGG?
Yes. My understanding. We shouldn't.
Oh, I see. That's not a date. J-Stalk's got like a timer. Huh. I wonder how. Anybody know how J-Stalk's timer works?
We shouldn't think that he actually had this on his computer to, he hasn't been charged with anything that we're aware of, so we should just trust him, like I said.
Well, I'm operating from the assumption that Destiny isn't a complete idiot.
Yeah, see, this is the thing, is like, you have to sit here, if you're a good person, right? You have to sit here, oh, Doobie's not, and maybe I'm not for even watching this once I knew what it was, but it seems like such-
What? Oh my god! What?
That I had to sit here and pretend that I don't know that this happened and that somebody aligned with Destiny is not responsible for it, right? And then I had to listen to these talk to and probably tell
J-Stalk editor, you are really selling this in the sizzle reel.
Somebody around Pisco that it's like, oh, it's like J-Stalk or Queen's fault that this happened. It's like, bro, the guy who did this doxed a bunch of people who are like anti-Destiny. The person, again, I'll say, the person who actually originated Hutch's dox is somebody who was in Dan's server discussing doxing Hassan Piker's dad.
Wait, let me just roll that back for just a second. Yeah, quality edits here.
Who actually originated Hutch's dox is somebody who was in Dan's server discussing doxing Hassan Piker's dad.
Okay, so Hutch got doxed? Did we hear about this already? I'm trying to remember who got doxxed. That was like, there was this whole thing about like a back and forth, like Queemon and JStalk got doxxed and somebody got doxxed on the other side. Was it Hutch?
Bunch of people who are like
why would anyone dodge anyway?
Destiny. The person, again, I'll say, the person who actually originated Hutch's dox is somebody who was in Dan's server discussing doxing Hassan Piker's dad. People have really made, I don't know, substantial statements on this whole thing. The part where Lawson joined? Wait, Lawson joined? No way.
Lawson? That's Mr. Girl. He's looking at Mr. Girl's Twitter account. This is the guy with the PDF song.
I saw that guy talking about this stuff. I would love to, I would totally talk to that guy if you wanted to come on. Give me a timestamp? We have a timestamp for that? Prime Kai. Prime Kai. See here, we got Prime Kai. Hold on. Is this Lawson Harrison though? Okay, let's go. This guy's getting aggressive.
So the account that posted Pisco's docs is Dan on an alt account, and that he was involved in not just docs.
Oh why is Doobie talking about this?
And that guy, but doxing of other people, right?
So he said that it's Dan.
Server.
Oh, wait. This is
difference between the typical 15-year-old and 19.
Typical Muslim.
And the reason that there's such a
that was some crazy shit that just got said. And now listen, now you.
Oh wait, did it get bleeped out? Oh my god, this is the look. I like that the whatever the editor is here bleeps out stuff that, you know, in order to make the video not get you know, in order to help the video get more views, but like it also keeps us from, you know, hearing stuff that's gonna get me in trouble with Twitch or YouTube. Apparently Doobie's server is back, but it was mass reported recently. Yeah, I mean, like, these people play for keeps. In fact, I can't even say to the extent to which these people are rumored to play for keeps. But you know what play for keeps means, right, chat? You know what that means, right? We're talking about high stakes, all right? When we say play for keeps, right? The reason that Doobie is so aggressive in his, you know, tactics on things like Discord servers is because I think there's a lot of money in it. Am I wrong? I mean, he has a job outside of, you know, outside of this. I would guess like in insurance sales or something, right? He's definitely something that involves like massive amounts of networking, right? Because he's kind of obsessed with that sort of thing. He got in a fight with so DGG doesn't like Doobie now? God damn, this is wild. Yeah, all the marbles. Well, I mean, like, think about this, chat, you know, what's like a big deal? Money, right? Why is money a big deal? Because it can, well, I mean, it could decide whether you live or die, right? So what's even a bigger deal than money? Life is a bigger deal. When I say they're playing for keeps, trust me, I'm not exaggerating. Can't get into specifics because you know, a lot of this shit just like glides on a sea of rumors, right? But yeah, some really rough shit has gone down on this guy's Discord server. He is anti-Israel now. Oh my god.
You have my attention, okay? Now
talk about a chaos agent.
This panel suddenly has my attention. Okay? Like, no, I can correct some of the talk around here, okay? We'll go. Listen, that came through. We'll have to talk about it now. All right? So I'll talk about it a little bit. We'll hit play.
Is that a
15-year-old? I dragged it back about 5-10 minutes, okay? I'm gonna go get a little more food and we're gonna watch this.
Food has not been in the body or mind of like they're still developing, number one, but even still, they're like, you can't look at it as 15 years of experience versus 19 years of experience. You have to look at it as a 15-year-old hasn't had hasn't embodied a body that is predominantly or mostly developed for like more than like 6 months at best, if they're even at that stage, what they usually aren't. And they haven't had any adult-like experiences at all. Whereas a 19-year-old has been out in the world having adult-like experiences. They're going and renting things. Maybe they're in college. Maybe they've been to bars. Like,
they're doing the 1915 quote, like unironically, like actually unironically, they're gonna do the 1915 quote. Are we serious right now? Are we real? Is this real? Hello?
The difference in development and experience between a 15-year-old and 19-year-old.
Yo, wait, what's the opposite of a murderer's row? What do you mean, like innocent people? Is that what you're going for? Like a row of innocent people? Because, I mean, you're a little on the nose with that murderer's row shit. I don't know.
It's vastly different than a 19-year-old.
Again, Chad, I can say no more.
23-year-old. And the reason behind this is because the 15-year-old has essentially no experiences, and the 19-year-old has minimal experiences.
So I want to let him do it because we still wanted to say stuff. But
okay, hold on. Before we get into this, we got a Mantis tweet. We got a Mantis tweet that actually kind of goes crazy because she doesn't understand that we all knew this. So before I pull it up even, I'm going to say she doesn't understand that we all knew this. Let's check it out. It is... how mad will the haters be when this drama blows over and people still prefer Destiny to them? Not even CP can do it. Smells like victory. No, we literally all thought this about you already. We all knew that you guys wouldn't care what Destiny did no matter what. We all knew that child wouldn't be the line. We all knew that you'd be totally cool with this guy being a... Like, literally everybody... You literally just said something. You're like, huh, they think that we'd leave even if he's a... Nope, none of us think that. We all know you're disgusting freaks. We've all thought you were disgusting freaks for a long time. You're not shocking me with this statement. We all know you're a disgusting freak. We all know you revel in being disgusting freaks. You've just said something that totally confirms everything I already thought. Thank you. Nothing's changed. Goodbye. This is a crazy thing to tweet, like, huh, they thought child would make me go away. Nope. No, none of us thought that. Crazy. Crazy to just like self-immolate like that on Twitter.
Just quickly.
I just got here before I go back. Did we cover Destiny crashing out over Ethan today? No, we haven't covered that at all. But we will be covering it eventually, Matt. Yeah, we'll be covering it eventually. I actually, frankly, totally forgot about it. But we're going to watch this caller real quick, and then we'll, I think we'll get to that just a little bit.
Chat from McDevin, $2, says Taylor Swift dated Shark Boy when he was 17. Okay.
Good for him.
She was 19.
Fuck Chad.
She was 19. Okay, she was 19.
Well, I don't give a about that.
Yeah. And I'll say just one thing quickly on what Scott said. I think adult situation.
Lawson, please, like, if we want to say, well, look, you know,
Chat, what should I get? I usually get like the same thing over and over again. I'm looking at like a salad restaurant right now. They've got like a cereal salad, vegetable salad, salad greens, Job's Tears, corn, carrots. I don't know. I'm trying to mix it up a little bit, but I'm vegan, so I'm somewhat limited here in a country where people really like their meat.
It's not that, you know, both 15-year-olds and 19-year-olds are like, they're really just kids when you think about it, right? Both of them, they're pretty dumb. They're, you know, airheads.
Yeah.
We have
are you serious?
Or
are you?
We got to draw a line somewhere, right?
Because wasn't J-Stalk all up in DGG last year? Yeah, J-Stalk was a DGGer up until the point where his partner, I think, is somebody that Destiny recorded without even, like, she didn't even know she was being recorded, or so she says, right? Must be difficult being vegan. Not too bad. Counterpoints looks like he's having a rough time. Yeah, like I said, there's a whole like genre of restaurants here that are run by Chinese Buddhists that have immigrated to Thailand, and they're vegan. So It's not. I mean, they're not vegan on purpose. They're J, which is like in some ways more restrictive than vegan. But they are pretty much vegan, except sometimes you'll find like eggs on the menu. But for the most part, it's vegan, and you can sort of tell when it's not. So yeah, it's not actually that difficult here. It's just like I got to go to certain restaurants. There's a lot of restaurants that just would not have anything for me, and it's not because they don't have like meat-free dishes. It's because they'll have like a dish like with tofu, but the sauce will be will have like fish sauce and shrimp paste and stuff like that in it. But it's just like that's the cuisine around here.
Yeah, 18. Also, well, sure, which we have, right?
Jesus.
But like, so
I don't think a salad's going to be enough.
Do you think there's obviously a legal difference at 18. Do you think there's like a moral difference?
Between 15 and 19?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
All right, well there you go.
It's not a black and white. Like we don't need to have the age of consent conversation, but like no one here is going to say with a serious straight face that like 17.
Come on, guys, you're not gonna have the age of consent. Connor made a whole chart. Connor made an entire chart, and they're not even gonna have the conversation.
Year-old a week before their birthday is substantially different than like an 18-year-old a week after their birthday. So
there we go.
Let's just not pretend.
No,
and just say
I'm saying
that, like,
a 36-year-old shouldn't be trying to either of them.
Yeah, fine, but one is legal and one is illegal.
There actually is a little bit of a difference.
That's where I say I don't give a fuck about legality, Connor. The one being legal doesn't mean it's okay.
Okay, wait. I can work with this if we want to knock.
The fucked up thing about saying that is that like I don't give a fuck about legality. That cuts two ways, right? You can either have a base take where like it's not about legality, it's about the power differential. Obviously, you shouldn't be, breaking the law or being with a minor, but also like if you're 35, maybe don't date a 19-year-old.
Care about legality,
or it could be I don't give a fuck about legality, like somebody that's saying that in the other direction. You get what I'm saying? That statement in and of itself doesn't really tell us what we need to know.
The rest of this conversation, I'm all down with that.
That would help with Destiny's concern, I'm sure.
But I know someone's going to pull out legality when it suits them. So
half your age plus 7 is the rule. That's what Chud Logic told me.
Both are wrong. Like what the fuck? It's wrong on two accounts.
I think that when you introduce legality, like that does affect the morality to some extent, because what somebody can do legally affects their their capacity, right? So if you're an 18-year-old,
bit of a red flag, right?
Well, no, hold on. But let's just
not at all, actually.
I mean capacity in terms of like quite literally what they can do, right? So
if you think the law is just codified group morality, which most people do, right? Your group, your country, your like locality, they usually have some idea of what's right and wrong. And the things that are really wrong are usually illegal to some extent. If you believe that, then constantly cutting against the group codified morality is probably indicative of some asocial, like antisocial tendency, right? Like that seems like a pretty easy. I don't know if it's the same guy, J-Sock Kunark. I thought it was, but maybe.
So if you're an 18-year-old, you can own property. You can own property. You can, you can vote.
You can die for your country.
You can do, yes, you can die for your country. You can do all these things, right? Like you have the capacity now to do all these things. While a 17-year-old, they can't own property, right? They can't vote. They don't have participation in our society to the extent that an 18-year-old has. Even if their birthday's a month away, exactly.
Sure.
Okay, fair enough. Juby, you've been waiting. Juby, then Lawson.
Yeah, so Lawson, I mean, I asked you to come in here because you said that, these stories blow up, people make money, and then when we find out that it's not, that Destiny is evil or there's something wrong or whatever, nobody cares about it. But I don't think this is a case of that, right? So, like, from my perspective, this is very obviously, he did a really stupid thing and continues to do stupid things. And throughout this whole process, he's
Which one specifically? We need to be specific here. We can't do the, I don't want to do the broad, like, this is a pattern and blah, 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 like, because it's just, yeah.
So the thing I'm talking about
is, it's just not a
so the thing I'm talking
about.
Can
we not do the nah and yaha? Like, it's so stupid and boring.
So the thing I'm currently talking about is the holding on to the potential, I think it is like CSAM, for like 8, 9, 10 months after he was told that the girl was 17 years old. Like, I think that's ridiculous, obviously. So like,
okay, and I assume what you're saying comes from like the Willie Mack that he posted.
No, not just that. So I was saying this earlier, right? So when I look at this girl, like I said, like last August, right, to figure out who the fuck this person was, and I did see that she said she was 18 in her like bio, right? So when they said that this girl had been found, I looked at Kiwi Farms, and I'm not a Kiwi Farm person, to be clear, but I did look at Kiwi Farms to see if this was actually the same person that I saw. Because some people were saying it wasn't her. I think our relevant said it was like a twin. I don't know why the fuck it would make any difference. As for a twin, whatever.
Doobie just throws shit out. Doobie's like not actually watching all that much. He just throws shit out of nowhere.
Yeah, like they're the same age.
That's
Like,
crazy.
doesn't make any fucking sense, but okay.
Twins, but she gestated for another 6 months.
Yeah, like stupid. Like yeah. So I looked it up, right? See, this is the same person I saw, and it is the same person I saw. This is not. This is absolutely her. And all the other shit they found, where they found her birthday, they from like a court, like a traffic ticket or some other shit. Yeah, they found like a bunch of shit where she like lists her age, right? And
There's another piece of documentary evidence that like this person, the person who got doxxed, that is 100% a girl who was a minor when Rose was having this conversation with Destiny. Okay,
it seemed very clear. Yeah, at the time she was 17 years old. So yeah.
Okay, but I'm talking about like the evidence or whatever that Destiny has CP on his computer.
Oh yeah, he admitted to it. Yeah, he admitted to it.
When?
In the DMs with the Willie Mac guy, he said.
Hey, that's what I just said, bro. Like that's what I'm trying to get to. So I assuming the specific message you're talking about is yes, I created copies of all our messages and everything when that court case started. Is that
hold on?
specific
Willie asked him if he has it, and he says yes.
Okay,
and then he takes a picture of it.
Sure.
So he still has it on his computer.
So here's my question. Why would Destiny ever admit this to Willie Mac, knowing who Willie Mac is?
He's an idiot. Why would you do all the other shit he did?
My argument is actually Destiny's like smart, and do you think he could be as big a political debater if he wasn't smart? And would a smart person do this? Would a smart person do this really?
Actually, this reminds me of something that I've wanted to
criminals want to get caught.
Hold on, I've wanted
He
to.
wants to get. Wait, you actually believe that?
Yeah.
So this is like a common tactic, right, of like manipulative people that Destiny himself laid out once. And I remember seeing it, and I was like, oh yeah, that is a thing manipulative people do. It's like when you get caught doing a really stupid thing, and if the other person knows you and they think you're an intelligent person, but you did do a really stupid thing, if you say, hey, do you really think I would do something like that? Do you really think I would do something that's
but he wasn't caught until.
All right, chat. I know it's not that exciting, and like what I was really looking for is just like something different. Like, you know, is there like a Mexican restaurant around here that serves vegan or something like that? No, I'm going with fresh rolls. I haven't had fresh rolls in a while. There's like two kinds of fresh rolls this place has. One that's wrapped with rice. The other that is wrapped with cauliflower. It says cauliflower. I think it's actually cabbage. I think that's a mistranslation. I think it's wrapped with cabbage, and I'm gonna get like 3 rice rolls and 2 cabbage rolls with black bean dipping sauce, right? So, and it's pretty cheap actually. Look at this. What am I paying? It's like $10 for all that. All right, I'm just gonna go with it because I don't want to think too hard about this. If I think too hard, I'm gonna take too long, and I'm never gonna get the food. All right, so hit that, and then see how long it will take to get here. Ooh. Discount. All right. Let's go 20 minutes, chat. Remind me in 20 minutes to go down and get the fresh rolls, because I could really go for that. Might make it for dinner tonight. Do you have rice paper?
And that's enough. That's enough to gaslight people.
Wait, do you call it rice paper? Like, what is that called? It's like the round, like it, yeah, right? I think it's called rice paper, right? I think there's another name that people call that here, though.
Into thinking, oh no, maybe he didn't actually do this stupid thing that he wouldn't.
This guy's about to say something. He obviously traded videos with Rose. That's obviously in the logs to begin with, right? Him soliciting videos from her. And then once you find out she's 17, you know that he solicited videos from her. It's just a matter of whether or not he still has the files, whether or not he went to the cops. But like the fact that he had CSAM at some point was already known before that Willie Mac call.
Because he's too smart to do that. But again and again, Destiny's been caught doing really.
Can we not do the general thing? Stay on the one thing.
Yeah, I'm talking about this one thing.
Like, no, but you're saying again and again and all the whole pile.
I gotta say, I don't miss being on Prime Kai. For anybody who's wondering, for anybody who feels bad about me for not being invited on things like this, I don't think I would. Wait, I did get invited. I got invited by Lauren Southern's editor to be on after the Obviously, I did not. Rice paper, it's a staple in my pantry. Nice.
Yep. You have this on.
I need to get some. Yeah. I don't have like I mean, I do have rice. I'll eat some rice. Rice would be really good right now. I'm gonna go grab some.
Computer. He did.
Why do you keep trying to frame people's arguments and what arguments they're allowed to make? Who is this?
Dude,
I'm so hungry.
so
I'm like,
before he said, yes, I created copies of all our messages and everything.
Crazy town.
What was the proof that like Destiny had it on his computer?
The script of the video title, right? And hold on. And prior
The
to
video
this,
title?
Yeah, the name of the file. Hold on. And prior to this,
A VLC media player's that had the title that he said was the title of the file that had the CSAM. So he had to have seen the metadata for the file, or the file name had to be shown to him, and he had to see that. If he has a of Rose sending him that clip of the VLC media player, then maybe he can make that argument. But why wouldn't he have just produced that?
I think this was before the Willie Mac video. People were saying that, and I don't mean just random ass people that are associated with Destiny and Dan, and have been in their little circles, and we're able to prove that they were in their little circles.
I can't deal with, I can't like.
That's fine. I can show you. I can show you later if you're just not aware, but I can just tell you right now.
Can you show me now?
I have to pull it. I have to dig it up for you, right?
Okay.
So I have been following the story, right? I've been aware of these things. So people that were in these circles, these doxing circles that Dan and Destiny put together, said that
Counter-doxing circles.
No
Correction.
doxing. No doxing. Don't do that.
Okay.
Dan and Destiny actively, publicly dox.
Counter-doxing servers. Let's not pay any attention to the fact that they doxed Sunday and Hassan's editor in like the same month. Let's not do that.
It's not doxing, bro. It's counter doxing.
Like, who did Pisco dox?
What?
Who did Pisco dox?
I don't think he doxed anybody.
Yeah, they doxed Pisco. And the guy that, hold on, one of the guys involved said that Dan was the one that on that account that did it, that posted it. And that
It wasn't
had
the
this little
account,
crew.
that's correct. I'm not here to defend Dan.
I need to.
Okay, then what do you mean counter doxing? Like, what do you mean?
Hold on, Doobie. I need to hear this real quick. You're saying that in the DGG counterdox server, they went after Pisco?
On Kiwi Farms, they doxed Pisco. Yeah. And the guy who
did that come from DGG?
Yes. My understanding is the guy who said that the guy who.
Yeah. See, this is the thing. Is like, you have to sit here if you're a good person, right? You have to sit here. Oh, Doobie's not, and maybe I'm not for even watching this once I knew what it was. But it seems like such that I had to sit here and pretend that I don't know that this happened, and that somebody aligned with Destiny is not responsible for it, right? And then I had to listen to these talk to and probably tell somebody around Pisco that it's like, oh, it's like J-Star Queen's fault that this happened. It's like, bro, that the guy who did this doxed a bunch of people who are like anti-Destiny. It's such
posed the counter doxing that is actually just aggressive doxing, right? And like they're the doxers. He said that the account that posted Pisco's dox is Dan on an alt account, and that he was involved in not just doxing that guy, but doxing a ton of other people, right?
So
and
he said that's
in
Dan?
the server, yes, and in the server, they were posting, Destiny was posting images, but also the videos themselves of this girl when she was underage to try to help, so they could take images from it and try to find her, and they had to tell him to blur out her genitals because she might be underage. So this was recent. So obviously he still has access to them in some way.
Okay. So I'm trying not to ping pong between the doxed and the having CP on his computer.
Sure, that's fine. You can focus on the
So
CP.
pick one of the terrible things that you wish to defend.
Hold on.
The alleged terrible things.
Okay, hold on. The alleged terrible things. What the fuck did Pisco do that deserved to get doxxed for?
Well, he didn't get doxxed by
challenged the brand.
Hold on.
He challenged the brand.
This happened right in the period where Pisco was having all these arguments with Destiny about all this communism. I think the day after that big argument, he was doxxed.
Sorry, Doobie. And just to be clear, your allegation is that with Steven's knowledge, consent, whatever.
I don't know if he personally was involved, right? So to be clear,
but we don't know it was Dan either. You said some guy said it was Dan's alt account.
Yeah. Okay. The guy that leaked this doxing server said that Dan was behind that alt. So that's what I'm saying that I've heard. Right?
So who is this guy?
Given that he was correct about the other shit, I don't see there's any reason.
Wait, correct about what?
About the existence of the doxing server that he was able to prove. He was able to provide
the doxing server that he said was owned by Dan through an alt account.
No, I think it was Dan's main account that owned the doxing server.
Well,
it was the same one where it was the same one where they were trying to find Hassan's family to smear his family. Like they posted a book or something written by his father to try to pull some kind of information from it that they could use to smear his father.
Now
these people were like Dan and Destiny.
This part, I feel like Doobie's from the hip on. I'm a little unaware of this stuff. That I'm aware Dan had a server where they were trying to dox like Nico Sam's dad. Sorry, not Nico Sam's dad. Nico Sam was participating. They were trying to dox Hassan's dad. But Dan says that server was for one of his websites, right? They're trying to find clips for his websites. And they also just happen to be using it for doxing Hassan's dad.
Well, see, when you say smear, I don't know the difference between smear and critique.
When I say smear, I mean make up about them. They could use it to tarnish their public image, right? That's what I mean by smear.
Well, Hassan doesn't need help with that.
Who did JSOC dox? Do you know?
What?
JSOC. Who did he dox?
So that is a huge convoluted web on Kiwi Farms, and so to be fair, I'm getting to it, but you've come to me with, I think this was Dan's alt account because some guy said so, but actually I think it was his main account.
No, hold on. You're misunderstanding. The account on Kiwi Farms is an alt used by Dan. Is the allegation.
How do you know it's an alt used by Dan?
This is the guy who exposed the doxing server.
The guy who, dude, I can't work with this.
I'm not at Dan's computer. I know you require a very high bar for Destiny claims, but I'm just telling
I just want all of us to observe Lawson's bar for Doobie to prove things, which is appropriate, by the way. And we'll see if that same bar is appropriate for me or anyone else who has run afoul of this community. We'll see if the bar,
and you should have a high bar for it.
I believe, based on their other behavior, where he's publicly doxed multiple people, by the way, on streams. He's read out full names and he's abused a subpoena process to get somebody's name and justify dox him on stream. Like, he's been doing this for months. Destiny himself has his full name on it on Twitter.
I'm aware of that, yeah.
Okay, so why are you saying it's counter-doxing?
Because
like insane to say about them. Like,
because from what? Well, first of all, let's separate Dan from Destiny. Okay, I don't support everything Dan does.
Why would you do that?
Because they're two people. They're not one person.
Okay, but they're working together on a project. Very obviously, they've been doing this for months.
What project?
Years, actually. What do you mean, what project?
To destroy
you don't think Dan behaves as like Destiny's little attack dog and goes after people? Like he's
not like
years.
No, Destiny has said multiple times on their show that he does not condone like 90% of what Dan does.
Trustworthy.
If Destiny can't be held responsible for the things Dan does, how can I be held responsible for the things Kiwi Farms does? How the fuck could I possibly have that? How can I be held responsible? No, Kiryoko, wrong person. I keep telling them this, but people don't care.
And this is why he posted the docs.
No, the trustworthy source is some guy told Doobie that this might be Dan's account.
So you're saying the Destiny, the guy said, oh, he doesn't approve him like.
I agree with that. Should we go into that one?
So why I just tried to and you said it's too convoluted and complicated or whatever.
No, I was saying that, and then you said, oh no, it's
okay. Then explain how that's justified. Who did JStock off?
Yeah, so there is very good reason to believe that JStock has like fostered his community and supported lots of people that have basically either doxed Destiny or doxed anybody that. Well, hold on.
I'm eating the same stuff I was earlier. Let's see.
There's a better way to dox. It's to report it to the police.
It's not illegal to dox people.
Okay, sorry. Before you go there, hi, quick, money. $10 from us. $10.
So you have no more.
Money. Doxing is not crime. Please deal with crime. Not Fabian's morality.
Alexander in at Doobie.
Well, you already said that you support.
Well, if you call the police, you should probably give a fuck.
Holy fuck! Holy fuck! I get up, and that's when all the shit goes down. That's wild. That is absolutely wild, right? So what did we learn just now? Let me just make sure I got this, because I was like, I got off I got off my headphones, and then I realized, hey, I gotta listen to this in case something important happens. Like, all the important stuff happened right then. How many annoying voices can talk at once? That's basically the meta of this of these kinds of debate panels, honestly. Wait, I'm trying to get this. Okay, wait. Okay. So they're talking about like a counter doxing server, right? There's somebody. Oh my god, I should have. Oh fuck. Do I roll it back, chat? What do you think? Is it important enough that I need to roll it back? There's something about counter doxing. Like, they say doxing servers, and then somebody's like, no, counter doxing servers, right? And they talk about people that they dox, like Hassan's editor, I guess, as a counter dox. But then somebody brings up Pisco. Pisco, who did Pisco dox? Pisco didn't dox anyone, right? Pisco got doxed when he was, Pisco got doxed when he was, disagreeing with Destiny, and then like JStock said, like saying like, yeah, and I just had to sit there and pretend I didn't know what was happening. Like, pretend that, because they told Pisco that he got doxxed because of JStalk and Quimon, right? Who they had basically, they blamed Quimon. Who the fuck did they say that Quimon doxed? It was like somebody that he had like he was watching a Twitter video of, was it like Destiny or something? And somebody got doxxed in the video, so they're like, oh yeah, Queeman doxed this person, but it was really just that there was personal information in a video that Queeman like got up to pee, basically. Did the same thing that I just did. Do I understand this well enough, or do I need to rewind it? Probably need to rewind it. And there's not enough people in chat asking me not to. Please don't rewind it. I gotta just rewatch that, because that was full. That was like all the stuff right there.
The videos themselves of this girl when she was underage to try to help, so they could take images from it and try to find her. And they had to tell him to blur out her genitals because she might be underage. So this was recent. So obviously he still has access to them in some way.
Okay.
So we're talking about Rose there? Damn.
Person do this really?
Actually, this reminds me of something that I've wanted to
criminals want to get caught.
Hold on, I've wanted
he wants to get. Wait, do you actually believe that?
Yeah. So this is like a common tactic, right, of like manipulative people. That Destiny himself laid out once. And I remember seeing it, and I was like, oh yeah, that is a thing manipulative people do. It's like when you get caught doing really stupid.
Wait, I'm sorry. Manipulative people don't want to get caught. I don't know what the fuck Doobie is talking about there. I mean, otherwise they're not good at they're not very good at manipulating. And we're hearing this from a manipulative person himself. We're hearing this from like a grand manipulator who at one time played Twitch like a motherfucking heart from hell. Like, right? So yeah, I mean, like him. Yeah, I guess he's the manipulative person expert, maybe. But damn.
Thing. And if the other person knows you and they think you're an intelligent person, but you did do the really fucking stupid thing, if you say, hey, do you really think I would do something like that?
Okay, thank you. Dusty retweeted Gato Fumadora video from Willie's wife. Okay, so it was Willie's wife that got doxxed when Quiman autoplayed a Destiny retweet of a Gato Fumadora video. So this is something that Destiny had already, the doxing community is connected to Destiny, right? And they're doxing Quiman, counter doxing, I guess they're saying, they're like counter doxing because because Quiman, but in reality, this is if what Quiman watched, if what Quiman allowed to autoplay was a dox, that is a dox that Destiny retweeted. Right? So if that's true, then Destiny is a doxer on much worse of a level than Quiman, and yet they're calling this a counter dox, even though it's really clear that Quiman didn't intend to dox anyone. It's really clear that after Quiman was told that there was private information in there, he blurred it out or edited it out or something. Wait, learned this might be called Darvo. Darvo stands for deny, attack, reverse, victim, and oppressor, or I think something like that, right? And what Darvo is like if you were dating somebody and they if you're dating somebody and you get home and there's some money missing, and the only person that's been there is the person you're dating, and you're like, hey, I left $60 on the counter, there's $20 there now, do you know what happened to the other $40? And they deny, like, right, like there wasn't $60 on the counter, there was $20 on the counter, there's been $20 on the counter, I don't know what you're talking about, right? Accuse, actually, I've got some money missing from my wallet and I'd like to know if you took it, right? So now I've denied, I've accused, and then I reverse victim and oppressor, and I'm like, well, I don't know if I can keep dating you if you're just always going to steal my money and then lie about it. I'm literally the one that's doing that to you, but I'm now accusing you of that shit, and I'm acting like you were fucking with me when I am fucking with you. That would be Darvo, right? That's what Darvo means. Gato's video was a clip from Bad Empanada. Okay, so the doxer, I guess, would be Bad Empanada, the original doxer. So, something that Gato then clips out takes a clip of the video, puts that up on Twitter. Destiny retweets it. Quiman finds the retweet and autoplays it on his stream. And for this, Quiman was called a doxer. Where did they call, where's the allegation that J-Stalk? Because didn't they dox J-Stalk too? Did they somehow accuse J-Stalk of doxing to justify that? So what we're talking about some kind of server attached to Dan, I think. Like, I mean, that's what people are saying here, right? I can't, verify. And again, don't trust the frog necessarily, all right? I mean, maybe he's telling the truth, but he's not. He's a very manipulative fellow in his own right. All right. So none of this is confirmed. None of this is, for sure. But these allegations are fucking crazy if true. right? They're talking about Destiny's community having a quote unquote counter docs server, and that they're kind of manipulating, like, right? So in the same way that Trump will throw you out of the country if you've committed a crime, you know, and you, say you're Kilmar Abrejo Garcia, he will make up a crime that he will accuse you of human trafficking in order to justify kicking you out of the country, right? So they call it a counterdocs server to make it sound defensive, but it kind of is, Darvo. It does fit into that rubric of like the what they're doing with the server. Bad Empanada got the docs from an Anon account on Kiwi Farms. Goddamn. Does he not realize that he can be manipulated by people like that as well? I don't know. Anyway, I don't mess with that stuff. Apparently Bad Empanada does.
I would do something that's
but he wasn't caught until.
Hold on, and that's enough. That's enough to gaslight people into thinking, oh no, maybe he didn't actually do this stupid thing that he wouldn't.
This guy's about to say something. He obviously traded some videos with Rose. That's obviously in the logs to begin with, right? Him soliciting videos from her. And then once you find out she's 17, you know that he solicited videos from her. It's just a matter of whether or not he still has the files, whether or not he went to the cops. But like the fact that he had CSAM at some point was already known before that Willie Mack call.
Because he's too smart to do that. But again and again, Destiny's been caught doing really.
Can we not do the general thing? Stay on the one thing.
Yeah, I'm talking about this one thing.
Like, no, but you're saying again and again and all the whole files.
And he told Willie Mack that he had this on his computer. He did.
Why do you keep trying to frame people's arguments and what arguments they're allowed to make? Who is this?
Doobie. So before he said yes, I created copies of all our messages and everything. What was the proof that like Destiny had it on his computer?
The of the video title, right? And hold on, in prior
to the video title.
Yeah, of the name of the file. Hold on, and prior to this,
a VLC media player that had the title that he said was the title of the file that had the CSAM. So he had to have seen the metadata for the file, or the file name had to be shown to him, and he had to see that. If he has a of Rose sending him that clip of the VLC media player, then maybe he can make that argument. But why wouldn't he have just produced that?
I think this was before the Willie Mack video. People were saying that, and I don't mean just random ass people that are associated with Destiny and Dan and have been in their little circles and were able to prove that they were in their little circles.
I can't deal.
What's up, Markavius? We are in some deep lore tonight. Apparently this all went down on Prime stream. I didn't know about this, but there's some allegations being thrown around about like Destiny Splinter Discords, maybe involving Dan Saltman, that are like doxing people, right? And I guess the defense that they're presenting is that they're not doxing people, they're counter doxing. They're supposedly only doxing people who have doxed their people, I guess. But it's very dubious, right? In fact, Doobie is on the middle right here to make it even more dubious, because this is not a guy that we trust, but it's a guy with some information that, if true, would be crazy. That sounds dumb as hell. I don't know, Doll Knives. I'm like analyzing it along with you. I don't know. I can't speak to the veracity of any of this, right? You don't know who Saltman is? Saltman's kind of like Destiny's second in command. And he does most of Destiny's dirty work too, it seems like. He is the guy that he's the point man. So you know how Destiny's been furnishing Ethan with anti-Hassan information. Apparently that's been going through Dan Saltman, because if Ethan talked to Destiny, people would know exactly what was up. Yeah, that's the guy. Redact.dev and Tiny Chat. Dan Saltman. Yeah.
I can't like.
That's fine. I can show you later if you're just not aware, but I can just tell you right now.
Can you show me now?
I have to pull it. I have to dig it up for you, right?
Okay.
So I have been following the story, right? I've been aware of these things. So people that were in these circles, these doxing circles that Dan and Destiny put together, said that
counter-doxing circles.
No doxing. No doxing. Don't do that.
Okay.
Dan and Destiny been actively, publicly doxing.
Counter-doxing servers. Let's not pay any attention to the fact that they doxed Sunday and Hassan's editor in like the same month. Let's not do that.
It's not doxing, bro. It's counter-doxing.
Like, who did Pisco dox?
What?
Who did Pisco dox?
I don't think he doxed anybody.
Yeah, they doxed Pisco, and the guy that one of the guys involved said that Dan was the one that on that account that did it, that posted it, and that they had this little crew.
That's correct. I'm not here to defend Dan.
I need to.
Okay, then what do you mean counter doxing? Like, what do you mean?
Hold on, Doobie. I need to hear this real quick. You're saying that in the DGG counterdox server, they went after Pisco?
On Kiwi Farms, they doxed Pisco. Yeah, and the guy who
did that come from DGG?
Yes. My understanding is the guy who said that the guy who
Yeah, see, this is the thing, is like, you have to sit here, if you're a good person, right? You have to sit here, oh, Doobie's not, and maybe I'm not for even watching this once I knew what it was, but it seems like such that I have to sit here and pretend that I don't know that this happened, and that somebody aligned with Destiny is not responsible for it, right? And then I have to listen to these talk to and probably tell somebody around Pisco that it's like, oh, it's like J Stalker Queen's fault that this happened.
UQ, are you still here? And somebody explain this to me. Did he accidentally watch content that revealed something that he knew but wasn't allowed to talk about? And so now, like, since it's like out there, since he's like, you know, played part of it, he's telling what he knows about this? I am so lost here. It sounds like he's saying that he had this information, he knew where the doxing was coming from, but he somehow wasn't allowed to say anything before? Like, this shit is getting nervous. This shit is getting hectic.
It's like, bro, that the guy who did this doxed a bunch of people who are like anti-Destiny. It's such
Toast the counter doxing that is actually just aggressive doxing, right? And like they're the doxers. He said that the account that posted Pisco's dox is Dan on an alt account, and that he was involved in not just doxing that guy, but doxing.
Who's defending Destiny? I would assume Counterpoints. J-Stalk, the host here, or the host, the streamer who's reacting to this, the guy in the FBI hat. And he's in the FBI hat because we're talking about Destiny's, like, you know, chats with a 17-year-old. But he's mentioned that he wants to talk to Lawson. We don't see Lawson here, but Lawson's in the lower right corner. So I'm assuming that Lawson is, you know, got more information about this stuff, and that's why J-Stalk wants to talk to him. But yeah, I mean, my best guess would be Counterpoints. I mean, this is the only one that I know of on this panel that's even slightly loyal to Destiny would be Counterpoints. But then again, some of these people I don't know. Like what is this guy? Social Logic, I don't know him. Fabian Liberty, I do know him. He's a weird ANCAP Nazi dude, but I don't know if he's on Destiny's side or not. Who's this? Corey? I don't know who that is. And Lactoid. I think I've been on with Lactoid. I just don't remember anything about him. I don't know. I cannot remember a damn thing about Lactoid. Never ever saw this reality coming when I put that AOL freeze trial CD in my computer in 1993. Damn.
A ton of other people, right?
So
and
he said that it's
in the
Dan?
server, yes, and in the server,
Why are there always like 8 people in these videos? Because the meta of this is like, okay, so Prime Kai was a nobody, just like me, just like everybody else that started out around the time that we started out. You're a nobody. You're streaming to very few people, and you're trying to get your name out there. You'd like to stream to more people, right? So you start going on panel shows, right? Like the A4 Andre show was a panel show that Prime and I used to appear on together pretty often. This was back when we were friends, back before I knew a few things about Prime that have kind of changed that. So, you know, Andre was a somebody. So you go on a somebody stream, you provide them with content, and you start to get people that know you, and they're going to watch you when you stream, right? But yeah, so what Prime did in order to kind of do a shortcut is that after a while he started his own panel stream, right? Freems had done this before. Dylan, I think, was doing it at the time. And the whole point of the panel show is like, you're a nobody still, right? But if you bring on, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 nobodies along with 3 somebodies, right? So now you got 9 people on the panel, yourself in the middle. You got the audiences of the 3 somebodies along with maybe like a few friends of the nobodies. And now instead of having, you know, 15 people watching you, you've got like 45 people watching you, right? And if you can build that up to like 100 people watching you, if you can get to know people that are big enough so you can put together a panel of like, you know, 8 fairly large people, now you've got like, 150 people in the chat. Then with Twitch's, with the way that Twitch's algorithm goes, now you start to build like, just on your own on the size of the stream, right? So, you build that up, and Prime had built it up to like, thousands. Like when he had a big guest like Destiny or Bosch, he'd have like several thousand, right? This was all before the scandal with his employee. I think he's doing a lot, getting a lot fewer views now. His YouTube channel's like, this video got like 1,000 views, so it's not really doing a lot. But yeah, that's why the reason they have so many, sorry, I'm answering your question in the longest way possible. The reason that they have so many people on the screen is to attract a large audience for this panel show, right? The more people you can put on, the more people you can kind of bring in that you wouldn't otherwise have it watching you. Does that make sense? No, the old employee scandal, the original one, the one that he got in drama with Dylan over.
We're posting, Destiny was posting images, but also the videos themselves of this girl when she was underage to try to help, so they could take images from it and try to find her. And they had to tell him to blur out her genitals because she might be underage. So this was recent. So obviously he still has access to them in some way.
Okay. So I'm trying not to ping pong between the doxed and the having CP on his computer.
Sure, that's fine. You can focus on
So
the CP.
pick one of the terrible things that you wish to defend.
Hold on.
The alleged terrible things.
Okay, hold on. The alleged terrible things. What the fuck did Pisco do that deserved to get doxxed for?
Well, he didn't get doxxed.
He challenged the brand.
Hold on.
He challenged the brand.
This happened right in the period where Pisco was having all these arguments with Destiny about all this communist shit. I think that the day after that big argument, he was doxxed.
Sorry, Doobie. And just to be clear, your allegation is that with Steven's knowledge, consent, whatever.
I don't know if he personally was involved, right? So to be clear,
but we don't know it was Dan either. You said some guy said it was Dan's alt account.
Yeah. Okay. The guy that leaked this doxing server said that Dan was behind that alt. So that's what I'm saying that I've heard. Right?
So who is this guy?
Given he was correct about the other shit, I don't see there's any reason.
Wait, correct about what?
About the existence of the doxing server that he was able to prove. He was able to provide
the doxing server that he said was owned by Dan through an alt account.
No, I think it was Dan's like main account that owned the doxing server.
Well,
it was the same one where it was the same one where they were trying to find Hassan's family to smear his family. Like they posted a book or something written by his father to try to pull some kind of information from it that they could use to smear his father.
Now
these people were like Dan and Destiny.
This part, I feel like Doobie's from the hip on. I'm a little unaware of this stuff. That I'm aware Dan had a server where they were trying to dox like Nico Sam's dad. Sorry, not Nico Sam's dad. Nico Sam was participating. They were trying to dox Hassan's dad. But Dan says that server was for one of his websites, right? They're trying to find clips for his websites. And they also just happen to be using it for doxing Hassan's dad.
Well, see, when you say smear, I don't know the difference between smear and critique.
When I say smear, I mean make up about them. They could use it to tarnish their public image, right? That's what I mean by smear.
Well, Hassan doesn't need help with that.
Who did JSOC dox? Do you know?
What?
JSOC. Who did he dox?
So that is a huge convoluted web on Kiwi Farms, and so to be fair, I'm getting to it, but you've come to me with I think this was Dan's alt account because some guy said so, but actually I think it was his main account.
No, hold on. You're misunderstanding. The account on Kiwi Farms is an alt used by Dan. Is the allegation.
How do you know it's an alt used by Dan?
The guy who exposed the doxing server.
The guy. Dude, I can't work with this.
I'm not at Dan's computer. I know you require a very high bar for Destiny claims, but I'm just telling you.
I just want all of us to observe Lawson's bar for Doobie to prove things, which is appropriate, by the way. And we'll see if that same bar is appropriate for me or anyone else who has run afoul of this community.
Okay, so important to note, even though Doobie is saying bad things about Destiny, somebody in chat's telling me that Doobie's got beef with Destiny now. We don't necessarily trust this frog. We don't necessarily distrust this frog, right? He knows a lot. He knows where a lot of the bodies are buried, figuratively speaking. Hopefully, just figuratively speaking. He knows where he knows a lot. Okay, this guy knows a lot, right? His hands are dirty. His little froggy paws are very dirty, right? He's been in dirty places, so he might know what he's talking about. He's also somebody that maybe has a strange relationship with the truth at times. So don't make the assumption, even though this is about Destiny and Destiny's, fucked up. Don't make the assumption that all this juicy tea about Dan Saltman is necessarily true. All right, we're gonna try to just ferret out the facts from the lies here, right? I am gonna go downstairs and grab my my fresh rolls, right? I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna put this in my. Oh my god! I'm gonna loot. The problem is it like my internet's gonna drop out at some point. I don't know, Chad. I'll make this work somehow, but I'll be right back. And we'll try to figure this out.
The bar,
yeah, and you should have a high bar for
I believe, based on their other behavior, where Dan has been he's publicly doxed multiple people, by the way, on streams. He's read out full names and he's abused a subpoena process to get somebody's name and justify dox him on stream. Like, he's been doing this for months. Destiny himself has his full name on it on Twitter.
I'm aware of that. Yeah.
Okay, so why are you saying it's counter doxing? Like,
because
like insane to say about them. Like,
because from what? Well, first of all, let's separate Dan from Destiny. Okay, I don't support everything Dan does.
Why would you do that?
Because they're two people. They're not one person.
Okay, but they're working together on a project. Very obviously, they've been doing this for months.
What project?
Years, actually. What do you mean, what project?
To destroy
you don't think Dan behaves as like Destiny's little attack dog and goes after people? Like, he's been
not like
years.
No, Destiny has said multiple times on their show that he does not condone like 90% of what Dan does.
Trustworthy.
If Destiny can't be held responsible for the things Dan does, how can I be held responsible for the things Keeley Farms does? How the fuck could I possibly have that? How can I be held responsible? No, Kiryoko, wrong person. I keep telling them this, but people don't care.
And this is why he posted the docs.
No, the trustworthy source is some guy told Doobie that this might be Dan's account.
So you're saying the Destiny. The guy said, he doesn't approve him like.
I agree with that. Should we go into that one?
So why you just tried to and you said it's too convoluted and complicated or whatever.
No, I was saying that, and then you said, oh no, it's
okay. Then explain how that's justified. Who did JStock off?
Yeah, so there is very good reason to believe that JStock has like fostered his community and supported lots of people that have basically either doxed Destiny or doxed anybody that. Well, hold on.
I'm eating the same stuff I was earlier. Let's see.
There's a better way to counter dox. It's to report it to the police.
It's not illegal to dox people.
Okay, sorry. Before you go there, all right, quick, money. $10 from us. $10
so you have no more
money. Doxing is not crime. Please deal with crime. Not Fabian's morality.
Alexander in at Doobie.
Well, you already said that you support.
Well, if you call the police, you should probably give a fuck, Fabian, about what they can do.
He's a complete idiot. Then also, how are you certain on the doxing of people? Go by DGG.
Wait, I don't think Destiny's an idiot.
Doxing in and of itself is
you guys think Destiny's an idiot.
How you obtain that information can be.
Yeah, it can be, but it's not inherently.
Good Lord.
Right. So if rape was legal, would you have a problem with rape?
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. Well, get the fuck out of here.
No.
I mean, is DGG or the obvious answer was no.
All right, hold on. Yeah, I actually have a question.
Like, this dude's a clown. Like,
no, hold on. I'm a lost and stand.
Fabian, you're on exhibit at a zoo that people come to watch. So don't sit here and fling shit at me.
Does anybody even know what this weirdo looks like, or is he always on camera?
He's very normal looking. I know what he looks like. He's very normal looking.
Okay, right, fair enough. Oh, he's very handsome.
He's a very sharp looking guy.
One second. What
are we doing?
We got a super chat here. So Doobie, do you think Destiny's a complete idiot then? Also, how certain are you on doxing a piece go by DDG? Thank you, Alexander Wynn, for being so kind. I hope you're doing well. I haven't seen you in a while, but I'm doing well. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so no, I don't think he's a complete idiot. I think that in this specific sphere, when he feels like he's attacked, I think he gets very impulsive and does a lot of dumb shit, right? And when it comes to like his very impulsive, does a lot of dumb shit. I think that showing Willie Mack this, right? And I think even if he didn't have it, just showing it, which would imply to somebody that you do have access to it, is dumb as f. There's no reason to show the video title or the video name to say, oh yeah, it's really weird to think that he was recording these when she was underage. There's no reason to show that, right? Yeah, no reason to show that to Willie Mack. Yeah. So the fact
really,
that
no reason?
Yes, no reason at all.
None.
No reason at all. There's nothing gained from showing the fucking video title. No. I'm so, like, okay. what was gained from that?
Well, Destiny, obviously, like this guy Solo, whatever his name is probably on Destiny's top 10 most hated list. So if he can burn him for having like CP, okay, can we agree on this then?
Okay,
is this guy
from the video title?
What?
Okay, so I understand that it's very likely that Solo is producing CSAM and selling it
knowingly.
I think and I think Destiny should have reported that when he found out about this last one here. But to be clear, what the was the benefit of not just saying that? Because there are others where Solo admits that this was the case, that they were recording these, and that and that she was underage at the time. You don't need to show the video title. So what was the purpose of showing the video?
So what I imagine the purpose to be is, for one, do you believe that Destiny did not think that that Willie Mack was going to make a video like right after their conversation?
Yeah. What was the purpose of the video title?
Okay, you believe that? Okay, so if I were Destiny and I'm talking to Willie Mack, and I'm talking to Willie Mack, who is allegedly making a video to cover like drama or whatever, because that's what he does. Like, here's some more information about what I know that this guy probably has on his computer.
Okay, again, they were released last year, I think by Destiny even, because there were his conversations between him and Solo, or they might have been released by Solo, I'm not sure who releases, where Solo says that she was underage at the time. And in that period, and he says underage at the time, these text videos were making were like 7 months or whatever the fuck. That was released last year. That is all Willie Mack would need to show. There's no reason to show the top of a fucking video in the video title. Absolutely no reason to do this. So even the fact that he did that, even if he doesn't have it on his fucking computer, the fact that he would do that, which would imply to somebody that he does, and then the way that he answered, which was when he was asked, was like, oh, it depends why you're asking. And then he gives this fucking convoluted reason, hypothetical for why it might be beneficial to keep it. I think all this indicates he's a fucking idiot on this topic, yes.
Okay. Do you have a steel man or strongest argument for why he would have it?
The strongest argument is that he genuinely thought, for some reason, that his lawyers had instructed him to hold on to potential CSAM, which I sincerely doubt. I believe they told him.
No, the strongest argument is he just didn't want to tell his lawyers because he might have been scared that his lawyers might have had a duty to report it.
The whole thing, like the messages or whatever,
That would probably be the
those,
argument.
anything be pulled up in discovery. But the CSAM itself, no. I think if he had told them, hey, I have a reason to believe this person's underage, I do not believe Destiny's high-priced lawyers would have told him to save that on his computer or on a USB or whatever the fuck.
And to share it on Discord messages.
Yeah, and to share it on fucking Discord messages. And
Make sure you blur it out.
This is potential CSAM. You need to get all that, take it to the police and let them follow up on this because it's like the sale and production of child. Like, absolutely.
Like someone had to blur the videos.
I will say that almost certainly, I've never seen any definitive proof that the person who was doing like all the pro DGG doxing shit was Dan. Never seen anything to indicate that, okay? Or I've never seen anything like credible or conclusive to indicate that. It's like one person's like theory that that's who it is. I do think Dan's been involved in doxing. I don't know that like that specific person that they're referring to from the Kiwi Farms thread is Dan. I have not seen conclusive evidence of that. So anyway, just throwing that out there.
Someone had to edit the videos to blur them, no?
Can I want to ask a question. Lawson.
With one hand, I'm guessing.
If we're gonna say that like, well, yes, Destiny docs JStock, but JStock had it coming because he cultivated a community that led to other doxes. Could Doobie not say the exact same claim about the community that Destiny has created that led to Pisco stocks?
He absolutely could, and I would want to see proof of that.
When you say proof of that, like what kind of proof
as
does he
it
need?
happened.
No, hold on, because we're talking about like something much more nebulous. Because when it comes to like JStock's docs, it's very explicit, right? He doxes him, but the allegation that he deserved it because he cultivated a community that led some people within the community to dox some other people. This is like a second order removed consequence now.
I agree.
I could just simply send you a video of Destiny being critical of Pisco, and that would be enough to satisfy the standard.
No, because is anybody familiar with JStock's like server and the people that he surrounds himself with?
He's very.
This is also just real quick. This was actually heartbreaking for me because Gisticle was one of my favorite Destiny orbiters back in the day, and I don't know if anybody's familiar with the timeline of when Gisticle got his fully erect Destiny hate, but the timeline is very convenient with when he started dating Cherry.
Wait, maybe I'm wrong here. I thought JStalk said that he wanted to talk to this Lawson guy. It sounds like he's the most critical of JStalk and maybe forgiving of Destiny. Oh my god, chat, here we go. I've got fresh rolls. Sesame dressing and chopsticks. No, I'm just gonna use the chopsticks. Oh, I can't reach them though. Oh. I just had chopsticks. Yeah, this is some really. I gotta say, chat. It's a shame that so many people are asleep at their keyboards right now, because this is wow. I mean, this has the potential to be pretty huge. The whole thing that we're lacking here is like proof. We got all kinds of claims, especially from the Frog. Again, like I said, the Frog is not somebody I trust. All right, but also, obviously Destiny is not somebody I trust. In the past, the Frog and Destiny worked like hand in hand, at least from what I could see. Right? They were pretty simpatico. Yeah. Yeah, if anything, the Frog has had more, well, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, no, yeah, that's right. Yeah, the Frog, Destiny, and Prime, right? Because during the whole Dylan drama, Destiny basically, Destiny and the forces of this Frog are what got, what at least won the drama for Prime. In other words, made Dylan apologize to him and promise never to talk about him again. Now, this hasn't helped Prime's career because what was revealed there is that just basically Prime can't be trusted around female employees, right? And a lot of people will dispute this. God, it's such a fucked up thing too. So many sussy people were involved, including Lauren Southern's editor that hates my guts. was actually the person that basically was on Dylan's side ostensibly, but because of her inability to report factually what exactly she had said to Prime, because she represented herself as having told Prime, hey, there's somebody that works for you that has a real problem with you hitting on her and you need to fucking stop. What she'd actually told she'd actually just showed Prime the logs of her talking with the employee of Prime about somebody, and Prime, I guess, says that he assumed it was somebody else. He didn't think it was about him, right? So because she never said, hey, Prime, this you, she just, Prime's also her boss at the moment too. She just said, here's these logs, and thought that, I guess, Prime would take the hint. The whole thing flipped on its head. And I mean, it's a scummy thing anyway, because Dylan was totally turned the sexual, I don't know, sexual harassment is the right word, but definitely an inappropriate work relationship, with a person who I guess at the time was Dylan's partner at that point, into God, this shit is like so fucking complicated. The same shit that Prime fired Kurt TD, he ended up doing himself. It's complicated. But the Twitch poll gave Prime a clean bill of health. Why did they do that? Because he's useful for Twitch poll. So the Frog, Destiny, Eris, they all came in and they saved his ass, right? When in reality, he was not innocent. All right. It's a complicated matter. You could say that maybe he did not understand the power that he held over an employee, right? He wasn't exactly trying to have like a business when he started. He was just a streamer. Like, I mean, this was my friend, right? This is a guy that used to raid me when I was playing Kingdom Hearts, like late night at Twitch after class, right? I don't know. But the way this shit went down was completely dirty, because Dylan was being very opportunistic. Dylan turned what should have been a very serious discussion into a drama stream, which is scummy, right? So nobody involved in this was, like, other than the victim, I guess, was really nobody's hands are clean except for the victim in this case, right? Like, Dylan was doing, maybe he's doing like the right thing in the wrong way for definitely the wrong reason. Absolutely wanted to end this stream. Like, right, this is competition. This stream was Dylan's top competition. All right. So he's got a motivation to want to roll with the Prime is guilty shit. When I looked at the whole thing, like, my assessment is that, yeah, Prime did have some guilt there, but I don't think Dylan's, motivation was anything other than just trying to rub out the competition, which by that time he'd convinced himself that he was Vince McMahon, and he was rolling with that, right? He literally, when he went after my mods, when he was, threatening to dox my mods, which he did a Godfather voice, like a Marlon Brando Godfather, like, right, to try to be like, you need to basically, I think what did he want us to do was to like after he'd lost a debate to me, I was supposed to say that he was right. I think that's what he wanted, and then but otherwise he's going to release these audio logs, which, yeah, included one of my mods who was trans, who was not out at the time, like speaking in her voice, like speaking in a feminine voice, which she at the time did not do in real life. So like the first people to hear, other than, her friends, the first people to hear, her feminine voice were the Dylan Burns viewers, right? who were hating on my whole mod team. I mean, this is a fucking messy ass drama here. I just want a new panel show that's consistent. What is Twitch Bold turned into? I mean, I don't know. Wasn't it always kind of bad? I don't even know what's going on here. I haven't paid attention to so many of these people, and now the you know, the information is coming from this fucking frog. This weird far right frog who now claims he's not far right and he supports Palestine, I guess. Is that what he's trying to pull? This is wild. Weird throwback to when Trainwreck used to have... Trainwreck is another person, yeah. Now, Trainwreck's not connected, I don't think, with any of these people. Right, that was a different thing. That was like big, popular Twitch streamers like Hassan. I guess Destiny was on Trainwreck too, but yeah, that was a larger stream than this. This is still a pretty... Or at its height, it was a pretty big stream. Do be more like don't be? Yeah, pretty much. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. But yeah, I mean, I still haven't processed a lot of these feelings. Let me just put it that way. I still haven't processed. Like part of me still looks at Prime and sees a friend, all right? And given, you know, what he's done, what he's been a part of, I should not think of him that way. But it is very hard for me. It's very hard for me to stop caring about, you know, people that I considered friends at one time.
It's not necessarily made up again.
Hold
on.
Oh, hold on. What's that?
That is a lie. You are literally no person's favorite. They are.
Okay, sorry. That's Cherry. I think Cherry is Cherry J-Stalk's significant other? Are they I know they live together. Are they a couple? Is that still accurate? Either way, that's Cherry's voice. Cherry is the person that Destiny recorded, I think, was it audio of Cherry? Without Cherry, you know, even knowing. Like recorded audio of him being, I guess, intimate with Cherry. And I don't think or at least from what she says, she wasn't even aware that anything was being recorded. I could be wrong about that, but that's what I remember. I only remember because Hassan used to go on there from time to time. Yeah, he you know, he was in. I'm just gonna open up a new Chopsticks. Hassan was playing at a game that I don't think he realized how serious it was. Like these people, you know, they do panels and they talk and, you know, they're silly and stuff, but it is kind of for keeps. I don't think Hassan realized that, you know, that could be a platform to try to, you know, sort of go after him on it, like Destiny did from time to time. So yes, his appearances on Train were, you know, I don't know, maybe not the best optically. What the fuck? Literally Burning Man swingers party? I've never been to Burning Man, so.
Always lying to you.
Thank you. Love you too.
Clear. Cherry's the one that Destiny recorded her without her consent, and then
no, that's not even true.
How do you know that's not true?
How do you know it is true?
Okay, again, so what I'm saying is Cherry's the one that said that Destiny did this, and she has at least
no, I'm sorry. Hold on. First of all.
All this Lawson guy would have to do is come on stream. He's like too scared to come on stream because he doesn't want to actually have this conversation. That's weird.
You guys are gonna sit here and like flip me because someone says this guy recorded this chick without her consent, and I say, what's the proof of that? Are you serious? You want proof of it? Well, yeah, yes, because like defaultly it's not true until it's proven true.
Okay, so again,
okay, so prove that the server is that I surround myself with people like this, or prove any of this, Lawson. You got to prove any of this.
It's not how truth works.
One second. So my understanding of the Cherry thing is
they'll keep moving forward without him proving anything, right? Prove anything, bro. Prove anything.
She said that she was recorded without her consent, apparently multiple times, and this was shared with at least, I think.
She sure did say that.
Yes, and then there are other people who have verified that they either received those recordings from Destiny, or that after she found out, she showed them to prove that she was that this actually happened. And then I think the person who said that
can we zoom in on verified and which people these are? No, dude, because we keep just skipping past the shit that actually matters.
I'm on the same thing.
Okay,
right?
go ahead.
So, and then the person who allegedly got this, right?
Anybody see Connor doing the incline press? That's wild. He's just sitting there, leaning back in his gamer chair, busting out a few reps of this looked like maybe 20 pounds, 25 pounds.
From Rose's DMs, posted a snippet of it on like Twitter, or like I think like the first 10 seconds or something. Right. So like that's everything that Cherry has to back up her position. And she's
all right, sorry, go
she's
ahead.
confident. She's confident enough that this is actually true, that she filed a police report. It hasn't, so far as I'm aware, hasn't gotten anywhere yet, but she's filed a police report. And while Destiny has this, no, not true. And so, and rather than, when I brought this up, you didn't say that, oh, we're not sure of this, or it hasn't been confirmed. You say, no, it's not true.
Yes, because when someone's accused of something and they don't like have any proof for it, yes, my default is it's not true.
I think she would need to like leak her revenge.
So somehow, when it comes to Cherry and her accusations against Destiny, oh, if there's no proof of it, well, it's not true. But with Destiny's proof against me, it's like pictures of cat photos and pictures of people mocking him in my server, and that's proof. It's what is it? Us talking with the exclamation point at the end? That's proof? Is this guy out of his mind?
And files today, so.
How would she prove this to you?
What?
How would she prove this?
How would she prove that she was recorded without her? Well, how does she know she was recorded without her consent?
Because she has copies of the recording.
Okay, that would be a start.
You want copies of the recordings?
Well, dude.
Is it DGGer? I don't know what else to say.
You understand? You're asking for a standard that no one would ever accept ever.
Yeah, chat. He's DGG for life.
What do
you understand that?
Okay,
Doobie, I have.
No, FBI avatar is J Stalk. All right, Dan Saltman's nowhere near here. J Stalk is like the arch enemy of Dan and Destiny at this point. He used to be a DGGer, and you heard him talking to Cherry in the background. Cherry is somebody that we have a quick peek at the fresh rolls. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my god. Okay, I lost a chopstick there for a second. Here, I should probably put the chopsticks in here. There we go. All right, keep these fresh rolls, right? They give you these fresh rolls. It's got basil, lettuce, tomato, carrot, and then cucumber and some tofu. And then I've got this it's like a sesame black bean sauce, I guess. I didn't actually know that this stuff had black bean in it, but that's what it said when I ordered this time. Sometimes you get mistranslations. Like the English translation of a Thai menu is like not always 100%. Like for instance, these other rolls were supposed to be, they were supposedly cauliflower rolls, but I'm pretty sure they're cabbage rolls. One other time that I bought them, it said cassia rolls, which cassia is like a kind of cinnamon. JStalk is a JavaScript tool. Really? JS Talk is a JavaScript. JStore is like for for well, not just like college books, but like research. You can get a hold of, like research on there. It's like a subscription, I think. I think it's a pretty expensive subscription too. JavaScript tools for Apple Cocoa, Apple programming crap. Yeah, I don't know. Is that what he's named after? I never knew. So it's JS Talk is actual, like how it said. It's a proper archive. Yeah, I didn't know that. Oh, that JSTOR is a proper archive. True. Wow. It means just talk. Thank you, QQ. That's really helpful. I've heard people call him, I always just called him JStalk, but I think other people call him Justical or Gistical. What is the other? There's one other way that people say his name sometimes.
I have recordings of you outside my window videotaping me jacking off, and I didn't know you were there. I have them though. So where do we go? Where do we go from here?
Show the recordings, asshole. Like, I mean, if it's recordings of you, I don't know. Come on. What I mean, this is some DGG. Like, they're just gonna run you through like every single logic trap that they can muster. Nobody calls him Just Talk, but that's what it meant when he made it. Yeah. Oh my god, sorry. I'm gonna put it on and try to mouth through these. I was like dying of hunger for a second. Not really, but I was very I was like, I was losing it. Now I'm back.
Well, we have 4 or 5 other people.
What people? Okay, this is why I wanted to stop you, because what people are you talking about? And what
name names every single name ever interacted with the situation, dude.
Yes, that's why I asked. You fucking
Alexander
retard.
Wynn.
So I would say, is Lawson like super?
He says $10. I says she was not recorded.
No, this is also wrong. Alexander Wynn, she was recorded without her consent.
Without her consent. It was shared without her consent.
Yeah, he's wrong. He thinks he's talking about one of the
That's not the claim. The claim could be wrong.
happened to.
The claim could be wrong, but that's not the claim. The claim is that she was recorded without her consent, and then it was shared without her consent, and she learned of the recording because of the it was audio recording. That she learned of the recording because of it being shared. Well, because of it being doxed from being shared.
Paying to. By the way, these embarrassing are massive pay pigs. The Alexander guy, the Lawson guy is the biggest pay pig. I don't want this loser back in my community. He is embarrassing, okay? I don't care how much money he spends. He donates $100, $200 to Wick at the drop of a hat. This loser. Get him the away from me.
Yes, that is the claim.
Right. Okay. So again, they're like, I think Queeman, J-Stock, what's the girl's name?
Yeah, exactly, Choky. I'm losing it, bro. So that might be a little confusing there. He's talking about like I don't know. Like, I guess he's saying that Lawson is a guy that will donate money to streamers, as a way of like throwing his it's like he sort of uses it to get what he wants, right? I mean, he's on the panel here, right? Like yeah, I think he's trying to say he donates a lot and then tries to use that as leverage to, control the community or whatever. I think that's what J-Stalk is saying.
One of the ones that said she received it, I forget her name, but she wasn't in J-Stalk's crew, if that's what you're thinking. She said on Twitter that she received it. And she told Cherry about it. I forget her fucking name. It's like is it like Abby or something? I can't remember her fucking name. But there's like 3 or 4 people, three or 4 people who said that they've seen this, right? And that it exists and that it's real, right? So, and given the other behavior that was made public at the time, which is sharing of people's news and shit without consent, and recording audio of people, which
what other audio? Stop! Wait! Please don't pile stuff on one at a time, please.
I'm giving you all.
By the way, this guy's like super down to debate this. I've offered him to come on stream. I've said, bro, come on stream like 100 times. Why is he terrified to get on my stream? Why did he hop on the stream with these people? Why wouldn't he have hopped on? I was so nice to this guy in DMs. You have no idea.
All the reasons, but I think it's very likely that it's true. Okay, more likely than not, it's true. Okay. So, and one of the other reasons is that there was another recording that was released of him with some dude that was just audio, and he took it in his pocket, right? And he oh well, some people get nervous, and when this was brought up,
the other reason that Connor does like stuff like this shit on stream is that like nobody really wants to hear from him. He's usually got nothing good to say. But he wants the attention, right? Even when somebody else is talking, Connor's going to be doing something on stream because he's like, pay attention to me. Look at this. I can lift weights. Look at this. I'm strong.
It's like, oh, well, some people get nervous with the camera, so I record in my pocket. That's fucking nonsense. I'm sorry. Like, no. So I think it's very likely that based on all this, right, and probably some other things I'm forgetting right now, that this happened to Cherry and he did this, right? So, so if Destiny's response to this is no, not true, then yeah, I have no reason to believe him at this point because he's lied about so many other things.
This is a different allegation. Just none of them are true.
Which ones are true?
What do you mean so many other
all
things?
of them, I think.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean
all
so
of them
many
you
other
think?
Things? Yeah. Hold on. Do you think that I'm wrong about him lying about so many other things? Like,
well, maybe. Wait, I need specifics.
Oh my god.
Well, dude, don't give me this. Oh my god, shit. This is the problem I have. Look, this is why. Look, Doobie, I've had the same conversation against DGers about you. How Doobie's a Nazi, and Doobie said this, and Doobie said that, and they just keep piling shit on, and nobody ever wants to go into like the details of why. They just want to say, wow, you want to argue about this one thing, even though we know all this other shit about this person, when a lot of the other shit's not true either. And that's what's happening.
Hold on. I don't even.
Every one of these people just gets away from this idea that you have to prove some association between my community and Kiwi Farms to like even make this argument, right? Some association, by the way, that I'm aware of and enforce and am against moderating, right?
And this is what makes this shit so pernicious, right? That like in some with these dramas, with how hard people go, with how much they play for keeps in this circle, the idea that that a content creator would, I don't know, like delegate to somebody in their community to do shit to people on kiwi farms is not at all, unlikely. All right. But at the same time, you can see how it's easy for them to say this about Jay Stalk and not have like any proof whatsoever. Right. And look, certain communities definitely do have like, I mean, like, I don't know. I am disposed. I'm given to believe that there is some footsie being played between DGG and some of the darkest circles of the internet. But that doesn't mean that I necessarily believe what Doobie is saying, especially given that this motivation might be just these accusations might be motivated by his falling out with Destiny, which supposedly like at least a chatter in here has said that there was a falling out between Doobie and Destiny. They definitely used to kind of work on, when I was targeted by a Twitch poll, they were, I mean, not that it was them, but like, they were definitely working together, right? They were, you know what I mean? They were on the same side in the Prime Kai thing, right? They wanted to preserve this platform because it was too damn important for them to lose. And, they had more influence on this platform than they did on Dylan's platform. So, but yeah, apparently, they're no longer, this is just like, when I talk about Twitch poll, I mean, there's a pretty good swath of it right here, right? Or at least what's left of it. Let's just put it that way.
Like, that's what you have to argue. Because obviously, individual people could come in and like post something, and I would, moderate that, and there's nothing I can do to control that, right? But you have to make this argument and say that it's something that I refuse to moderate, that I encourage, that I've like perpetually had, which is crazy.
But I mean, that's the whole thing, and that's why I'm not going to go into deeper specifics about like, being targeted by Twitch poll. All we know for sure is that a lot of them didn't like me, right? A lot of them I was inconvenient to, but as far as like the individual elements of harassment I experienced, there's no way to link any of that specific stuff to specific people, right? So I don't want anybody to come away with like headcanon that, Doobie did this. We don't know. We don't know. All we know is that, this guy had a politics server. He wanted to debate me on Twitter, or tried to debate me on Twitter. I got bored. He brigaded my Twitter, actually, if I remember correctly. It wasn't just him. It was like a whole bunch of people coming onto my Twitter, yelling at me. I argued with them for a little bit before banning them, and then this happened. Let me pull this up in the background.
Even need the rest of the patterns of dishonesty.
Okay, then don't bring it up again.
Okay, but
unless you want to go through each one.
This is just no. This is
don't do the meta.
Right. This is it's important to do the meta. Like what we have here is we have. I'm assuming some cult member that can't accept reality because he's too in love with the concept of Destiny and DGG. But I'm working with insufficient evidence. That's just my first assumption. And there's this tactic where you're trying to establish several things as a pattern. He wants to go through each one, present a different counter argument, and muddy the waters with each thing because he doesn't want to deal with the overarching narrative that he's already accepted, which is that Destiny is an immoral degenerate, right? Which is
Fabian, I'm actually rubber and you're glue, so checkmate. Go on, Doobie.
No, wait. Exactly. I want to ask. Like you're talking about like going like one by one.
Well, yeah, because
very quickly, actually, however quickly we can do it. What is the sufficient evidence?
Yeah. I'm super triggered about that entire situation. They blocked me. Yeah, they blocked me. She blocks.
You smacked her down good, at least,
You smacked her down good, Doobie. Yeah, good job.
It's really
good job taking care of that no comment check, Doobie.
Because I wanted to yell at them more.
Let me drink more boba. I wanted to yell at them more.
It actually was really frustrating.
It was really I'm sorry that you were hurt, Doobie. I'm sorry that I traumatized you. I did talk to you. I did argue with you, but it got boring. And I'm not like on Twitter to go in fucking circles with people. Also, brigading somebody's Twitter is not a good way to have a conversation with them. So yeah, Doobie tries to, he brigades my Twitter. We argue until I block him and his 200 followers, and then he goes on Stardust to fucking cope about it, right? That's where I know this guy from. This is also the first time I saw Stardust. And, honestly, I mean, she doesn't know me at this point. She's farming. She's just, it's not personal. It's business for her, right? Doobie's a big get, right? This is her first Nazi, maybe, right? This is before, I think, Richard Spencer or Nick Fuentes or anybody to come on her stream. This was a really big get for her to get a Nazi Discord admin to, come in and talk to her.
Yesterday was like the first time I'd ever actually started using Twitter.
Yeah.
And yeah, they blocked me, and it was really annoying because I wanted to yell at them more.
He wanted to yell at them more. Yeah. That's cute, Doobie. That's real cute. All right, let's finish watching this.
Evidence here that JStock was personally involved in doxing people that would give.
Yes! Oh, Lactoid! Beautiful. I always say this, Lactoid's a fantastic debater. I understand a lot of people don't like him for some reason, but he is a really good debater, and he's actually good at pointing out, hey, this is the thing that's like this is the premise.
All Doobie is posted on Twitter. Well, I'm glad that he's having a better time with Twitter now. Yeah, he didn't have a lot of... This is his first time he'd ever been on Twitter. He came onto Twitter. Chat, who fucking signs up to Twitter to yell at me? What kind of weirdo? What the fuck is his motivation? Literally signed up to Twitter to go yell at me, a streamer whose chat he was already in. There's a perfect place to yell at me, Doobie. It's called my stream. Apparently that was not what he wanted. Anyway, I once signed up for Twitter to yell at Martin Shkreli. I'm like the Martin Shkreli of debaters, I guess, right? Yeah, he didn't like that I smacked down Dylan in that debate. And so he wanted to come to Twitter and yell at me. He wanted to tell us people, us they thems to know our place, I guess. I don't know. Wow.
Premise that you are most weak on, you are most vulnerable on, and this is the premise.
By the way, chat, for anybody who's gonna ask, yes, my pronouns are she, her, not they, them. He's doing that on purpose. He's doing that on purpose, right?
I'm gonna keep hammering.
The right to Destiny to dox him.
JStock was personally directly.
Remember, JStock was the one who was doxed, and so what did he do to justify that action?
Counter-doxing, to be clear.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe it was counter-doxing.
Okay. So what did he do?
All right, let me pull it up. Hold on.
He had a community of people who hated Destiny and doxed them, and therefore should suffer the crimes of his community.
Can I post in Prime? I've never used Streamlabs before.
And the Discord. The Discord group DM.
All right. I just want on record, I'm going to post evidence.
Wait, how long have I been involved in this kind of stuff? You mean talking to, dealing with Nazis? When did that start? Probably when I went on this panel. That's probably where that started. Yeah. I was on this panel, and yeah, Doobie was there, and Counterpoints was there, and Prime Kai was there. I think I argued with Doobie and with Counterpoints. I tried to talk to Counterpoints on stream, because I was taking him at face value that he really was this conflicted kind of centrist. They could not decide which side of the fence that he wanted to be on. Since then I've kind of found out he is basically a right-wing plant, probably from that Discord, if I were to guess. But yeah, it was when I fucking got a super chat from that frog. That's when I started, dealing with this shit. My life got turned upside down.
Just on record.
Oh God.
Yeah, noted. For the
Don't know God me. Don't know God me.
Yeah, I'm
gonna point out the different standard that I'm being held.
He's getting fed from Destiny. I don't care who he's getting fed from. Listen, I keep getting told that I'm guilty of this, right? I keep getting told this over and over again. If they have some evidence and something I can action on, then I'd love to action on it and show them that I don't want this. This is something I want. And by the way, even if they have evidence now, I've asked repeatedly, you have to show me some kind of evidence of something so I can moderate it because I don't support this shit. But instead, they like hold all of this evidence back. And they're like, well, here's some people talking about how Destiny looks weird in this picture. That's evidence. No, it's not. Disliking, guess what? Disliking Destiny is not a doxable offense. If you're trying to create a world where thinking Destiny's a disgusting loser is worth doxing someone over, you are a loser, okay? Like, it's so insane that that's clearly what they're trying to do. If you think Destiny's a disgusting loser and you want to say that a lot, we should be able to dox you, actually. You're like basically a kiwi farmer.
Can we have an NCC lore wiki, please? Somebody was, yeah, you probably need one. Like, it's too hard to keep track of. And with as many like lore, with as many T spills as I do, people are going to start to get things mixed up. Then they're going to go to other communities and make claims. Those communities are going to be like, that's not true. NCC lied to you. And it's like, I never actually said that. You just, anyway. Yeah, we need a, somebody was on that. There was somebody who was going to try to put something like that together. As it is, chat, streaming as much as I do, I don't even have time to put timestamps on the. I don't even have time for time. That's how little time I have, right? It is like 6:20 my time. I think I've been streaming since like, I don't know what, 10 o'clock. 10 to 8 hours. We've been going 8 hours.
And we should be able to dox you.
Yeah, time won't let me, Omega Star.
You should get doxed.
Hey, Scott. While Lawson's working on that, what would be wrong? I mean, like, from.
But I do need to find some time, nonetheless. I just, it takes a lot just to earn a living as a random small streamer chick. Hopefully,
like an argumentative stance to do what he's doing, right? He's saying, hey, you're presenting a lot of data, right? You're telling me all these things, but like, unless we establish that these individual incidences are actually true, then the overarching narrative is untrue. What would be wrong?
There's nothing wrong with isolating arguments.
Is anybody in a server with Lactoid so I can add him on Discord? Because I would love to add him and just ask like, hey, could you just tell me like what they posted? Is it like Lactoid TV? No. I'm gonna try to add Lactoid and I'll see if it's got the same, does it have like the same, it's got the same thing. We'll see if this guy adds me. Yeah, that's him. Mutual friends, mutual servers. Yeah, I got him. Hold on.
Arguments and handling them one at a time. There is something wrong with isolating arguments one at a time and then attempting to introduce new counter arguments that move into a different direction and subvert the conversation so that Doobie has to try and regain control of the conversation so that we're on some relevant topic and then constantly subverting with one at a time so that the conversation turns into nothing. Because you notice we haven't gotten anywhere on anything and it's mostly because you brought on this stupid clown to just act like a stupid
You're right, Fabian. You guys are making hella progress before I got here on getting to the bottom of things.
Okay. But well, thank you for answering that. I mean, all right, that's an answer.
Look, I just love to see this, man. I just want to see it. Could I see it? Oh, did this just crash again? Dude, I'm gonna lose it.
I'm like, YouTube, I'm 30.
YouTube is straight up dog shit right now. I don't know what's going on. That
I mean,
I agree.
It's low in 20 hours, right? So
no, you can
nobody ever wants.
He doesn't know what's going on. I mean, my best guess is that he's got ad blocker on, and YouTube is going to war with the ad blockers. That's my best guess, right? Anybody want to back me up on that? Think it's a maybe an ad blocker thing? User error, says Omega Star. Yeah, it could be.
Wants to go into like the details of why.
He had a community of people who hated Destiny and doxed them.
These things, but like, unless we establish that.
Here we go.
Nothing. Because you notice
crazy.
Haven't gotten anywhere on anything, and it's mostly because you brought on this stupid fucking clown to just act like a stupid.
You're right, Fabian. You guys are making hella progress before I got here on getting to the bottom of things.
Okay. But well, thank you for answering that. I mean, all right, that's an answer.
Look, I know
this is Lactoid. Wait, one thing. This is where I sympathize with you guys because this is exhausting. This is something that does take like hours and hours and hours because it all goes back to like the Anne of War and like the 15-year-old he said was hot like 8 years ago and like other like it.
I don't shut the fuck up and post the evidence, bro. Take as much time as you want, but shut the fuck up and post the evidence. This is all we're here for.
It is exhausting. So I will, I will cut you some slack on that.
there's also, and like I said, I think it's good to go like, and that's why I asked you specifically about the JSTOC thing, just because when I saw the fact that they doxed him, and I also with the death threats and everything, I thought this was like pretty extreme.
Check this out. This is the same thing as the fresh roll, but instead of having rice, it's cabbage. At least I'm pretty sure it's cabbage. It says cauliflower. I don't know, chat. Does this look like cauliflower leaf? I guess it could be cauliflower leaf. I don't know. Brassica vegetables, they kind of look the same, don't they? Ads only seem to get through with my ad blocker when I'm on Irish internet. Albanian internet is cool. A VPN for life. And now in the UK, I never get Albania. I get well, I'm, when I don't use a VPN, it's obviously Thai. I get most of the time Japan, sometimes the Netherlands, occasionally Bulgaria, and if I'm lucky, the US. Because if it's on my phone, if I get the US as my VPN, it'll let me keep the YouTube window open while I do other things.
Like, this was sort of crossing the Rubicon in terms of just kind of like, I didn't think a streamer this big would be doing stuff like this. Like, this is pretty wild, right? But to give Doobie like a little bit of credit here as well, like when you have somebody who has such a long history as Destiny does in this space, you can't, like, especially like on a panel like this, we got what, 3 hours, 3.5 hours, we can't possibly go in depth on every single one of these, right? Sometimes you just have to like obliquely mention them, right? And you say, look, this is like part of pattern behavior. Don't you remember XYZ? And you could say, well, but let's like go into XYZ. We don't have time to go into XYZ. I mean, I agree. Alone is 20 hours, right? So
but that's the whole thing. Like I just told you, the thing between Dylan and Prime, right? If I just mentioned it, right, a lot of people would be like, oh yeah, that thing that Prime was innocent from, and like that might be the history that got recorded because the winners get to get to set the history, but that's not actually how it went down. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Obviously, Dylan was up to no good trying to eliminate his competition, but from what I could tell, Prime was putting his employee in a really horrible situation that she never should have been subjected to.
Go into X though. And
potentially, but my theory as to why this was done was because I think that JSTOC was threatening the brand, but also this kind of behavior is like particularly egregious. Like as streamers or even just internet people, I think that all of us would be pretty, or I guess maybe are pretty terrified of somebody who's dramatically more powerful than us, putting in resources into doxing us and making death threats to us. That kind of scares me a little bit.
I'll tell you right now, I'm doxed. I'm finding the person who doxed me and going to them, like directly.
Okay.
But you're not going to.
Break through the noise.
Oh God. No way.
Look, Doobie. Sorry, this is Keffel's logic, right? Remember when Keffel thought she found the person that doxed her, and then I think she doxed them, but it was like the wrong person.
I've done this. I've had the same conversations,
or even just
I'm so
internet
annoyed.
people. I think that all of you
doxed. I promise.
But no, much more power than
this guy's crazy to say that. Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry. Like this is part of like. Power dynamics are usually like memes, right? But there is something here as to like, if a multimillionaire is trying to come after you and you're not that, you're kind of at a huge disadvantage.
Yeah, leftist power dynamics.
Even just somebody with a lot of clout, even a big streamer comes after you, right? Yeah, definitely if Ethan Klein comes after you, a multimillionaire, you'd be pretty fucked, but fucked. I can't talk, right? But yeah, this guy down here, what is his name? Social Logic? I mean, that's like an implicit death threat to, I mean, I get what he's saying, right? He's saying, anybody doxes me, you're going to see me IRL, right? Like he's trying to put up a, I'm crazier than you sort of front. That doesn't work with these people. If they dox you, they're going to cover their tracks. They might even leave false breadcrumbs to implicate somebody that you have beef with so that you think it's them. It's like, I don't know. He strikes me as somebody that maybe does not understand how this game is played, or that the only way to win at this game is not to play at all. This is a bad game to be involved with. You do not want to find yourself in in this kind of situation. Right? There's no easy answers. There's no easy solutions. Right? It's Like I said, some people, they just take internet shit way too far, and there's a number of them in this chat tonight, not in this chat. Sorry, not my chat. There's a number of them on this screen tonight in the panel talk tonight.
Dynamics are actually completely correct, not just memes. But anyway, Fairy Queen, that's cute. That's a nice picture of you right there.
No, Fairy Queen, stop donating money to get him off track. Fairy Queen.
Says, ask Lawson how Destiny knows that Rose had sex with like 10 different guys in the video, which he says in the Willie Mac DMs, if he didn't possess or view the CP on his computer. So Lawson?
First of all, Fairy Queen, love you, miss you. Hope you're doing good. I'm sure he saw them. My contention is not Destiny never viewed. I mean, what's probably now child.
Well, it was CP then too.
Well, sure, yeah. I'm just saying, like, I'm sure he did.
Whether or not he knew is
yeah,
you know, up for the mysteries of the universe, right? Like, I mean, maybe he knew, maybe he didn't know. That, like, the contention is whether or not he kept it.
We don't have proof that he still has it on his computer, guys.
He handled it responsibly.
What's the percentage chance of it being CP? Like 99%, 99.8%, 99%, like 95% maybe. Maybe I could bring it back a little bit. 95% chance.
He clearly either didn't handle it responsibly at all, or he's just lying to people to like.
BCatK says I didn't even use ad blocker for YouTube, but for other things, and it still messed up my watch experience. Damn.
So that he can, because he's a 5D chess genius, and then later he'll show that he did actually handle it responsibly, and that it was.
That's the thing, is like this is like the cope, right? What Fabian's laying out right here is people are like, no, you don't understand. Like, he might just be baiting people. It's like baiting people into thinking he's a this guy, like, he's actually, if that were actually the case, if he were like baiting people into thinking he's worse than a. I don't know what is worse than a, but it's whatever Destiny would be if he was like doing some kind of 5D chess to make other people look stupid by baiting them to calling him a. That would be insane.
It's all lies and smoke and mirrors. I mean, like, you know, I could sprout wings and fly potentially, but all of the available evidence that we have points to the fact that he is wildly, at minimum, is a dude in his mid-30s, constantly going after teenagers and not really giving a fuck if they're underage or not in any real way, and is using his power and influence to try and, you know, garner that, maybe make some careers, and, you know, and that's a fucking problem. And then when people reach out to him, he is wildly handling this wrong and is maintaining child porn on his computer for some reason. And that this is a relative pattern of behavior, not necessarily the CP, but in constantly being involved in drama and in potential
and destroying these teens' lives and these 20-year-olds' lives.
Yeah,
I mean, he's made a few 20-year-olds' lives too, to be fair. But I mean, that's what you get when you go with Destiny. You get to roll the dice whether or not your life is ruined or whether or not you get a career. And he's, it's kind of like a Harvey Weinstein. You know, maybe if you just bend over on the couch.
Except on a long enough time scale, everybody's life is ruined, right? Like, who's known this guy long term? Other than Dan, who's independently wealthy before he met Destiny, who's known this guy on like a long enough term and their life hasn't been with significantly, basically, right? Like, there's basically, like, maybe you could argue V, although from what I...
Okay, is this over the new laws in the UK in regards to, you know, pro-Palestine protests?
I understand V and Melina's relationship, that was pretty and both of them had a pretty experience with each other, right? Moot? I think Moot had some pretty bad experiences with Destiny's community. Maybe that comes out to a wash. Bose ended up, you know, exploding her own platform, so true. But I am saying that, like, there are not very many people who interact, stay around long term, and aren't, like, somehow with in the end.
Ouch for him. You can have a career in this industry.
Oh, no. Alexander win $5, says, my apologies for taking a pixie, no problem. We all make mistakes, not a big deal.
Sorry, there's just so many.
Another 19-year-old, like, it's just... Well, even if they, once again, I think it's morally disgusting to be skirting, like, you're 36, you're scrolling Discord for 18, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds.
You know what? I'm ecstatic that we can all land on mild social conservatism being the right way to conduct your personal affairs. I'm happy we all agree.
Trad Connor.
On that.
I think it's just being a normie, bro.
I wanted to talk about that counterpoints because I had a larger conversation with someone else offline about that.
That's not social conservatism. Social conservatism is fucking... I shouldn't say fucking. Social conservatism is like child brides, right? That's the sign at... That's a sign at Applebee's that says minors aren't allowed in the bar section unless they're accompanied by a parent, guardian, or spouse, right? That's conservative. Those are social anyway.
issue. And we just don't have time to get it because it's going to be inflammatory. It's going to be extremely inflammatory. But I think that, okay, very quickly, right? I think there's something to be said about people who tend to have like
pretty much Markavius,
a predilection for those who are much younger than them, right? And they like establish a pattern. Like that's that person. That sounds like a red flag to me, right? Nothing else. That sounds like a red flag.
Liberals and progressives.
Yo, I never thought of that, Ari, but yeah, you're right. Is that right? Dan is how old now? Is Dan 68? But yeah, when he met Destiny, or when he first got into Destiny's community, yeah, he was probably twice Destiny's age.
It's like a paraphilic disorder, right?
Listen, so here's actually part of my beef because I actually do have.
Am I the only one? Am I the only one who's sitting here like this Lawson Harrison guy posted nothing? He's not posted anything yet. Can I find? Is this guy serious? He was just arguing it's counterdoxing. He knows it's counterdoxing. How does he know it's counterdoxing when he hasn't presented any evidence? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence?
Of a, I don't know, 30%, 40% crossover with DGG, okay? And this is my beef. So liberalism, maximum human liberty, effectively, like, it doesn't really make a prescription past the age of 18. It says, like, oh, you're an adult, pursue your happiness. And actually, when you make a whole bunch of...
Connor's saying something that nobody cares about.
A series of, like, millionaire women, right, who are otherwise amazing and completely compatible with him, right, and could be the love of his life. But he says no, because they have as much power as I do, right? And
the power dynamic?
No.
I don't know. It is more ethical to be gay.
That's interesting.
Because of sexism, right?
Let me just get it out. Let me just get out the thesis, okay? Right? Is that like just because you happen to?
So what is Connor doing? Chest, triceps.
Be involved with a person where there's some sort of power imbalance does not necessarily tell me on its face that there was a problem, right? If there's a larger pattern, that's different, right? Or if I can see inside this relationship, if I can examine it and examine the mechanisms of that relationship.
People have
not loving his form,
but I think people do inherently evil in that regard.
Literally, the only thing I tuned into this for was just watching this part, just the part where this guy posts his evidence.
I think the problem, yes, what I would say is that, you know, it's even in a power dynamic, it's not necessarily the power dynamic that is the problem. The problem is, does the person that is in the submissive or the subservient or the lower subservient...
Yeah, Markavius, this other scary thing about Doobie is that, like, from what people in chat are telling me, the communities that he's trying to infiltrate, one of the communities he's trying to infiltrate right now is the pro-Palestine community. Watch out for this guy.
They'll capitalize on that, so you can take advantage of their inexperience, so you can get access to cheap, gratifying stuff.
Okay,
and then you can ditch
we're
them
about to go over to
whenever
the
you feel like it
sexual
because
destiny
it's
bond,
cheap,
because
experiential
it's
thrill.
illegal. I'm also, let's also be honest. If you're constantly looking at the 18-year-olds and that's who you're targeting, if the law was 17, we all know that they'd be waiting until the day they turn 17. And if the law was 16,
I'm just saying, this Lawson Harrison guy said it was counterdoxing, and he feels confident it's counterdoxing. There is evidence. He has to have the evidence. If he thinks the evidence is in Destiny's VOD of Destiny saying he proved it, you are okay? And I think this guy should be enough of a non-coward to come and admit that he doesn't have that evidence.
Me too.
But this expands into a moral prescription, by the way. And people keep saying, like, oh, you have no morals, you have no principles. I've been with my wife for 13 years. I haven't had any other emotional or physical relationships with any other person in that entire time. I have 2 children. I'm a relatively
we've been pretty emotional between us. I don't know.
Right, but that's more like a fraternal love than a sexual love, Prime. So anyway,
what you say.
So you say.
you may have personal morals. I think people, myself included, were calling you out for willing to work with people that don't have those morals.
They don't share.
But I think that especially in this space, though, I think that Fabian, you and I are the only person that are married and have kids.
Wait, I'm married and have kids.
Well, I'm married.
Yeah, I'm married and I will have a kid in March.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Doobie does as well. Okay, all right, hold on.
But Doobie's marriage is a fake marriage.
Me, Corey, and Prime are the only people who've never been.
You know what? I stand corrected. But I would say,
Doobie, I love you.
I would forward the argument that 2 or 3 years ago, it's actually kind of funny how times change things. 2 or 3 years ago, 70%, 80% of Twitch poll panels were 100% like, 18 to 30-year-olds who were promiscuous, who were sex workers, who were single,
Can I defend banging
family, all that.
Jesse isn't an out-of-control party boy. He's more like a flasher on the street corner. The violation is the turn-on in that of itself.
Our girl knows about inappropriate. That's for goddamn sure.
Destiny isn't an out-of-control party boy. He's more like a flasher on the street corner. The violation is the turn on. The violation is the turn on in that of itself.
Okay, I'm not willing to. Okay,
can I respond to Fairy Queen after Connor?
Well, yeah, if I could be brief. I brought this up in DMs. Oh God, somebody's breaking up. So I brought this up in DMs.
Lawson like rubbing his hands together.
This is the danger of the hedonic treadmill. Okay, if you're unfamiliar with the concept, go ahead and take a look at it.
It's not a real concept. That's fucking chat. Somebody find that. like hedonic treadmill. Listen, I don't trust that this isn't some Maha shit, right? Is this some fucking Maha dopamine fast bullshit? Hedonic treadmill, chat. Like, is he getting scammed? Like, how much did you pay to learn about the hedonic treadmill? Like, what fucking red pill right-wing influencer sold you that load of dog shit, Connor? Anybody heard of this before? No, pedantic treadmill. Or if you're Destiny, what would that be? The pederastic treadmill, perhaps. Is that like cum retention? It sounds about like it. Yeah, sounds about like it.
Yourself, Connor. You
get your mini land.
Actually, if you give in to degeneracy, then you'll just seek more degeneracy in an infinite loop, and then you become a worse person. But I'll keep supporting this person unconditionally with no changes on their part because it makes me money. Yourself in a video game. Don't actually do it. I don't want to break the TOS, okay?
Shirts over the years and bring back all black everything. I would actually love to. We just need more reliable guests. It's really the long and short of it.
Like, Connor, all Connor needs to do, just show up to these things and say, I don't care who he hurts, he makes me money. It's way shorter. You save us all a whole bunch of time, and we don't care about. We understand that you've justified this to yourself. Go ahead, justify it to yourself. Nobody cares, right? Just say, I don't care how much he hurts people. I'm going to let him keep doing that as long as it makes me money. That's all you got to say, Connor. Stop pretending to, like, have some moral grounding to this. You don't.
If I had more black people to bring in this space and have them be able to come on week after week, I would absolutely do it.
I'm available.
He is available, and it's something to consider. And Doobie, oh my God, we had a whole thing about this.
Right. So at some point, you know, if you're not committed in a monogamous relationship, which I understand it's the ideal for me, it's not the ideal for everybody, et cetera, et cetera.
So like he's asked.
Well, I never contested that.
Yes, you did. You asked me.
No,
why
I didn't.
Okay, you asked me what.
Okay, finally, these guys are talking.
I'm sorry, I've been switching between like laundry and some other stuff.
Not show proof.
Oh, my bad. I provided as much proof as everyone else did.
Oh, so he didn't he come at Doobie and say, "Oh, just for the record, I'm like giving more proof than Doobie did. I'm giving proof before Doobie."
All right. So the basics of the hedonic treadmill is the idea that there is like a happiness set point, right? We think of life as like we're going to be more happy if good things happen to us, like we win the lottery. We're going to be more happy. We're less happy if bad things happen to us. We get, diagnosed with cancer, right? But in reality, this theory purports that, in general, you're going to stay about the same amount of happy. Like if you have a large life event, right? You win the lottery, you're happy for a short time, but then it comes back and it resets. And you are now, $15 million richer minus taxes. But, I don't know, 2 weeks later, you're no more happy or sad than you were before you won the money. I think that's essentially what's being. Well, how does that apply to this? How the fuck does that? What is Connor actually talking about? See, I feel like he's read about the hedonic treadmill in a certain context. That's what makes me wonder if he's gotten scammed. What makes me wonder if he's paying some fucking like red tube influencer to teach him how to be a real man, or I don't know. It sounds like, even like real. I mean, there are studies about this. There's criticism of it too as a theory. There are people in psychology that push this idea. But that still doesn't mean it can't get kind of hijacked by bro science. I'm as old as Destiny. I would never have the same parasocial relationship with somebody as old as my dad. Well, wait, you mean Dan? I mean, I don't know if that's a parasocial relationship. Are you saying if you were like Destiny's kid's age, you would not have a parasocial relationship with him? Has anybody else noticed predictive text is so much worse? They've probably got it hooked up to large language model now, right? I would guess. Connor reminds me of that kid that took language classes because they had a lisp or something, got better at talking than his classmates, now cites philosophy terms and other edgy collegiate shit. To have the optics of always being right. Yeah, something like that. I don't know how the fucking hedonic treadmill relates to what we're talking about here, but he keeps on he's trying to change the subject. Anybody else get that Connor's trying to change the subject? Like, he wants to talk about how it's so much better to be a married person, that like that should be renormalized, right? It's not, right? A ton of people, like I don't know, 45% of people or more, like, do not start a family at this point, right? And dudes like Connor, that's fucking anathema, because the one point of inflection for social conservatism is that generally the life cycle of like starting coming from a nuclear family, starting your own nuclear family, that's been like just accepted. That's like how if everybody does it, and if you don't do it that way, there's something wrong with you. If you have a kid, if you get pregnant in high school, they send you away and you disappear from your classmates, right? If you don't like have this measure of success, somehow your life's incomplete. That's not how we think anymore. And it's not that we think that people that do have marriages and children are like somehow worse. It's just like that's one way to live, like, right? And it's not the way that everybody wants to live, and it's not the way that everybody should live. But the Connor Points and the JD Vances of the world would love to bring it back. Like, would love to. He's like literally in there trying to instill a feeling of inadequacy in anybody in there that's not like either you're not either like on track to having a family, or you have a family right now, right? And it's funny how in the past he likes to live.
He's given nothing.
Thank you.
You were saying okay, hold on. I actually did provide some kind of proof, okay? And that is Destiny.
Wait, where?
Okay, it's in the group jam. So when he's asked by Willie Mack, if you're sending me this, I'm guessing you still have that video. His response is, guess what? It depends on what you're asking. And then, but yes, I created a copy, yada, yada, yada. So like he's asked.
Well, I never contested that.
Yes, you did. You asked me
no,
why.
I didn't.
Oh, why do you believe he stole his CSAM on his computer? Yes, you contested that. You literally asked why Doobie believes he stole his CSAM.
You asked me what proof I had that he saw the video. Yeah, I'm not
no, that he had the video.
Collection child porn, but I'm telling you,
that he still had the video.
When he responded to Willie Mack, he said yes, I had it. Like that's
okay.
That was
okay,
that was
so
what he said.
Okay, can we agree that Willie Mack did call the police? Yes.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the police take child porn fairly seriously.
I hope so.
I hope so too.
Rich you are.
So
yeah.
Let me guess. Are we gonna get leave? So Destiny's not in jail right now, so therefore he did nothing wrong. The cops looked into it. They take this stuff seriously. The cops looked into it, found that there was no crime committed, found that no harm was caused. Destiny, therefore, did nothing wrong, and this is all just internet drama which will blow over, and we'll still have our parasocial daddy as one of the larger content creators on the scene. That is what I'm hearing from, what's his fuck here? Lawson, is that his name? Well, yeah, we can, reproduction is necessary for the human species to survive. Nuclear family is not the only way that reproduction can take place. In fact, a lot of Americans assume that it was always like this because this is the form of, family life that sort of came to dominate in the 50s. But it was a new thing. The nuclear. That's why they call it the nuclear family, right? It's the nuclear age, right? The age after the bomb was invented, and the nuclear family. More common arrangement is actually multi-generational households, right? Where you're living with your, there are the parents, children, and grandparents living in the same house, and maybe even an aunt and uncle, because not all of the brothers and sisters of a person are going to have their own family. If they don't, they might still, you know what I mean? Even then, like, right, the life cycle of, be born, get married, have a child is not quite as normalized as tradcons like Connor would like to portray it to be. But right now, our problem is not an insufficiency of human beings, right? I mean, I wouldn't say that it's a problem of a overabundance of human beings either, but it's more of an issue of figuring out how to live as human beings, live good and fulfilling lives without like harming each other and the planet irreparably in the process, right? So, you know, it's kind of a. Was Destiny on a Twitch online? Was Destiny on Twitch online before Saltman? I don't know. Yeah, guys like Connor would love to pull us back to the Dark Ages, right? I mean, that's what Dark Enlightenment's about, right? It's like, I mean, they call it Dark Enlightenment. They should call it Negative Enlightenment. They should call it Dark Age philosophy, really. When you're talking about Curtis Yarvin, that's what the fuck that is. They're like, you know what? The Dark Ages were really fucking cool. They were really, it was a great time for hierarchy. We should have more of that. That would be cool. Can we bring that back? No, asshole. Nobody wants to bring that back. Go fucking turn yourself into biodiesel, okay? Turn yourself into fucking biodiesel, you mold bug.
Sure.
Experiences over the years with that.
Yeah, he just slips the cops 100 when they come in and they don't care about CP anymore. Yeah, so I imagine if he did get the police called on him, that I don't think he would have streamed today if that were the case.
Okay, so hold on.
So therefore, he like there we go. Ipso facto, Destiny is cleared. We can have like everything goes back to normal. This is like the Simpsons, or right? You know, it always goes back to normal, like the episodic, you know, form of television, right? Where like shit can happen. Maybe Homer becomes president. Maybe Marge, I don't know, becomes like a Olympic swimming champion. But by the end of the show, Homer, you know, resigns from office. Marge loses the trophy, and everything goes back to normal. Everything goes back to that zero set point, right? This is what the DGG wants to think of it. Like, you know, we can have all kinds of wild, wacky adventures where it's like, oh, look, is Destiny going to go to jail for pedophilia? No, it looks like, no, he's not. He's going to just keep on being Destiny, and he'll be uncanceled by the end of the episode. That's kind of, that's what we're dealing with here.
You know, we shouldn't think that he actually had this on his computer to well, he hasn't been charged with anything that we're aware of, so we should just trust him. Like I said.
Well, I'm operating from the assumption that Destiny isn't a complete idiot, and if he did have that on his...
Unfortunately, this guy listen, I love Relic.
I gotta say it. There's your problem right there, Lawson. You're operating from the wrong assumption.
Unfortunately, this guy watched Relly's argument. Guys, I'm operating from the point of view that like Destiny's maybe not a complete and yeah, I'm operating from that point of view. Why would you operate from that point of view? Sounds pretty dumb.
At this point, why would
because he's not, and I don't believe you believe that he is either.
Hold on,
yeah,
but
exactly.
I do think on this issue, on his interpersonal shit.
Here's the thing. That I think Destiny's pathological. Is he complete in every aspect of his life? Obviously not. But he keeps making decisions that make no logical sense in this realm. There is something pathological going on. Something is not engaging logically in his brain before he goes and does things, right? And the better proof of this, honestly, better proof than just telling Willie Mac that you have child porn on your computer, which is already maybe the most thing Destiny's ever done. But there is something more, and that is, while you're trying to spin a narrative that all of your ops are connected to Kiwi Farms, and they're the reason people get doxxed, you provide doxing information while taunting the same Kiwi farmers you're trying to tie to other people by taunting those same people, saying, take this information and try to dox her. You give a bunch of docs, a bunch of PII about that person, who is the minor you send, to Kiwi Farms so that they can dox her. Which one of those two decisions leads you to believe that Destiny's decision-making in this realm is not tainted, is not broken? Because both of those two decisions are completely insane.
And his weird habits on the. Like,
you're doing the file again. You're doing
Listen. Okay, would an intelligent person share someone's news with somebody that they just met in under a week? Would an intelligent person do that? I would say no. He did that.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
the ball's like the brain turns off, dude.
Doobie.
Is that a stupid thing to do, or is that a reckless thing to do, or is it a...
The implication would be that it's not an intelligent thing to do. By the way, the implication that intelligent people don't make bad decisions is also stupid.
If we go off of what Fairy Queen was saying, right? We assume this to be true. I'm not saying.
Yeah, people always call me an SJW for saying that intelligence is a multi-splendored thing. There is no one set, aptitude that is like overall intelligence. We're all kind of good at different things and in different ways. And I get made fun of endlessly for that, but this is this is where that applies, right? Why do people that are really smart, at the forefront of whatever their field is, why do they then make really ridiculous choices, right? Because maybe intelligence isn't just one thing and one thing only.
Saying this is true, but I'm just offering a possibility. If we go off of the concept that Destiny is in a situation where he is addicted to the drama, addicted to
Shakespeare, the voice that you are hearing that you think is Hutch, I believe is Fabian Liberty, right? Did you thanks for pointing that out though. I didn't notice they do kind of sound similar. Yeah, that does sound like Hutch.
Kind of the fear of getting caught, addicted to doing the perverse, then it is if we assume that to be part of the paraphilia that is enrapturing Destiny's experiences. Then it's perfect. Yeah, I said assume like 7 times, right? Allegedly.
Fair enough.
Right?
Fair enough. Sorry.
Then it's perfectly reasonable to assume that Destiny can be it's not reasonable to assume that he's like super smart, but that he can be a slightly above average IQ person, or like a 115 IQ, whatever metric in that area you want to grab, and still engage in very stupid behavior in those instances because they would be wrapped up together. Just like a streaker, just like a flasher, right? The idea that they're like, ooh, the idea of getting caught, or oh yeah, I have it's not unreasonable that he might do stupid things in terms of showing what people what he has, because his paraphilia, both of these things can actually, the potentially dangerous Queen was putting up for.
All right, moral, but if I curate
his paraphilia, okay,
my entertainment to match my morals, I'd be significantly less. Which I really do appreciate. It's really kind of you. Thanks so much. So she says, do you think Ted Bundy attacked the sorority girls at Florida State because he was a quote unquote degenerate?
Yes.
No,
yeah, can I answer that? And also, I'm gonna have to. Well, I need to leave in a moment, so I'll answer briefly. Degenerate 150 years ago was actually understood as a statement about life, where if you engage in good behavior,
I love that. J-Stalk has no interest in like Connor's trying to make, and he's like, the other thing about Connor is I feel like he's trying to have a different debate. Like, right, he would love to talk about family and all this shit, and it's not the subject, but he wants to work it in because he can kind of get there from like, okay, so Destiny is degenerate, and like what that actually meant back in the day was like that thing that takes you away from a family and all that stuff that you're supposed to do, that you should be doing, that all of you in here that aren't having a family, you're degenerates basically. And if you, do what Destiny does, you'll be even more of a degenerate. And this is why it's not bad for me to still be on Destiny's team, to be by Destiny's side, because, he's just another degenerate. Like, right, you're all degenerates too. You're not living life according to the Matt Walsh vision of what life should be. You did not marry a 16-year-old child bride right out of high school. And so therefore, you're like, you want me to leave Destiny behind? Well, you're just as bad as him. That's the failing there, right? That Destiny's not doing things that will lead to like a stable and happy one wife, one husband type marriage and a nuclear family with 2.5 kids.
Actually, 150 years ago, degenerate meant something totally different than what Fairy Queen means here, or anyone means when we actually talk about it. And I'm just going to throw that out there because it's really important that I do that, because I got to go right away. Also, I'm going to lift some more weights. Just give me a second. Dude.
I told you why he lifts the weights, right? So, in addition to, like, look, Connor's extremely boring. Nobody cares about him. He would love to be the center of attention. That's why he got into this. When he's on a panel and he can't be the center of attention, he is always going to be doing something like physically on screen in order to try to vie for attention, because since he's not allowed to like interrupt who's talking, he's going to try to distract the audience with, oh look, he's doing chest, he's doing triceps. What's he doing now? Is he going to do shoulders maybe?
Has provided facts relevant to the findings regarding details of the
oh no, more chest. We're just working different parts of the Pax.
in secure format with confidence to me. So thank you, Audacity, for that attestation, and thank you for the kind $10. Okay.
I'll answer the question about the
Good enough for Audacity. It's good enough for me. So
I will say this because maybe it was regarded towards me or towards me. I don't know. I will say that Ted Bundy may have engaged in those attacks due to degenerate behavior. I will agree with counterpoints to some degree. I mean, primarily, it's because he's has ASPD, right? He was a psychopath, right? I mean, he has a personality disorder. And what?
ASPD, antisocial personality disorder.
What causes personality disorders is a subject for a lot of debate, even in like there's a lot there. But I would say that there are. What are you doing? What is that noise?
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, I apologize. I keep rubbing my hands together.
Don't worry about it.
Wait, what is Fairy Queen talking about? What? I don't even. What? How did that make any sense?
It's a compulsion of the
I was thinking it, but I wasn't going to say it. I didn't want to go there for the memes, but
please. Hopefully that's not anti-Semitic, please.
It is.
I have a real job. I have a real job to put wear on my hands.
I just know white people. Like I don't know where you got these.
Okay. It's not. Remember, it's not racist if it's targeted towards white people.
Excuse me, Jews are not white. First of all,
that's not what I said.
I will not let that stand.
Oh, boy.
I didn't say that.
Lactoid, save us by like anything like having sex with young people. Go ahead.
18-year-olds specifically. But I mean, very specific. Young people, legal adults. Okay, legal adults as in young people. Yeah. And my question is like it's very straightforward, right? It's based on the premise of like if someone can fuck me over.
Anybody remember what the shit that Fabian Liberty used to get up to? I've heard some pretty fucked up stories about this guy, but I don't know what's true.
Why can't I fuck them sexually? You're telling me that this person is so impressionable and like easily manipulated that like I can't like get with them, yet they're able to like decide my fate on the political level.
Like he's some kind of far right ANCOM, but
their vote is equal to mine.
The premise is you fucking people over like in a revenge way. I don't.
Okay, so
I'm just saying, like, if they're so easily manipulated that like they can't even have sex, like 18 years old, then they shouldn't be able to decide who the leader of the
No, okay. I'll just disagree. Actually, I disagree with some of the people who are like, oh, we should raise age. It's not a good thing.
Look, I think this is a good opportunity for you. There's college money there. You didn't get good grades, and like you kind of get your head on straight.
I'm just trying to zoom through this.
Look, I don't think being the only time this would occur is if the child.
Bro, Destiny's not a libertarian. Okay, anyway, Connor, before you leave, I had a question for the panel that I want Connor to answer to. So you have two choices, gentlemen. One is a 16-year-old Amish girl. The other is a 30-year-old woman inhabitant of North Sentinel Island. Make your choice.
No, I get this. I think the only one who gets this. Okay, North Sentinel Island is like a super remote island with like a tribal peoples that are like genetically like Warfare 2. They're like, yeah, they'll throw spears at you. Yeah. And they just discovered fire.
Okay, I'm not going to give you the clip. I got to go to bed. By the way.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. My name's Connor. I run Counterpoints 40K. That's where I break down the wonderful world of Warhammer. It's fantastic. Go check it out. It's my most successful channel. I'm also trying to do Counterpoint Politics and Valor Media Network. Counterpoints Politics.
Isn't J-Stalk originally a Groiper? I only know him because I'm part of DGG, and after the DGG Groiper migration, he's a post-Rothbardian Fabianist. Really? Wow. I don't know what J-Stalk's background is. But I do know that he's been a DGGer. He was one up until the point that Destiny did something to somebody that he cared about. That was his moment of clarity, I guess. I don't know if he's had any clarity, about like I really haven't heard him espouse any sort of political belief. So as far as like his current ideology, I can't really speak to that, but yeah, if you got any information, I would love to know more. I don't know much about where this guy came from.
Politics, just Google it. You'll
find out all the information that I can find about people who's doxing now, right? And these publicly doxed just saw.
But yeah, I did want to say, like I said earlier, look, Doobie's giving some information about possible, or what he says are like doxing discords that Destiny runs. Right. And even though, that sounds right up Destiny and DGG's alley, we don't want to necessarily believe him. He's not, trustworthy. He's a big time manipulator, right? So, maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. But, also the allegations against J-Stalk that this Lawson guy is making, like, they do sound to be, they sound like they're unsubstantiated. All right. That doesn't necessarily mean they're untrue. I don't know this guy that well. I mean, he was on, Destiny's side for the longest time. Then he's, now he's like the anti-Destiny. But we don't necessarily, I mean, like, I don't want anybody to think that just because like Lawson is a DGGer who is full of shit, that anything particularly he says about J-Stalk might not be true, right? I just don't know. But I can say that he doesn't seem to be willing to offer any proof as to what he's saying, and it does seem a lot like a DGG smear, right? So, I mean, that's the big thing to remember here, is that like I'm watching this. You know, I've got some history with some of these people. I know a little bit about some of these people. Others of them, I'm still learning about them. What is DGG? All right, so Destiny was like one of the pioneers of streaming, right? Not just not just one of the first political streamers, but one of the streamers, I think, altogether. You know, there's a long time ago you couldn't. There's now like software. There's websites. There's all this like, you know, stuff that you can use to stream pretty easily. Destiny had to figure out some of the stuff out himself. At some point, he found it efficacious to have somebody in his community design a website, right? Why a website? Because he gets paid through Twitch and YouTube, right? Just like I do. You know, when you support the stream, some of that money goes to me. Some of that money goes to the platform. And Destiny got tired of some of that money going to the platform, right? So he set up a website, he embedded his stream in it, and then he hosts a chat on that, right? The website is destiny.gg. It's often shortened to be called DGG, right? And all it is a website with a chat that people can, you know, people can get subs and stuff like that on the chat. So their privileges that they get are, you know, whatever the website administrator decides they are. So they can do kind of cool things. You know, like you get privileges with being a sub on Twitch, you get privileges with being a member, but you can set up exactly what kind of privileges you want to give people with something like Destiny's website. So in other words, people are kind of like paying him directly rather than through the website. So it makes sense for a streamer. You know, he can make more money. And yeah, he like hosts his own site. Now, one of the factors of like one of the benefits of hosting his own site on the website, his own chat on the website, is that chat is up even when Destiny is not streaming. So if he wants to, he can embed somebody else's stream into the chat to support another streamer, or he can you know, just have the chat going offline while he's not streaming. So there's an offline chat as well. And that offline chat is kind of going day and night, right? If you look at, I think Hassan's chat on Twitch probably has, am I right about this? There's like always people in Hassan's offline chat talking. So Destiny's chat is the same, but that community has come to be, the community of Destiny has come to be referred to as DGG, right? After the website, right? The people, when they say DGG, they either mean the website, destiny.gg, or they mean the community that congregates around Destiny, right? It's kind of shorthand for Destiny's community. So when you hear VGG, that's vosh.gg. That's Vosh's community. That's shorthand for Vosh's community, or you could also, you know, it also refers to Vosh's website. Vosh has a website because one of his, I don't know, mods. I guess one of his mods downloaded Destiny's website's code, which was public domain, and then got some help with some people implementing it. Vosh bought servers, and they run a they started running, you know, vosh.gg. And then the thing that's different with vosh.gg is it's not just Vosh. Vosh isn't as big of a streamer as Destiny, so they had extra room on the servers. What are they going to do with that extra room? Well, you're going to bring on board allies. You're going to bring on board Xanderhall. You're going to bring on board Demon Mama. Now there's Xanderhall.gg. Now there's DemonMamaLive.com. Now there's, like, you know, Shark 300 or Riverboat Jack or whoever else, you know, the Surfs were on Whiteleaf for a little while, right? And then that puts them in a situation where if your website is administered by Vosh's sysadmin, by Vosh's admin, you need to be a little bit more careful about criticizing Vosh. Wait, is Discord like a fever dream? What part about Discord? You're gonna be a little bit more careful about what you say about Vosh, right? So now, like, it's like Vosh has kind of like done something for you, and you got a website. Your income goes up, maybe as much as 50%, right? Because you're getting like, you know, more of the donations are going to the streamer, right? So you don't want to mess that up. And if you don't want to mess that up, you keep Vosh happy and you keep White Nervosa happy, right? So, and that is White Leaf. You know, the whole thing with all the streamers on it is called White Leaf or White Forest. And then the website that you know, the Vosh specific website is VGG. Vosh's community is VGG. And does that make sense? It was also so that the offline chat can be extremely edgy and racist. Oh, and members don't catch a ban. I didn't know that, Skits. That's good information to have, though. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah. I'm the anti-Destiny. I don't know. I guess J-Stalk's gonna vie for that title himself. Or am I the anti-Vosh, maybe?
I'm aware of anybody that they've doxed. There's no evidence that they've been connected to any dox, but Destiny himself and Dan himself have been doxing people. We know this.
Yeah,
so,
I understand.
So I don't understand. Okay, so like,
well, okay,
why
so
would you call it a counter dox? Like,
if it were shown to you that Justical was doing what I claim he is doing, would that make a difference?
Yeah, of course it will make a difference.
Make a difference, but also, why do you believe it when you don't have the evidence? You can't even describe it. Just describe the evidence that makes you think this. Please describe any of the evidence. Hey, unrelated, Vito put out his comic a couple days ago. Lots of good reviews all over Twitter for him. The only review I've seen is from Dick Masterson himself, and Dick says it's cherry. So I trust Dick on this one, okay? I trust Dick, unfortunately. He said that...
Let's talk about Dick Masterson.
Vito's comic is dog shit. I have no idea why he'd do that to his co-host.
That's another far-right guy, right?
Seems kind of f***ed up. The only thing I've seen is talking shit and going, look, he plagiarized the gun. He plagiarized the gun. Is a hater for a living? Dick is a hater. He is. He's a dick.
Okay,
but all you're saying is that he cultivated a community where people were doxing Hutch, so far we know. But if that's the...
Dude, I want this Lawson guy to come. I so badly want him to come on stream right now.
If that's a standard, well, Destiny himself and Dan himself were publicly saying they're going to dox people while the community was trying to dox people and saying, doxing the base, yada, yada. So, like, if that's a standard, how the fuck is that a counter?
Wait, only a matter of time before we get a streamer island? Wait, what does that sound familiar? Was that Kai's thing?
The person, again, I'll say, the person who actually originated Hutch's dox is somebody who was in Dan's server discussing doxing Hassan Piker's dad. They're the same guy. They're the same guy. The person who originated Hutch's dox is the guy who's in Dan's server trying to dox Hassan Piker's dad. And that gets blamed on me somehow? You come to me and blame that on me? What?
If what? Say that
is a standard. The community being cultivated where people are doxing Hutch, right, so far. How is it a counter dox when Destiny himself and Dan himself are involved in organizing doxing attempts of people?
Because, like, okay, trying to think of how to phrase this. Sorry for
Shouldn't have to think this hard, brother.
Well, it's difficult. Look,
I need to post this really quickly. Because the guy who, the screenshot that I just posted where the guy talks about doxing President Sunday at Dan's direction, President Sunday acknowledged that same guy, this guy called Nico Sam, I think it is, reached out to him directly and apologized for that like months prior, right? So President Sunday believes that this guy was involved in his dox, and this guy's admitting publicly that he was involved in the dox at Dan's direction.
At Dan's direction?
Yes.
And what guy is it?
A guy called Nico Sam, I think it is.
And who is that?
Is Sunday tight with Doobie now? Like, are people taking Doobie's rebrand seriously? Like, where he claims that he was just pretending to be a Nazi and that he's pro-Palestine now? Are people taking him at his word? Like, the Doobie is just like his whole thing has been to be the uncertainty principle embodied as a VTube frog.
Do we believe that Lawson Harrison is a Destiny superfan? Has no idea who Nico Sam is? That's like a little dude. He also said he's a big fan of mine. Like, did he miss the whole tomfoolery thing as well? I don't know if I believe.
Marcavius, you're half right. Half of the Nazis are will be pro-Palestine, or just to be like anti-Israel because they associate Israel with the Jews. And half of Nazis like the idea of a nation for the Jews to all go to because they do not want Jews in their own nation, right? It's kind of split. But yeah, there are definitely the type that you're talking about very much does exist. Jackson Hinkle probably fits into this category. Infrared Haas probably fits into this category.
Do we believe that? I don't know if we believe that.
Okay, so he's one of the people that was involved in the Kiwi Farms Act, posting doxes on Kiwi Farms. Doxes of people that were like anti-Destiny, basically. I think the specific one that he talks about is President Sunday and also the Hassan Docs group, and I posted from the Hassan Docs group about that. Oh, Nico Sam's in that group, by the way.
Okay.
Alexander.
Hey, God damn, we need to have a liaison to the Hassan community, right? Because, like, I don't know, I worry about like Doobie's fucked up a lot of communities, right? Not just Doobie, but like Twitch poll has fucked up a lot of communities, and I'm just like now I'm like, you know, catastrophizing about what if he approached just like approached the Hasanabi heads or something, right? Like let me help you get Destiny. I mean that oh my god, that would be such a nightmare if Doobie infiltrated Hoscord. He's probably got some people in there right now, actually.
On that, $10. Libertarians in high IQ are a lot like leftists.
Quick background on Doobie. This guy runs a Discord, not just a Discord, but the biggest political Discord, or at least he did for some time. I don't know if that's still, I don't know if it's still the biggest. There's been some people in chat say that it got banned, and then like he started another one or something. Right, but yeah, we do need to wait. Like, I'm not trying to like clout chase or anything like that. I don't want to be on. I'm not trying to be a guest on the Hasanabi program, but yeah, it would be nice to have a way to give people heads up and shit. Not just Hassan, but a lot of people. People that are doing good work. But anyway, so yeah, Doobie. So he started a Discord. Actually, I lied to you. He didn't start a Discord. He started as a chatter. He started as a Discord member. And then he cooed the Discord that he was in, right? People didn't like the admin that was running this political Discord. I think it was a liberal Discord, actually. And so Doobie was like, hey, everybody that hates the admin, why don't you come and join my Discord? So he basically, like the community that had arisen around the Discord, he like took it and he made his own. So now Doobie's got a little political Discord, right? But that's not enough for him. So he grows the Discord. He looks on, how do you run a Discord? He makes it bigger and bigger and bigger. Pretty soon it's a fairly large Discord. At this point, Doobie looks around him and sees other political Discords. And he says, that should be mine. That should be mine too. So he starts coming into Discords and literally shaking people down, right? Now that sounds wild, right? What is he going to do to you? How is he going to compel you? How is he going to blackmail you? Well, since he's got such a big political Discord, anyone running a political Discord that wants to be, viable, that wants to have any sort of reach, has got to be able to go on that big Discord and talk. So Doobie says, all right, you got two choices, all right? Choice one, you hand over admin to me, or you shut down your Discord and tell everybody to join my Discord, right? And if you don't do that, fine, but I'm going to ban you and I'm going to ban all your friends from my Discord. So you will be shut out of the majority of the political discourse that's going on in Discord, at large, right? So he's able to basically, he's like the blob. He just starts absorbing like other Discord communities into his. And that's how he ended up with an obscenely large Discord. Oh yeah, the other thing, I think they get to be mod. If they give in to him, if they give him the keys to the Discord or basically turn over their Discord to him, then he will make them mods. So they can be big people. They can be big important people in the Discord political community. They just can't be admin because Doobie's the admin. And that's how this guy became the Genghis Khan of Discord. He did. I don't know. We don't know for sure that he sells insurance, Shax BA. That's just my that's just my assumption based on how focused he seems to be on networking. I feel like it would be, you know, yeah, something like insurance sales, right? It's maybe maybe an MLM. I don't know. You know, just think of whatever in your mind is like a big time like networking, you know, industry. That's probably what Doobie's into, because I think he studies this shit. Wait, Mike from PA might know him. I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't know if Mike's debate bro. He seems to kind of like hang around debate bros, because that's what they do in the Discord. That's what his Discord is, like a whole bunch of voice chats, and people go in there and they debate. They're master debaters, right? And Doobie's specialty is that nobody, like, he's like, so like if I debate, you know, if I go into a Discord and debate, you know what I'm going to be debating for, right? Workers controlling the means of production, et cetera, free Palestine. It's pretty clear. It's not going to change from night to night. You're not going to run into a Discord one night and see me arguing for traditional family values, or that I don't know, right? That the United States is a shining city on the hill, and you know, we should invade Venezuela, right? You wouldn't hear me arguing that, but with Doobie, all bets are off, right? He has been on every side of every issue and actively tries to confuse people about what his real set of beliefs are, right? But by the fact that he runs one of the bigger servers on Discord, and it is at least half fascist at any given time, right? You can probably guess what his beliefs are, right? He is currently maybe trying to rebrand, trying to distance himself from his reputation, because I mean, like, word on the streets is this guy is like, you know, not just a Nazi, but he's connected to some really dark forces. In fact, there's a lot of rumors about this guy. I don't even know which ones about him to believe. Well, he was in Twitch Bowl. Yeah, he kind of ran it. Like, as far as the Twitch, so yeah, that Twitch Bowl server, the official Twitch politics server, was an outgrowth, was run by some of the same people that run his politics Discord, people that he knew from there and trusted. Aristocracy, Samantha Banana, I don't remember who else. They probably don't matter anymore, but yeah, those people were the mods for this official Twitch politics Discord, and it was sold as a way, I think primarily, at least at first, it was sold as a way for content creators to network with other content creators, right? And it was like the only one that was doing this. So, you know, being in or out of this politics Discord made a big deal to, you know, you being able to succeed as a content creator, you being able to collaborate with other content creators, you being seen as, you know, being a member of the community in good standing, right? Your status as a, you know, a Twitch poll member was a big part of that. And so, you know, I mean, like, I interpret this as him trying to run the, you know, the massive, you know, train wreck that is politics on Twitch, right? And you'd have, you know, people on the right wing, you'd have people on the left wing, and they were being kind of controlled, or sort of primed. They were being gatekept, I guess is the right word, by this far right frog. So what does that tell you about how the politics of on Twitch as a whole are going to hew, given the fact that the gatekeeper of one of the biggest, or the biggest, you know, Discord for that kind of thing is, you know, a far right dude who's not even like completely honest about his own beliefs, right? I mean, this is some massive manipulation that was going on, and yeah, you know, Eris and Doobie, they were, you know, kind of central to that all. The flag behind the avatar probably does say a lot, yeah.
Morality or conservatives and Christianity. They never shut up about it. You hear the stories, but they're nowhere to be found. Thank you, Alexander Wayne, for the kind $10.
Yeah, I bring it up all the time.
The Lactoid likes to bring that up. Leftist and morality. Do I talk?
I think me and Corey went over it. Corey, you would agree that libertarians have very high IQs compared to they do score pretty low in empathy, but they do have very high IQs.
Yeah, as in, I would agree with that. I personally would not take the trade-off with empathy. Personally.
Did he leave?
No.
And we all know how reliable IQ is as a measure of success.
I mean, it is midnight. It is past midnight. It's like.
But I mean, he was in the middle of reading this.
It could have been an accident.
Lifehood. So, what's your line for like when does Trump do too much to piss you off? What's the line for you? I want to know, because I keep seeing you on Twitter defending yourself in that, like, yeah, I'll call him out. I'll criticize the.
I do.
I know you do, but like, much to like like people who are on Destiny sides, like, how much are you going to have to be embarrassed by before you're like, hey, you know what? Maybe it was just a bad choice.
Look,
what's the line for you? I want to know, like,
I
don't. Lawson guy leaves.
I don't know exactly where the line is. I'll give you a list of here's a couple things that he could do.
Yeah, well,
he returns. I'm trying to get this guy to come on the stream, okay? I'm trying to get this guy to get on.
It's not low. Is Lawson coming back? Do a full IQ test for those cognitive ability tests for the research that you're doing?
I think that IQ tests are some of the most means-tested tests in all.
That's
you're going to throw out IQ tests.
Shakespeare, help me out with this. I think IQ tests are some of the most means-tested tests. What the fuck is bro saying? Is the Doobie character even talking? Yeah. No, Doobie's contributing a lot, especially earlier on. I mean, right now, it looks like Fabian and, I don't know, Social Logic are talking. It's hard to tell because his, like, mouth only barely moves. I mean, he's basically like a frog that sits there and breathes. He looks kind of like a WoW character on a, what do you call it? Like when you move your character, the character goes on like a cycle, goes on like an AFK cycle or something. Is that what it's called? An AFK cycle? I mean, he's just like a frog sitting there breathing, looking demonic. That's his mouth doesn't move that much. That sounds so horrifying, but what the fuck does that mean? Do you know? Is this like a means tested? IQ is the most means tested test. Means testing, chat, if you don't know, is like, if we want to implement a social program, we could go about it two ways. We could either just fucking implement it and say, hey, here is coupons for food for anybody that's hungry. If you're hungry, come to this government office, sign up for it, and we're just going to give you food stuff, right? We're going to assume that not a lot of rich people who don't need help with food are going to come and ask for these food coupons, because it's probably a little bit embarrassing to stand in the grocery line and be paying with coupons, right? People kind of know what those are, right? Or even an EBT card, people kind of know what that is. So we're going to assume that this is going to go to the right people, right? But if you're an asshole, you might say, no, we must means test it. We must make sure that everybody receiving this aid really, really fucking needs it. And we could spend more money on testing, on checking out to make sure that the people applying are actually eligible for this, then we would spend it. Then the people that would get food stamps would get EBT otherwise, right? That's means testing, right? And when a program is means tested, it's usually not as durable. It's usually easier for them to take down. But yeah, what does means tested IQ test? I'm gonna guess that this guy doesn't know what means testing is. I don't know. Maybe he means something. I don't know. You have to qualify to take an IQ test. I know. Wait, what the fuck is that? What the fuck actually is that? It doesn't make sense. I'm gonna guess that it's just he's using a term that he's not familiar with.
You know what I'm talking about? So in order to get into it, you have to be verified.
These boots on the ground.
Wait. That is what means tested means, kind of. In order to get into an IQ test? What the fuck? This doesn't make sense.
Using the flimsiest of excuses to send military...
And J-Stalk's not interested.
...troops into other American cities. That's not a line for you? Like he's talking about Chicago, he's talking about Philadelphia, he's talking about specifically Chicago is next on the list. He already did Los Angeles, right? So
it depends what it's for. If he does with LA, where
means testing, generally testing what your income is, what capital you own, aside from your private residence. Yeah, what kind of assets do you hold?
There's federal troops, because that's what they were.
Did nothing.
Federal troops that were there to protect
I don't have StreamYard set up. I just want to
Federal
know my
agents doing their
stream.
job and protect federal. You're saying they did nothing, but yeah,
They did nothing.
Oh, okay, so you're right. Yeah, if
Okay, so we're almost done with this cursed debate.
you're telling me is my line, if they send feds that do nothing, that's not a line for me. If they do something really, really bad, then that could be a line.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll leave it there. I won't make this whole thing about that. Alexander Wynn.
Wait. Means in terms of statistics, Duck Under, if that's what you're talking about, the mean is just literally the average. The median is if you place all of the entries in like from lowest to highest, and if you find the one that's in the middle, right, the one like there's as many people poorer than you as there are richer than you, then you're the median, right? Or if there's two people that are right in the middle, right, because it's an even number, then you split the difference between those two, right? That's how the median is found. Doobie is definitely a Nazi. His server was a honeypot filled with it, like a honeypot for catching Nazis, or a honeypot definitely using it wrong. Was guessing. Yeah, I think he was guessing at what it meant. Maybe that sounds like.
$10. Corey, don't you know anytime it's convenient, it's fact, inconvenient, rigged?
I just do the spelling of my name though, just FYI.
We do. It's with a C. There, like right there. Doobie, sorry, you want to say something to Lawson? He's back.
I know. Yeah, so I posted
I
more.
didn't run.
Yeah, okay, so I posted more, and there's more, right?
Is this okay? Wait,
I can't tell. Is that Doobie talking?
is this in Discord?
I put this in the group, yeah. So there's
Okay,
a lot more. And so the last one I just posted is.
Hey, whoever said Doobie's mouth isn't moving, I think you're right. Yeah, maybe his VTube model is fucked up. I don't know.
So I'm trying to verify this, right? I don't want to say. Actually, I just want to say because I'm not sure if it's true, right? But so I'll clear that up after I have time to look into it. So,
right.
But I think that's enough evidence that yeah, he's been involved in the doxing. Dan's been involved in the doxing.
Wait. So wait, a honeypot to raid people?
Nico Sam guy seems like
to brigade content creators or
like legitimate, right? What he said in that what the guy said in the email.
I definitely, got a small brigade from this guy at one point on Twitter. That's what the clip was about.
I don't know if I've said this, but Nico Sam came to me with the exact things he put on it's like basically public information. Nico Sam went on KF and said that Dan came to him with the Twitter account that doxed President Sunday, and that he basically believes that Dan was involved in doxing President Sunday. Nico Sam came with that to me. I said, I'm not going to publish it because I don't want to publish this shit, right? I'm not a publisher. Don't come to me to publish stuff, okay? You make a public statement.
Okay, so as far as the Sunday docs, I think I saw that get... I think I saw that, I saw... There was, I think it was a JStalk stream, right? Sunday was there, and then Destiny came in, and Destiny starts addressing Sunday by a name. I'm not going to repeat the name. Don't ask what the name was. It doesn't matter. We're not trying to dox Sunday here, right? But if Sunday got doxed, or if even they thought they had Sunday's name, I think that's what Destiny. So I saw Destiny basically try to dox Sunday. I don't know if that was legit information or anything like that, but. I mean, this definitely checks out with what I've seen Destiny do.
I'll cover it. But if you don't want to make a public statement, then I don't know what to do, right? And I don't think he wanted to do it that way. So I passed. But he brought this to me, I want to say in like January, February of this year. So I've kind of known about that. But realistically, there's not a lot of proof there. It's just him being in those servers and then saying, yes, I was given this Twitter account by Dan, or I was told to look at this Twitter account by Dan. And there's something about the language is the same as the language Destiny uses when he goes to dox Sunday in his DGG chat, which he did, by the way. There's some other stuff there. So I have some side proof that the Nico Sam, I know that that's Nico Sam who thinks that, right? Or I'm 99% sure that's Nico Sam who was saying that. He gave me a whole document, but I like I said, just publishing it seemed weird when it was light on evidence. It was just his innuendo, but this came out of the server where
on the 22nd, I think, or it was 3 to 3 or 4 days before, Destiny said on stream that they were trying to find this girl, right?
Yeah, I can see all of that.
Yeah, all that seems to match up to me, right? So this is why I think he's been involved with this kind of stuff, and I can't find anything.
Well, that's where I have a problem.
Idea that Destiny was involved.
Well, okay, sorry, I keep doing my hand thing. Yeah, I understand that at this juncture, like the burden is on me to.
Oh, just real quick as well, I should re-highlight that Nico Sam gave all the stuff up, that he wants to be left alone, that he is not involved in any of this stuff. Just he was involved. He saw the error of his ways. He's no longer involved. Okay, leave Nico Sam alone. Leave Nico alone.
To show that this is a counterdox and not just a first strike, if you will. So I do understand that, and I apologize. I don't use Discord on my computer very often, and it's updating. And I'm on my phone on the this stupid app StreamYard thing, and so every time I like downsize the window, it kicks me out. So just bear with me, and I'll be on tomorrow too, if you want to chat it up.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that like meets your standard, right? But this is just the first thing that like I could find, which is from the 999 Society, right? So they require either Stanford Renee or the Weschler.
Yeah, there's like so much better content going on. I'm just gonna keep skipping until we can.
So I have to go through.
Thank you, Doobie. Thank you, Alexander, for the other $5, saying I'll never spell Corey's name correctly.
Yo, I just wanted to say I appreciate the discourse. Still love you, bud. Libertines.
Maybe love.
He was just saying he likes you.
Yeah.
Like I mean,
like the
social progressive, like social, like you know, like
one of the things.
Does take courage to come and defend your positions. I think more people should do it as opposed to just anonymously trash talking in the chat. And you should look into.
He didn't defend his positions at all. His positions are completely indefensible. He had no evidence for them. He is totally brainwashed. Right? Like, this is just embarrassing. Don't say, oh, you did a good job coming on when he's a totally brainwashed. That's embarrassing for you, too. Oh, well, I'm glad you came on to, like, embarrass yourself here in front of everybody and show up and make strong assertions and have absolutely no proof for them whatsoever. It's so goofy. Dude, he absolutely gloated. He was like, oh, I'm going to post evidence before Doobie. And then he types a whole bunch. He goes AFK for like 15 minutes and comes back and goes, guys, this is really complicated. I can't post... I don't know, man. This is really complicated. And you could see even his argument on some of the Rose stuff is like, would Destiny's a smart guy. Would he really do that? Yes, he's a on this topic. Would Destiny really just lie? Would Destiny really just like make a horrible decision? Would he really just like out himself for retaining CSAM? Would he really do that? Yes, he would.
To the psychological profile of online trolls, not so great.
Corey, how do you? You've been on this panel for years, and you're always so pleasant. I don't understand how you've maintained this decorum for so long.
Well, I also score high on sociopathy, so.
Free Palestine Prime. Thanks for having me, boys. It's
okay. All right. Well, that was a panel. That existed. That was a thing. Let's check out. Let's see here. The person who updates Destiny's sheet is maybe they're turning anti-fan. The person who usually gives the timestamps for Destiny's stream didn't do that today for some reason. So now I
interesting
have to go scan this on my own, which is fucked up. All right. Let me go see where we get to Ethan stuff here.
Wait,
is this on?
Sorry, is Tom still? I don't know how many people have done this, but I did verify that Rose was 17. I'm guessing in 2022. I keep seeing people say it's unverified in case. Okay, so Tom is at least not defending Destiny still. This is a guy that kind of like I don't know. He's a lol cow that for a time was considered a serious streamer, mainly due to his ability to it was all relationships with like larger streamers, right? He in fact, there's a real question about like anyway, let's not get into that now because he doesn't matter. And it's too much to get into. Okay, but at least he's not still defending Destiny, so good for it. Basically, Destiny's done a lot for this guy. Although I always wondered if it was because he had something on Destiny, because it always seems so strange, right? That Destiny would go on this like tiny little panel show, and Vosh as well, right? But I don't know why he pulled up that tweet anyway.
Scanning for an Ethan timestamp. I could just try to go to Awk, but I don't really want to just go do Awk. Here's some Ethan shit right here. Okay, on to the Ethan stuff.
Chat. Awk is Yeet. Yeet from Twitter. Their ad is Awk 2000 or something.
Guys, let's see what happens.
Our Destiny update video.
Uh-oh.
Which, does anyone care? Like, bro, you...
Stock, Lawson did literally exactly what I told you the other DGGers do when you ask for evidence. I beg them for something, anything, and promise to change my tune if it's concrete enough, and they just say, he's formed a hate community. That's literally it. Yeah, I know. But the sad thing is like, this is how you know that it's like cultish, right? Is when they don't feel embarrassed about that. When they will go back to make that argument again, they'll say they can prove it, and then they embarrass themselves again. They'll just embarrass themselves again, and embarrass themselves again, and embarrass themselves again. That's like the cult-like thing that I've noticed, and it's just like, I can't really like handle it anymore. It was like funny for a little bit to bring them on and humiliate them and make them like look really stupid, and like I have a hard time doing it, you know, more than once now. There was a time period where I could do it like endlessly, and now it's just like, okay, this is like what they actually want. They're like getting off to it. This is what they want.
Does anyone care? Oh, they're all the.
Okay, so it looks like J-Stock is going to look at the Destiny stream that we just looked at. That means, chat, if you're watching me on Twitch, you're about to get raided into Struggle 4. What does their title say? It says Free Palestine from Israeli Genocide. DNC still pro-genocide. Trump Glaze Cabinet. Oh, God. The Glaze Cabinet is the worst. So I think you got some good stuff. This person, Struggle 4, comes highly recommended. I don't know much about them personally, but from what I've seen, it's a good stream. It's a good person. So go and give them my solidarity and support. I'm going to go ahead and shout out my Patreon. Now I'm going to take this chance to shout out my Patreons, because like I said, I don't know what I'd do without you, Patreon. You're fucking awesome. If you're a Patreon of mine at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. Let me go ahead and do that now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayer, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Izzy Bandia, shouts out to Infallible Foul, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Choky, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. That's gonna have to be it for me tonight. I need to, reading out in 8 seconds. Much love, Twitch. I need to go to sleep now and wake up tomorrow and stream some more, I suppose. I will see you then. Until then, take care of yourself and each other. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe tonight. Yeah, Marcus, is that his name? Yeah. Lefty, rather vet, ex-vet. I know what you mean. Yeah, vet. That's not like pro-military. But yeah, thank you to everybody in Thumb Gang for liking the stream. That helps me out a lot. Thank you to everybody who went over to and helped me out on Blue Sky. Right, that I appreciate that as well. I will be back tomorrow with more content, possibly the Destiny response to Ethan, and maybe hopefully we can please be done with Destiny at that point, and I'll give you some more stuff, right? Because I'm hoping that won't take me the whole time. All right, so much love, everyone. Moe Kyun, and I will see you tomorrow.